and welcome everyone to the broadcast of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. We are thrilled to have you with us for the strongest event of the year in classical chess. We are live from the beautiful city of Stavanger in Norway to cover day 2 of the action, featuring an early clash of titans between world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura, and world number 1, Magnus Carlsen. Welcome to the broadcast, everyone. We are here to share with you the excitement of top-level chess, as well as break it down to the most essential concepts. We'll be teaching you chess. So if you don't know how to play chess, or if you know only a little bit about it, don't you worry. We've got you covered with master classes by some of the best coaches and players in the world. My name is International Master Anna Rudolph. I will be your host, and I'm accompanied by an exceptional panel of pundits. We have with us world-class commentator and coach, Grandmaster Christian Kirilla.
Good to see you, Anna.
As well as Indian chess icon and 5-time world chess champion, Vishwanathan Anand.
Hello, Anna.
And our special guest of the day is former governor of the Norwegian Central Bank and Norway Summit chairman, Øystein Olsen. Welcome, Øystein.
Great to be here.
I am so excited about today's action. I need to ask all of you, Øystein, starting with you, what are you most looking forward to today?
Well, I enjoy chess very much. I'm a chess nerd. Usually I follow Magnus, unilaterally perhaps. Today I look forward to watch all the games.
That's a great answer. We will definitely be looking at Magnus Carlsen's game perhaps the most as he's facing the world number 2. Vichy, same question to you.
So today we obviously have Carlsen versus Nakamura, that is the 2 highest ranked players in the world, and incidentally the 2 highest ranked players in this tournament right now in the standings. We have Koneru against Anna Muzychuk. That is the top the 2 highest ranked players in the women's standings. And there's a third competition, which our audience should take a look at. It's the Battle of the Confessionals. And you should definitely keep an eye out for that one.
Christian, would you also say that confessionals are some of the coolest features of Norway Chess and the broadcast?
We have so many trend-setting things here at Norway Chess, and I have to say yesterday was just an incredible start, and I do want to take you through the highlights of one of the most important, I would say, games of the tournament, maybe of the year so far, and that was, of course, the clash between world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, and the world champion Gukesh, meeting for the first time since Gukesh became the world champion in classical chess. It was a slow start, but a very fast-paced finish. Take a look at that. At this point, Magnus already understands he's winning. After this move, king to a4, it's that extra knight. You have to capture it, and unfortunately, that will allow the checkmate. Gukesh understands that and resigns, and what a relief for Magnus after a slow start for him, but he came into the studio and we asked him, hey, did this victory mean a lot to you? And he was like, no, this was like all the other victories. But I'm going to call his bluff on that one. I think it was definitely a very important one. And he tweeted something quite interesting after that. A great quote from The Wire. You come at the king, you best not miss. Vichy, what do you think about this one?
I think the quote is self-explanatory. And if you win a good game like that, you're entitled to it.
Absolutely, absolutely. It was just an incredible display of chess by Magnus Carlsen. Now, let's take a look at the results of day 1. And Wei Yi, the Chinese superstar, lost in the Armageddon against Arjun, Fabiano, Caruana. What a shocking defeat with the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura. And of course, that marquee matchup of the day, Magnus Carlsen versus Gukesh Domaraju. And let's take a look at the standings. Anna, what do we have for today?
This leads us to Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura sharing the first place on the perfect 3 out of 3 score. You get 3 points for winning in classical chess, while Arjun earned his win in Armageddon, therefore the 1.5 points. That is definitely the clash of the day, the two leaders, the world number 1 and the world number 2 against each other.
Absolutely, and let's take a look at the results in Norway Chess Women as well. And we've had some absolutely incredible clashes in that one, and Vichy, you will highlight one of them for us. Anna Muzychuk defeated Sarah Kadem in the Armageddon after having good position in classical. Koneru Hampi, well, what an incredible victory in the classical against Vaishali Ramesh Babu, and Lei Ting-jie defeated the world champion Zhu Wenjun. And tell us about that trio that we're seeing on the screen, Vichy.
Amazing, the Indian Derby. In fact, Koneru had a difficult time. For most of the game, she had to defend an unpleasant position, which she successfully did. The worst was over when she got to the end. And then, remarkably, Vaishali missed a tactic once, but luckily could stop it happening. So the moment Koneru threatened it, Vaishali stopped it. And then 2 moves later, incredibly, Vaishali allowed the very tactic she had stopped 2 moves earlier.
Incredible.
So this is what happens to you in time pressure. And I always remember Jan Timman saying, these things shouldn't happen, but they do.
They do, absolutely, especially when you're down to your last few seconds. And how about the standings in the women's section, Anna?
This leads us to Hampi Koneru being the sole leader of the tournament. As you highlighted, Vichy, she is the only one earning this classical win, while shared second place goes to Anna Muzychuk and Lei Ting-jie. Today, Anna is facing Hampi Koneru, and she's got the white pieces. That will be definitely one of the key games we'll be following today.
And let's take a look at the format, the trend-setting format of this tournament. It's a double round-robin event, meaning everybody plays everybody twice with the white pieces and the black pieces. 120 minutes at the beginning of the day, 10 seconds increment starting from move 41. If game is drawn, then we're going to go straight into the Armageddon. In the Armageddon, you will get 1.5 points for a victory and 1 point for a loss. In a classical, you get 3 points for a victory and no points for a loss.
The stakes are so high as 1,690,000 Norwegian crowns in each tournament. So
that's a big number.
That is a big number, both for Norway Chess and the same prize fund for Norway Chess Women. This event promotes equality in the sport and gives the same amount of prize funds to Norway Chess Women as well, which is setting an example to the future of chess. We will see some of the biggest clashes today in terms of the leaders facing each other, as we highlighted already. Øystein, I would like to ask you, as a fan of Magnus Carlsen, how do you see his chances when you see a head-to-head score like this, but he's got the black pieces? He has won 14 times against Hikaru. 14!
Well, you will know that I usually hope for Magnus. But you have to also to believe me when being here and in this all this great praise and the excitement of this setup. Nakamura is a very good player. I think he won this tournament 2 or 3 years ago, and is number 2 now. Is it?
That's correct. That's correct. You know everything.
And let's say I'm honest when I say I hope if it becomes a draw, then we will be lucky to have another Armageddon between those 2 blitz players.
That is a great feature of this event, and that you highlighted that then we are treated to even more chess. So maybe we should root for that draw in a way. Vichy, what are your thoughts on the pairings for Norway Chess Women today, and what will be the key matchup of the day?
Obviously, the lead is at stake today. Anna Muzychuk against Koneru Hampi. I'll be curious to see what Zhu Wenjun and Lei Ting-jie will play as well. They're both very strong players. Vaishali slightly wounded by yesterday's game, and Sarah Kadem. I think we'll just see how this shapes up there.
Absolutely, those matchups will be key, and whether Hampi can keep her lead is going to be the big question of today. We do have an interview with Wei Yi. Let's hear his thoughts going into round 2 today.
How do you feel today before your game?
A bit nervous, but I'm feeling okay. Yes.
Was it part of your preparation today? Did you had some time for a walk outside? Because we have nice weather.
No, I just stayed in my room.
Preparing?
Yes.
Okay. Best of the luck today.
Thank you.
Brief, but Wei Yi is confident about today. I think he seemed confident to me, at least in terms of the body language. It didn't go very well yesterday for him, but it also didn't go well for Fabiano, and they are facing each other. But we will be talking about today a lot, though. Is world number 1 Magnus Carlsen facing world number 2 Hikaru Nakamura. Yesterday, Magnus played against the world champion Gukesh. Today, he's facing world number 2 Hikaru Nakamura. There isn't an easy pairing in this event, is there?
Absolutely not. And I have to say, we have so many good games and we have so many good stories as well. You were mentioning Fabiano losing yesterday. You know he was quite upset last night. The question is, will he be able to come back, to bounce back from that painful defeat with the white pieces? Now he has the black pieces. He's playing against Wei Yi, a Chinese superstar in his own right, and a player that's very, very difficult to get a better position and to defeat. And he's going to have Fabiano, that is, the black pieces. What will his strategy be? Vichy, if you were coming off a loss and you have black against Wei Yi, what's your strategy there?
I think Fabiano will be angry with himself and looking for a struggle. Wei Yi will probably just try to be sensible about it and wait for his chances. In general, Wei Yi has two styles. He can go super aggressive, but he can also be very theoretical. So I'm curious to see which way he turns up today.
And another big question is going to be, what will Hikaru do with the white pieces against Magnus? And let's take a look at their highlights. He became a GM at only 15 years of age and 79 days, breaking Bobby Fischer's record at that time. Nowadays, they're much younger. 5-time US champion, just an incredible feat right there. The Norway Chess 2023 champion, an incredible come from behind in the last round against Fabiano, and very popular chess streamer as well. I would say the most popular chess streamer in the world. Anna.
He certainly is a very popular streamer. Sometimes he says he's more of a streamer and less of a professional chess player. I don't know. As a world number 2, I think you are still more of an elite chess player, but a very good streamer. We have, as his opponent, none other than former world chess champion and world number 1, Magnus Carlsen. We were talking a lot about Magnus yesterday already, of course, when he was facing Gukesh, and today this will be the main matchup we are looking at. And we see Magnus Carlsen arriving at the playing hall with his wife Ella. The two are expecting their first child, and Magnus was talking about the family a little bit yesterday when he joined us in the studio and whether he will teach chess to his children. He said he hopes so, if they will be interested. As we mentioned, 5-time classical world chess champion and the highest rated player of all time. His name is Magnus Carlsen, and he is one of the main reasons why chess is so popular in Norway. 17 times he has won a world title, and their head-to-head score is looking very terrifying for Hikaru. 14 wins for Magnus and only 1 win for Hikaru. Many of these games were played years ago. I think that's what probably Hikaru is trying to think of, that they are not the most recent games, but still, that is an incredible difference in terms of their head-to-head results.
And the big question is, how will Hikaru address this situation? He has the white pieces. He probably will have the opportunity to kill the game and make a quick draw and potentially go into the Armageddon. He might want that, because in the Armageddon, then they're going to play faster time controls. He believes, I'm sure, he has a great chance in that one. So it's a big question, and it will be answered in the next few minutes.
Games are just about to begin. The players are arriving at the venue. I think Magnus Carlsen is still getting ready. He usually is the last one to make it to the board. I see a crowd at the gate, at the door of the beautiful bank building where are hosting the event at, and they're still waiting to try to get a photograph and signatures.
Fashionably late, as always.
But Hikaru is already ready and in the zone. I wonder what he's sipping, whether it's tea, coffee, what are our guesses on this? Oystein, what would you say might help in terms of a beverage to consume before a game of chess?
Or Magnus?
For Magnus, for Hikaru, do you think, is there anything, and what was it like for you? Because you also had to make some very big decisions in your career.
Oh, usually I stick to water or sparkling, as today.
Yes, water. We see
And here we go.
the water bottles there and potentially tea or coffee. The first move is on the board.
After the races, we have e4 on.
So very
move
interesting
one.
to see, is Magnus going to go for e5, which suggests more caution, or perhaps put out the c5 and knight c6 Sicilian out there?
That
Let's
is
see.
a very big question, and it's
Of course,
going to be
then
answered soon.
Hikaru could deviate as well early. He might do some Alapin and so on. So should be a lot of information there.
What's your guess, Vishy? Really quick, because he's
I
going
would
to
hope
make
for
a move.
c5, but recently they end up with a lot of e5s.
I think he's going to play e5.
Yeah.
Sicilian.
Sicilian. There we go.
Sicilian.
Okay, we
It's
have
2-1 there. It's 2-1.
These are opening names. E5, E5.
E5.
He's going for the more solid approach. In chess, we usually divide the phases of the game into 3 parts, and this is the opening phase, the beginning of the game, where the main goal is to develop your pieces and fight for the control of the center. And that's what this knight jump is doing. The black knight is protecting the pawn that has been attacked. And what we see right now on the board also has a great name. It's the Spanish opening, or the Ruy Lopez.
Vishy, do you know the story of how it was named, the Ruy Lopez?
Tell me.
I actually don't. That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah, so it was played by him, but actually I just visited Valencia, and they're celebrating the fact that roughly in 1475, the new rules, the modern version of the game, emerged, and there's a lot of. And there was an exhibit with fascinating. Exhibits of this process where the new rules are being introduced and the first games are being played and so on. That precedes Ruy Lopez by about 50 to 70 years, but nonetheless, that was fascinating to see.
Oystein, what do you think about that? That the game that we currently see on the board, the game of chess as it is with its rules, has been around for so long that the modern rules were introduced in 1475. It's ancient, isn't it? And it's still so popular. What do you think is the charm or the magic behind it?
I think that's a reflection of its complexity and the big numbers and the number in terms of options throughout the game. And now you know more about the development of the rules, but the basics have been more or less the same, I guess. So it's a fascinating game, and even with computers, we are still seeing these grandmasters play.
That's very true, and a great point that even though it has been around for a long time, it keeps fascinating, and it precedes even the modern rules, as you mentioned. We could also break it down to, Vishy, I think the times of Chaturanga and how chess became a thing. I'm sure that I couldn't ask a better person than you about how chess started to be a game itself.
Yes, well, Chaturanga emerged. Basically, Chatur is 4, and Char, if you like, but Chatur in Sanskrit. And they were military games intended to help the players get a feeling for strategy and so on. Probably emerged under 2,000 years ago, and it shows up in a lot of the literature from that time, which means that it probably had been discovered some time back. And it was a very popular game, especially the royal families and kings, so on. They practiced a lot of chess, and it was considered part of your education.
It's fascinating that Chaturanga is probably 2,000, if not even older, 2,000 years old, and chess emerged from Chaturanga. We do have a short video for our viewers who want to learn how to play chess. This is all you need to know.
New to chess, Let's learn how each piece moves in just under 60 seconds. Rooks move in straight lines, any number of squares, but only vertically or horizontally. Bishops move diagonally, again, as far as they want. The queen combines both rook and bishop, diagonal, vertical, horizontal. It's a powerhouse piece. The king moves one square in any direction. Protect him at all costs. Knights move in an L shape, 2 squares in one direction, then one to the side. It's the only piece that jumps over others. Pawns move forward 1 square, but capture diagonally. On their first move, they can go 2 squares. En passant is a special rule where a pawn can capture an opponent's pawn that just moved 2 squares forward and cross the square attacked by your pawn. That's it. Now you know how all the pieces move. So, let's play.
Welcome back, everyone. First time of the day. Thought I would come before the game gets really interesting. Magnus decided to play the same setup in the Spanish that I think we've played a million times recently, and I decided to play this move d3. I play this closed Spanish, not allowing black to go for knight takes e4. Not that Magnus would have done this anyway and gone for the open, but basically I had the choice of trying to play something where the game is slow, but you get to at least play a game forever, or something which very likely could be very solid or just end in a draw very quickly. Wasn't really in the mood for any of that today, so just thought I'd try to play creatively or at least keep the game going. So it's going to be interesting, and I think we'll see which setup Magnus goes for here, with either like a bishop c5 setup or a d6 setup. But there's going to be life to the game, and it won't be a quick draw for anyone out there who was maybe afraid of some sort of quick draw and then like an Armageddon 10 minutes later. That's not going to be the case, so it'll be interesting for the fans.
No quick draw, Hikaru Nakamura is saying. And let's break it down on the board what he was talking about in the confessional. The first visit of the day to the confessional goes to Hikaru Nakamura. We shall see whether Magnus can match that.
Absolutely, and I feel he was tuned into the broadcast because he answered my question. Will he make a quick draw and go to the Armageddon? He said, no, I'm not in for that. I want to play a long game. I want to put some pressure with the white pieces on Magnus. And what he was explaining is that at this point, if he goes castle, black, Magnus, has the opportunity with this pawn undefended on e4 to just simply capture it. This is called the open Spanish. And it certainly leads to some very forced lines, which perhaps he didn't want to go to. Now, what he did was just simply defend this pawn on e4 with the move d3. And that is a very typical move and a typical way to address this sort of position. And the big question that he was mentioning as well was what to do with this bishop. Will you keep it very close to the king on e7? And that's somewhat of a passive approach. Or will you go to c5? On c5, it's much more active, but you're also leaving behind potentially this pin after the bishop goes on that side, on g5. So Magnus decided to take a more aggressive approach and play the move bishop to c5. This is what we have, castle. And this is what Hikaru said. He's expecting a long and a tense game as well. I think we're going to have a fight, guys.
It seems to be where it's heading, and I do want to point out that castling was not mentioned in the video. We need to teach our viewers. What is this thing that two pieces move at the same time, Christian?
Vichy, I'll give you the pleasure to explain castle to us. Yes.
It is one of these special moves. You can only do it once in a game. You can't do it if any of the individual pieces have moved and so on. But the idea is, at some point they realize the king is not a great piece in the center. It's best to get it out of the way. So this rule emerged. It can go 2 steps in either direction, to the right or to the left. In effect, if it goes to the right, it's called kingside castling. If it goes to the other side, it's called queenside castling because that's seen as the queen flank.
Let me make it on the board. I'm just playing some random moves to display the other side castle as well, the long side castle, as we call it in chess, just because the rook makes 3 squares over to the right instead of 2 squares to the left. So he decided to go short side castle. And what does it accomplish, this move, short castle, outside of just tucking the king to safety?
essentially, the king can't participate at this part of the game. And now the clash can start. Both sides can fight for the center, fight for squares, all that. Can you bring the pieces out? Everything starts. And the king is quite safe, hidden behind these 3 pawns.
Mm-hmm.
I like to call them the bodyguards, those 3 pawns, because it says they are right in front of the king and their role literally is to protect your king. The goal in chess is to checkmate the opponent's king. So you are trying to make sure that your king is safer than the opponent's king. In most chess games, what you will see is that both players castle, although yesterday Magnus Carlsen wasn't helping us with the instructions for our viewers. He didn't castle at all for a long time.
Absolutely, and he did play the move d6, and as you were mentioning, it's a shield, it's like a wall, right? If you manage to get with your pawns there and try to break this wall, well, these 3 pawns are going to defend it in a tremendous fashion. c3, and what White is doing, what Hikaru is doing, is not committing the position of this bishop until black castles as well. A very cunning move, this move c3, because right now what you're trying to do, and this is what we're being told as beginners, you have to fight for the center. At the beginning of the game, you have to fight for the center, and this is exactly what he's doing. Leaving the knight behind a little bit, this is somewhat unusual. Generally, you get it out, the knight goes to c3, just like the other knight, and as we were just discussing, the knight found its place on d2. So it's a very slow game right now. They're just getting ready for the middle game.
From a strategic point of view, Vichy, how would you explain the role of the center? Why is the center the most important in chess and fighting for it is important?
Well, the way they taught it to us is that from the center, you can reach all parts of the board in the shortest possible time. And which means a centralized piece has the maximum potential. You can illustrate this even further if you put a knight in the center of the board, anywhere in those squares, it will have access to 8 possibilities. Put it in that corner, and it has only access to 2 squares. So that's the kind of way they teach you that. But essentially, it's that. If you control the center, it allows you to play all parts of the board. So kind of total game.
That was a very good explanation. Oystein, I see you have a follow-up thought to that.
Oh, yeah, and I'd like to say that this is, as an amateur player, this is what, for me, is kind of difficult because I've learned at least 3 main principles. Seek to control the center, bring out your officers, and bring your king into, to protect your king by castling. But then when I look these guys play, and the experts, there are so many exemptions from those principles, which I don't really understand. So that's also but I seek to learn from.
They just like breaking the rules.
That's all they do. They just love
breaking the rules.
You gotta know them to know when to break them.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we do have knight bd2, and of course, we're going to see this knight jump around for a long time, because right now it's in the way of this bishop. And what you have to do, again, we're being told that we need to get all of our pieces out, right? And that includes, of course, this bishop that we were discussing potentially could be pinning this knight on f6. Anna, can you explain to us what a pin is?
Absolutely. Could we make a few moves here to show a position where the bishop goes out? That is perfect. This bishop is pinning the knight, is what we say in chess. If the black knight were to jump away, ignoring this pin, that means that the black queen will be lost. So this is something that you need to avoid. You need to realize if a piece is pinned and make sure that you don't blunder, as we say in chess, you don't make this big mistake of dropping your queen in this example. Other times, a pin could also be that it's the king that's on the other side, for instance. In that case, it would even be illegal to move the piece out of the pin because you can never, ever leave your king in check. That is illegal in chess.
And one of those pins, it's in this position present for the pawn on f2. The pawn on f2 is pinned by the bishop on c5, as you were just mentioning. Just pushing the pawn forward is illegal. You simply cannot play it. The rules of chess do not allow you to do that. And we have knight bd2. Now, what White is trying to do, what Hikaru is trying to do, is get this knight to the other side of the board, to try to well, be used potentially for an attack against the black king, maybe even as a defensive piece as well. So what you're most likely going to do is shift this rook all the way towards the center. We are being told that what you want to do is put your rooks on the central files. And then that knight is going to start jumping around and find its space. Let's take a look at an interview with Magnus, in fact. We have him right now.
Magnus, do you feel today's matchup is more like Real Madrid against Barcelona or Real Madrid against Atlético Madrid?
Probably Atleti.
And do you think your fans will enjoy matchup more than you do?
No, I always enjoy these meetings, and we both had a good start, so we can see who will build on it.
Okay. Thank you so much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Øystein, do you follow the world of football, and what did you think of his comparison, whether it's Barcelona or Atletico facing Hikaru?
Yes, my answer is yes. I'll follow football, not as closely as Magnus Carlsen, and I'm then talking about international football. But I tend to enjoy most sports. Chess and football are among my favorites, and I have a favorite Norwegian team. I don't have a favorite English or Spanish or German team, but I'm interested in sports.
We'll definitely talk more about football, chess, and the world of economics as well, and the world of finance. But we do have another confessional. This is a very busy and very popular place. So let's go over to the confessional. It is Erik Geis's turn to tell us about his game.
I'm a bit surprised to see Gukesh doing this early on. This is the same opening as the famous Magnus Niemann game from 2022. But maybe he's thinking to deviate somewhere early so that probably he could avoid some potential preparation. And yeah, Wei Yi played this interesting move c3 quite early on in the Rosalemo. I think it's not known at the highest level, or at least not popular. That will surely be an exciting game to watch. And of course, Magnus Hikaru Magnus is also going to be exciting. Let's see.
Carlsen and Hans Niemann, Gukesh must be aware of that game too. Why it might be the reason that he's thinking. I think before actually we go into the in-depth analysis, let's break it down to what's on the board and what was the opening like.
Absolutely. So Arjun started with 1d4, knight to f6. Again, we see the battle for the center. White is already trying to accomplish that. Black is trying to do exactly the same thing, but from a distance with the knight on f6. c4, trying to, once again, look at the square d5 in the center, the central square, d5, e6, doing exactly the same thing, and knight to c3. Now, what white is ready to do, and black needs to react as quickly as possible, is I'm trying to go e4 and take full control of the center. So for example, if you make a neutral move, let's say bishop to e7, just simply a developing move. After the move e4, white already established the center and has a beautiful advantage. So what black does is something that we already talked about, pins the knight on c3 and indirectly defends against this threat of e4. For example, right now, the knight on c3 is completely pinned by the bishop on b4. If you do go e4, guess what? I can just simply capture that pawn. So that's not something you want to do. Bishop to d4, g3, setting up for this bishop and controlling once again this beautiful diagonal and the center with the bishop from the side. Castle, bishop to g2, d5, and a3. We force this trade and we get to this position. Vishy, break it down for us.
So one of the problems for black is that black's bishop has that pawn on e6 kind of obstructing its way out. To some degree, white is willing to offer a pawn on the queen side.
Which he did.
Which he has the possibility to take now. Because of that other bishop. And so white is going to then use the fact that he can start playing in the center. And that's where the compensation for the pawn arises from. One more detail, this often happens with the pawn on a2 as well, except here it's on a3, which has its pros and cons. It's a fascinating line. We call it the Nimzo-Indian, but because the bishop's on G2, it's Catalan as well, so a bit of both.
What
They
are these
play
names,
A4.
Vichy? How would you explain it to our viewers? Where do those names come from, or why are they called the way they are called?
I would say it's roughly about the way a band selects a name for itself.
That's a great answer.
It's something cute, and they all like it, and they choose it. And in many of these cases, well, I imagine the Catalan because it might have been invented in Catalonia.
There's a lot of things happening in Spain, it seems,
Yes.
like the Rui Lopez, the Catalan now.
Well, yes, Spain is quite a hotspot.
Yes.
The Nimzo-Indian comes from Aaron Nimzowitsch, a famous player from the 1930s, thereabouts. And because this one combines elements of both, it probably shares a bit of both naming. So we don't come up with such beautiful names anymore. Now we have gone past all the easy stuff. Is like real estate. All the stuff at the center of the city is occupied.
Yes.
Now we go to some obscure corner and they call it some obscure name, and the opening names no longer sound so cool. They sound like something that was selected in a bar.
So we do have a few moves, and in fact, Gukesh did accept that sacrifice that you were mentioning. He did take on c4. And you have a few options. One of them that you mentioned, of course, take immediately the center with a move e4, but also you can just recapture this pawn very quickly if you go queen to a4, like this. Attack this pawn, capture it the next move, and take it from there. But he seems to have something completely different in his mind.
Yes.
a4.
Well,
What is this move?
strategically, it's very nice. You give your bishop access to the a3 square. It's a nice move, but White's not developing any of his pieces. So White has got exactly one bishop that is not in its original square. So it's a surprising move. I'm not familiar with this one, but it seems to me quite relaxed. The textbook way of reacting to this is to do something fast with your pawns, c5, perhaps try to play e5, whichever. Get these things out. I suspect one of the things White wanted with a4 is to stop Black defending that pawn on c4 with the b pawn. So White is trying to stake some space there.
Black will be setting up for that sort of development with the pawn jumping to c6 and then following it up to defend his friend on c4.
And in such a
Easier said
position,
than done.
very easily you can consider a move like knight d5.
Knight d5, yes, knight in the center.
But
And
then
immediately attacking the pawn on c3. The big question is, what
does
if I
e4 work?
attack you?
Yes, e4.
And that's another hidden resource
Yes.
of this move a4, because the knight cannot really jump back.
It can't jump, exactly. So now I can play queen c2 or d2.
Queen
And in
d2,
both
I think,
cases, the knight isn't going home.
Absolutely. So this one definitely seems like it's hitting up.
Øystein, I'm curious when you look at a position like this.
Yes.
Black has an extra pawn, but White has the pair of bishops. What's your playing style like? Which side would you prefer?
Well, I actually had questions on my tongue for both as White and Black. And if I was Black, I would ask myself: is it worth seeking to defend that pawn? Is it worth seeking to defend the pawn on c4? If I were White, I often, at least sometimes, I end up with a position like that with a lagging pawn on c3, and I kind of have learned that could be a weakness.
Very good.
And so that's another. That's my second question as potential White.
Yes. Those are great questions, and pointing out that the c3 pawn is the base of the pawn chain. So if it does become weak, it will be a problem for the rest of the structure of White as well. The pros and cons of the position. Vichy, what would be your answers to the points that Øystein has brought up?
Yes, well, these are all structural decisions, but you have to take into account the tactical possibilities. Black wants to break, that is either play c5 or e5, as I mentioned. Both, I think, work. I can play c5 if I want. And the point there is I'm chipping away at the White center and chipping away at that pawn base. So I don't really think bishop a3 can work, because I can probably play knight a6 or something like that. But I would suspect that because a4 is directed against that, one alternative is instead of c5,
And
say
c5.
e5.
c5 has been played
Has been played?
Once, yes.
Oh.
And in fact, this is the only game that has been played in my database with c5, immediately attacking this center. And at that point, the way White reacted is in a very strange way, I have to say, continuing the expansion on the queen side with this pawn on a5. Now, this creates an immediate threat, and that is probably to go a6, continue that, and put a lot of pressure on this diagonal. But it's such a strange way to play, and especially if you don't remember exactly what to do, if you haven't checked this variation at home. And Gukesh, he seems a bit lost right now.
Did you say, Christian?
For me, a5 is an awful move, this particular one.
Right.
Did you say
Because
Christian's
I'm
the
going to
only
play
game?
knight d5 now, because the b5 square has become available compared
Yes.
to what we showed earlier.
Yes.
So I would probably go for something else besides a5.
And probably Arjun has a novelty
Correct.
set up for this
Absolutely.
position after c5, because again, c5 is the main move, the only move that was played in this position, and probably the engine move as well.
And by the way, so let's just also point out that e5 is possible.
Let's take a look at that.
Yeah.
Well, I also
Because-
wanted to add, just for a brief moment, for the viewers to understand that in chess we have what we call a database, and that's a collection of games
That's a good point,
that we
Anna.
rely on. So Christian has looked up this position, and only once in chess history this game has appeared, which is very rare. We are only at a very early stage of the game on move 8.
At least in recorded history.
In
I'm
recorded
sure
history.
this position probably has been seen in friendly games, but not in recorded history.
Also, that's a good point. In chess, surprisingly, identical games are not played. They deviate at some point. Of course, a lot of the moves are common, but identical games are not played that often. So in fact, the database of games keeps increasing. Now if you take into account, depending on where you do the cutoff, whether you take all casual games into your database or not, everything played online or not, you could go a billion upwards. But the so-called high-quality tournament databases are also running into the tens of millions.
Tens of millions of games.
Yes.
High quality as the
Wow.
title Tuesday is what you probably mean.
Yes, well, Title Tuesday has pretty decent players playing it, so.
Pretty decent players like the participants here. I am being told that Arjun Erigais is feeling great about his game because he is in the confessional booth
Again, okay.
My last move, a4, I think is the first new move at the highest level. And black has tons of options and various plans to choose from. So it's very understandable that he's spending a lot of time here. And also I just realized, I think except for the Humpy game, every other board white has more time than black.
New move. As he mentioned, on the highest level, this move has not been played before, and that is not the most pleasant situation to deal with. Wishy, how would you explain these kind of situations to our viewers that might not be familiar with chess preparation and what it's like to be surprised? What are the emotions that a player goes through, and how can you deal with it?
You have to try and recollect what you think is known about it. Even if you can't pinpoint every detail, at least understand the principles, compare it to similar lines, and get a sense for what are the things that could go wrong, what can go right, and then deal with the exact position. So they will end up, Gukesh will end up now thinking specifically about a4, but he will apply principles that he has seen with other moves in the situation. And he's working through all the possibilities. First thing, you might draw a list of candidate moves. You might say, as I mentioned, c5 and e5. I mentioned knight d5. You would have to consider knight c6. If you forced yourself to think a bit harder, a5 crops up because a5 fixes that white pawn in a white square, which could be weak. I don't see right away too many alternatives, but if you are pressed, you could come up with a sacrifice. You could play bishop d7, allow the capture, So then you're branching out even more and more. You look at more and more moves, and then you decide which one you're comfortable with.
Øystein, Vishy mentioned a very important concept in chess, candidate moves. Would you say that that's your way of thinking too when you play your games, or do you go with intuition more?
No, I would not. Well, I think of a couple, 2 or 3 options.
Very good. Those are the candidate moves, the main moves that you're considering.
But the world players, there are say 10 or 15 options, but the candidate moves are the 3 or 4 which they, by their intuition, regard as the best ones. I'm not at that level.
It is not easy to know what are the best moves sometimes or the best options, but the stronger the player is, the more you develop that intuition where it's natural, isn't it, in a way, Vishy? How would you describe the selection process for the best moves, for candidate moves?
A lot of it is intuition. It's just, it's like speaking a language. You don't think, where does my verb go? Where does the thing, which tense am I using? Where's the adjective? The words just pop into your mouth. It's the same thing with chess. If you play it enough, it functions like a language. In fact, when you see other people make moves that you have rejected, you wonder, it's not that you rejected it, you never even realized it was possible, because we have this habit of pruning the number of options. So there are a lot of moves I don't consider. I'm not going to consider h3 and rook h2, though they are legal. It's not necessary. A computer is doing that anyway, because it can, but we don't do it. So our thing, a4 is unusual. It wasn't considered much until now. But once you see it, you realize, well, it's part of the story of what's happening. The battle seems to be, I mean, you see some elements of that pawn on c4, a couple of black pawns advancing. This makes sense. It's not ridiculous. h3 feels ridiculous, though nowadays people push layer limits everywhere. But we'll see.
Øystein, you're the chairman of the Norway Chess Summit that's coming along in just a few days. Tell us a bit about that and what are we to expect from it?
Well, I think it's a great event. It's a conference where the subjects are, say, in the intersection between economics, technology, and global prospects. Mm-hmm. And these days there are lots to talk about. I've been there a number of times as a central bank governor. I could mention that my first presence was after having met Kenneth Rogoff. He was a
professor. Yes.
But perhaps even more known as a world famous economist. I met him in Copenhagen.
Absolutely.
And
between new technology, innovation, and economy.
This was. Talk about these scenes. You were probably here as well at the Chess Summit, and that's James Altucher from the United States as well.
This was last year. So this year we actually have. I would mention. Have you heard the Hans Rosling? Have you heard of him? He's a Swedish doctor, a statistician. He became an economist. Mm-hmm. He's quite famous for his way of presenting world statistics. He's unfortunately not any longer here, but his Anna Rosling, who's married to his son, she's coming, and she's sort of continuing Hans Rosling's work and focusing on how, in what direction does the world move. And in brief terms, Hans Rosling's message was that there are so many negatives about what's happening, but his statistics convinces us that the world, all in all, is moving in the right direction.
In a positive way, and you mentioned technology as well, and AI has been disrupting the chess world for many, many years, and it seems like it's coming for the tech world and the finance world as well. Tell us a bit about the similarities between finance and chess when it relates to AI, and how does the impact of AI has touched
Well, I'm not claiming to be an expert on A, but of course we all know that the technology, IT technologies, and nowadays AI is coming to contribute to further develop solutions in different parts of our society, and help us doing things and find solutions more effectively. You know that's happened in chess.
For many years now, yeah.
For many years. And so now what's really important is that to use AI to sort of get access, say, to best knowledge, say, in education or diagnosis in health services. That's what really remains for IT and AI to become really helpful and useful.
Those are great points, Oystein. I wonder how much of computer preparation or AI preparation has gone into the game of Anna against the Humpy, because it's true that ever since AlphaZero played games against itself, taught itself to play chess, it shook up the chess world, and chess players do rely a lot on computer preparation. Nowadays, it helps a lot and broadens their way of thinking and their way of analyzing the game. This is the top game in Norway Chess Women. Humpy is the sole leader of Norway Chess Women, but in second place, in shared second place, we have Anna Muzychuk, and she's got the white pieces. Could we go through the first moves, Christian, and explain what has happened in this game?
Absolutely, and this one is very similar to that game between Hikaru and Magnus. We have the Rui Lopez, the same start, castle instead of d3. So at this point, Humpy had the opportunity of potentially taking this pawn on e4. She declined that because obviously this is part of theory and you have options. Bishop to c5, and now we get the move c3. So the idea in the game that we previously seen between Magnus and Hikaru decided to already use a tempo to play the move d3 and defend this pawn on e4. Now, what Anna is trying to do is not waste that tempo, keep this pawn on its initial position, and immediately go with d4 and tackle the action in the center. So that is her plan right now. She's immediately tucking the bishop away. Again, it's the fight for the center. And white already committed to short castle, and black is probably going to do the same thing. But not yet, not yet. For the moment, the king stays in the center. What you have to do is solidify the center as black first, and then start thinking about tucking the king on g8 on the right side. So d4 immediately challenging the center, b5 attacking on the other side and asking the white bishop, hey, you need to find a different home for the moment. Bishop to c2, defending this pawn in the center. You could also play the move bishop to b3. That's an option as well. But it seems like Anna definitely knew what she's doing. h3. Now, this is a very cagey move. You don't see this type of moves very often in the first few moves of the openings, mostly because it's considered to be a waste of time. But in this particular case, it has a very specific case and reason for it, and that is to stop this spin. We've been talking about the spin on this diagonal for so many minutes, and maybe even an hour at this point. She does not want to allow that black bishop to go to g4. So she played the move h3. The bishop finds an alternative diagonal on b7. Bishop to e3, again, solidifying the center, and we get this position, knight to b4, knight to d2. And now let's get deeper into the action. Vishy, what do you see?
So what black has accomplished is that she now has the option of capturing that bishop.
Yes.
Which leaves, well, and she's in fact
She's about to do
the
that.
bishop was threatening to move away.
Yes.
I was actually curious whether white could have sacrificed that pawn on e4 and gone to b3, but
at this point or
no,
the previous point?
Well, to go back now, bishop b3 here, and say, well, take the pawn. And
you can take my pawn.
You can take my pawn. But I think those lines work better without h3 first.
Yes.
So h3
Maybe
might
you want
have been,
to have the
if
rook on
was on
e1
e1 already, then
yes.
it'll be much stronger. So what Anna is offering is in fact a pure kind of challenge of principles. You can have your you can have the two bishops,
And
but I've got
center.
the center. I've got e4 and d4.
Oystein, what do you see in this one? I mean, it's such an imbalanced position right out of the opening. What's your first reaction?
Yeah, and she lost the pair of bishops just recently, and again referring to many experts, that could be a disadvantage in the end game. But other than that, I have to look at the computer.
The bar is helping us a lot here in the studio, and it's showing somewhat of an advantage for white. So what we see is that even though white has lost the pair of bishops, the computer thinks that white's position is advantageous to some extent. It's not a big advantage, but it shows some advantage to white because of this central control. And white is also ahead in development. White has already castled. Anna's king is already safe, while the black king is still in the middle of the board.
That makes sense. Absolutely.
And one more point, that king is still in the center. But if black castles now, then white has this option to play bishop g5.
Once again, that pin.
That pin,
I
the
mean,
pin.
we've been
It's the
talking
theme
about
of
that.
the day.
Yes, it is the pin of the day. I like that. Pin of the day. How do you react to this, in fact? Because this bishop, we've been talking about it. You can take the more passive approach and actually break this pin if it would have been on e7 next to the center. But it's all on the other side of the board right now.
And the problem is white is now threatening to win that piece by playing e5. In effect, if white pushes the pawn, black loses that piece because a higher value piece is being pinned. So this knight is being pinned against a higher value piece. You don't want to give the higher value one up. And that knight can't move. So, and the other problem is, if black provokes with h6, in theory, I could capture on f6.
Here? Or?
Yes, here. Queen f6. And c7 was kind of
that's a pawn.
hanging.
That's a pawn.
That's a pawn.
Yeah.
With the two bishops, you could live with this, except that my queen is attacking one of your two bishops. So so Humpy, in fact, moved queen d7.
Getting out of
the pin. And there we see one of the consequences.
Preemptively getting out of that pin. She's expecting white to play that move, bishop to g5.
But
and
now
attack
I would play bishop g5
Of
anyway,
course, yes.
and ask that knight where it's going.
Yes, and what we would love to see from the white side of this position is this. This structure right here is just so good for white, mostly because, first of all, you don't have any defenders next to the king. Both of your bishops are on the other side, and what I can do is set up an immediate, close to a checkmating attack, and that is with the move knight to h4, knight on the side, jumping towards this very beautiful square on f5. And if you're not paying attention, that queen is going to join the action, and you're going to get checkmated.
I recognize the pattern.
You like that pattern, yes?
I recognize the pattern from
your own games.
Trapping me.
This is definitely something that one should try to avoid, as you have experienced it in your life, Oystein, how dangerous it is when the pawn structure in front of your king is damaged. We want the pawns to be right in front of the king, protecting it, and not doubled, not damaged as it is in this example. I'm so curious, Oystein, also, by the way, you talked about how you met the team of Norway Chess and got involved with Norway Summit, but how did you learn to play chess?
As a child, not from my parents, but from my grandfather. And I played, but just as an amateur, as a boy and a young boy. I never went into to compete. I never learned openings, but I played somewhat as a student as well. And then there was a long pause. I was becoming older, and then I'm part of the Magnus Carlsen wave of interest and enthusiasm in Norway. So, say for the last 20 years, I played a lot on internet. Too much, according to my wife.
Too much. What time control do you prefer? And do you prefer to play on a computer, on a phone?
I played on an iPad or on a computer. I play on chess.com, 10 minutes rapid without any increments, and that hurts me sometimes.
Speak a bit about this Magnus Carlsen effect, the Magnus Carlsen wave. It started off after 10, 15 years ago, but what changed in Norway? Because Norway wasn't known as a chess country before Magnus came along and changed absolutely everything.
Of course, nothing is compatible with Magnus Carlsen, what's happened after that. But you know that we had a couple of good players, that Steven Agdestein.
Of course, yes.
Which you also may know, that was when Magnus went to high school.
I would say first
in my location,
trainer
actually.
of Magnus. Yes.
Steven was the coach and actually the teacher in this high school, which has also contributed to train Magnus Carlsen. But of course, I think most people think, you experts also think, that he's a special talent. He's a very special talent.
Yeah, that's fairly uncontroversial, I think.
I think today we have so many topics to cover, but I really like to highlight how, of course, in everyone's life, there is this moment when something is new, something is first, something comes to your life. And that has been the case with our participants as well. How did they learn to play chess? When did they learn to play chess? We'll be exploring these topics as we go throughout the event, all these days of the broadcast. Today, I think we have a photo collection from Anna Muzychuk's family. And how did it start out for the Muzychuk sisters? Because they are a pair of sisters from Ukraine. They started playing chess together. Anna and Maria, both of them are extremely strong players from the Olympic team of Ukraine. And Maria ended up becoming women's world champion, while Anna has won the world title in fast chess 3 times already. Their parents are chess coaches. I think that helps. If you want to become a chess player, that helps that your parents are coaches or not. What are your thoughts on that, Rishi? Do you think there was any pressure, or simply the kids fall in love with chess and then it's natural that your parents are your coaches as well?
I know of very few cases where the parents actually coach all the way. I mean, my own experience with my son is that he probably prefers to learn it from someone else. I think there's a clash with being a parent and being a teacher.
We also have photos of you, Vishy. Let's talk about your early years.
Here we go.
How did you learn to play chess?
Vintage Vishy.
Yes. Well, in my case, I learned it from my mother. I was 6 years old, and she taught me how to play. So it was a big advantage that my mother played chess. And she came from a chess-playing family, because 45 years ago, you couldn't look up the rules very easily. You couldn't log on and find a playing partner very easily. You had to go to a chess club, and so it was huge advantage having a family member playing chess. And if you look at all the great world champions and people in the past, they tended to have a family member or a friend who taught them how to play.
How common it would have been that your mom came from a chess family and that she knew how to play chess? Was that rare at her time?
Reasonably. It was probably rare enough that someone in your family played chess. And most of the stories that I've heard, it's the father rather than the mother. So I was slightly unusual in that sense. If I can go over those photos.
We have more stories about some of the photos, if we can bring back the collection from Vishy's family.
So the top left and the top right are basically me in my school uniform. So I've just come right back from school and immediately put on the chessboard and started to analyze something. The middle one, the top middle one, is me playing Blitz. You can see these very plasticky kind of chess sets and old ones.
Yes.
That's not the Tal Chess Club, but it was in some tournament, casual tournament we were playing. And we were just playing. I'm not even completely sure there's a clock in there. Bottom right, there was a TV show in the Philippines called Chess Today, as the name suggests. And I was 9 years old. This was one of the accomplishments of Campomanes, that they had this game show on television. They would show it from 1 to 2 in the afternoon, which again tells you their audience was not school-going kids. The audience was slightly older. But in my case, I had a big secret weapon. My mother would watch the show, write down whichever game they showed along with all the analysis. And then when I came back from school, she would show it to me. And so, quite some commitment. But they also had a puzzle at the end. At the end of the show, they'd give a puzzle, and the audience could try and solve it. And then you would send in your answers. They would put all the correct answers into a thing and draw lots. And when your name came up, they invited you to the studio. They gave you a chess book as a prize, and they asked you, how you played chess and so on. And I won several prizes after a while. So me and my mother were a very good team doing that. Here I'm in the bottom middle. I'm already well into my teens. In fact, I'm 17 or so, and
almost grandmaster at that point. Yeah.
I'm actually showing my mother a line in the Queen's Gambit, and on the bottom left, that's my mother, and I think all chess playing kids' parents will.
So you generally continue
understand this, that she comes to a tournament and she's brought a book along to read while I'm playing my game. Anyway, that's it.
What beautiful memories, and also goes to show how important family support is. You learned it from your mother, in other cases maybe from the father. Another example of a parent teaching their child how to play chess is the case of Magnus Carlsen, and we do have an interview with his father. Let's listen to Henrik Carlsen.
We have with us Henrik Carlsen. As always, it's a pleasure to have you here alongside Magnus. How does it feel to come back to Norway Chess?
Well, it's a tradition that we very much appreciate. And now we also have this nice summer weather. We had some nice food before the round. So if my son doesn't win, we can't complain about the surroundings or preparations, really.
What was Magnus like in his childhood?
Oh, a very naughty boy. No, he was a very enthusiastic and a boy interested in various subjects and various activities, and always very active and with a lot of interest and with a lot of interest and enthusiasm and having a lot of fun. Mm-hmm. And if you talk to his teachers, he was, I think, a particularly interested and enthusiastic young kid, basically.
From the parent perspective view, what else made him different in the childhood?
Well, I thought kids were supposed to be like our kids, so then it turned out that they were quite capable in various ways. Well, I thought that was fairly normal, basically, because I didn't know what to expect. So I think most people, they look for some kind of something special with their kids, maybe something genius, something unique, and but then kids are kids, and they are sweet and lovable, and well, and then sometimes they can do something that is a bit surprising, like Magnus's chess. We didn't really see that coming, but it's been a fun to follow, and of course great to see all his successes and how he has been able to make a lot of people happy by following his chess and his chess results.
And today he's playing against Hikaru. They have been playing and battling each other for over 400 games. What do you think we're going to expect from today?
Well, Magnus has a lot of wins historically, but that was when you could catch Hikaru in the opening, while now it's much more difficult. So I think they usually play a draw. Mm-hmm. That's what I would expect today as well. I think the start was quite even. Mm-hmm. We can still hope for more. And well, if there's an Armageddon, that will be, of course, very interesting as well, because they are very, very, very strong rapid players, both of them.
Those are some beautiful words by Henrik Carlsen, and we also have some beautiful words from Magnus Carlsen. As I'm hearing, he is in the confessional booth right now.
So I know that Hikaru has been dabbling in these 5-3 D3 lines, and I have two to some extent. I just can never seem to remember all the subtleties. It's like, I think what Maxim said about the Italian a few years ago, like there are so many move orders, so many maneuvers that you just cannot remember. So what I chose now is a very typical plan, but I feel like he had something very similar against Fabi in the candidates where he won. But I seem to remember that objectively he wasn't that much better. But I don't know. I'm just trying to play sensible chess. But there's a feeling that nothing too much can go wrong. It's just weird to have these positions where you've seen it or something similar so many times, yet it's still hard to be completely accurate.
Because my game has entered territory which is pretty stable objectively. One of the things with playing chess, whether it's over the board or online, is that you play so many games, there's so many different move orders and variations, and at some point it all becomes a blur. So I think the position I have currently is the same position or very, very close to what I had against Fabiano in the candidates in Toronto in 2024. There might be a slight difference with the bishop being on A4 or C2. I'm not 100% sure on that. But in general, the position is very, very, very bland here. So I feel good. That game against Fabiano with the same structure with D5, D4 was the game that I won. Obviously Magnus is, not to start some kind of drama, but, a little bit stronger than Fabiano, so he'll probably react a bit better. But the structure itself is very, very stable. So what it comes down to is whether Magnus is going to try to take my knight on D4 and get an isolated pawn, which is what Fabiano did against me in the candidates, or he's just going to try to be very stable and keep a symmetrical pawn structure. But it's reached a point where it's fairly dry. I think we're at a stage where probably the next 4 to 5 moves are going to determine if we're both very solid and accurate. It's probably going to be a draw. If not, it'll get exciting. So my game is not particularly the most relevant to this round. Since I usually talk about the other games, the game between Arjun and Gukesh is very interesting. One thing is, Gukesh has been maligned perhaps recently, people talking about how he might be the weakest world champion, this, that, yada, yada, yada. And it seems as though he's not well prepared for this line that Arjun played. He's already down an hour on the clock very early on. After the loss yesterday, he's definitely feeling some nerves or lack of confidence. And so I'm very worried about his position for a second day in a row, because if he gets low on time with a no increment before move 40, he's just going to get blown away. So very concerned for Gukesh. Fabiano's game is some kind of Rossalimo. Looks pretty normal. Sort of Rossalimo selling Frenchish kind of pawn structure a little bit. So that game has a lot of play and life to it. Both those games are likely going to be more interesting than mine. But as I said, the next couple of moves will determine what happens in mine. So I'm just going to go see what happens. And maybe I'll be back. If the game gets interesting, I'll definitely be back. If the game gets boring, which I suspect it will, then probably I won't be back before an Armageddon. But either way, there's still a lot of life left to the day. So I'll see everybody later.
There's so much to unpack in both confessions. Where do we even begin? Both players also citing other games, but not fully sure whether it's exactly that game. How difficult is that, Vichy? The memory capacity of a chess player and the tens of thousands of games in your own database, or hundreds of thousands of games. How would you describe that to our viewers?
There was a time when my memory was much, much better. But these days, you feel that you see so many positions. And the problem is if they are quite similar to each other, you can nail that. But then you sometimes confuse them. I mean, neither of them, it's quite remarkable that neither of them was completely sure it was this game, but they identified the correct game. They also agreed that there isn't too much going on and it's kind of petering out and so on. So, but I think there's still some life here. Black's knights have access to different squares from the white knights. So white will try to bring a knight to g3, and then, the two knights are kind of covering the king side, whereas here black has two knights pointing at the same square, and that square leads to other squares. So one or two options, though I'm not going to argue with them. If they think it's equalish, then I think we'll leave it there.
It's one of those positions that is just very pleasant for black, right? It seems like you not only equalized with the black pieces, which is the main goal of the opening for black, but also maybe you have a slight advantage. So Magnus, I'm sure, is very, very happy right now. It just seems like you have more opportunities in the upcoming few moves. As you just pointed out, this square f4, it really looks very nice for those knights. You land one there, you open up this diagonal, and then you start seeing a lot of tactics arise in the position. So should we go through the moves?
If I was white, I would be kind of concerned.
You would be concerned, yes.
I would not concerned in the sense I think I am in trouble, but concerned in the sense of it's time to concentrate and play accurately, because it's easy to misplay this. One or two inaccuracies, and then white could have serious problems, is kind of what I'm thinking.
Exactly.
So white needs to calculate here precisely. I don't think white is worse yet, but black has simple plans. Imagine queen to c7.
Queen gets out of the way.
And then bring the rooks together, rooks to d8, for instance, and suddenly that white queen doesn't have a lot of good squares. So white's going to have to play accurately. I see the Evalba is
slightly in black's favor.
Slightly dropped. It should be at 0.5, and this is some fraction, 0.48 or whatever. Yes. So it does seem that...
nobody gets worried at 0.2 or 0.1, right?
That's right.
After 0.5, you start getting worried, of course. And you feel it during the game, right? You don't have access to the assessment of the position. That would be cheating. But you do understand that, look, black just simply has the more active pieces. This bishop has a lot of potential, even though right now it's kind of locked up behind the pawn on c5, behind the wall of pawns. You have a lot of space advantage. And imagine this pawn land on c3, already controlling another important square and opening up, lengthening this diagonal. Another way to activate this bishop would be to go back and then move the queen where you wanted to put it, Vishy, and then you're starting to look at some checkmating ideas, right? So things can develop rapidly in this one. I think Hikaru needs to try to pull the brakes right now, try to find equality.
One of the things I'm thinking of is bishop e4.
Yes.
Because the idea is to trade something.
Yes.
Then I wasn't sure if f5 works.
It's a good move, yes.
Yeah.
f5
because, and maybe that's the argument against bishop e4.
Yeah.
So if I can't play bishop e4, I'm wondering how else I can stop queen c7 and rook d8. It's a very natural plan.
No, I think you're making a tremendous point. And if you play one of these easy moves, right? Knight to g3, we've been maneuvering towards that square for a very, very long time, mostly to secure the center, but also right now to try to look at the f5 square, try to go towards the king, right? After knight g3, queen c7, this one is starting to look bad for
And the rook
white.
comes to d8, and oh.
Yeah. Nobody likes this position for white. So, Oystein, how do you feel about this one?
I tend to say that, especially after hearing to your guys, I would actually prefer black.
Exactly.
Especially when I hear you. But still, if I heard Nakamura correctly, he sounded relatively optimistic. Or am I wrong?
Yes. I think optimistic in a way that he believes there are still ways to just keep the game very close, keep the game equal. Okay. I don't think he's thinking or dreams about an opening advantage anymore. Okay. I think right now he's ready to maybe go into the Armageddon, if he gets the chance.
But I think also we can say that at the moment of taking a decision, it's not that easy for him.
Right.
If you see that symmetrical pawns have been exchanged, all the center pawns are gone, then this is where it's easy to trade off, except when it's not. Mm-hmm. And it would appear that here it's not easy to trade off. So that's one suspicion I have.
I think we're going to give Hikaru Nakamura some time to figure this out. It seems that as if he's not playing accurately, he could get into trouble. So we will figure all that out and the rest of the action from day 2 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women after a short break. We'll be back soon.
Hambi, welcome back to Norway Chess. How do you feel?
Thank you so much. It feels good to be here again, and this is one of the most prestigious tournament, and I'm happy to be taking part in this.
You have been a top chess player over 2 decades. What keeps you inspired to play chess?
I think my passion towards the sport and the determination to win. Yeah, of course, there are lots of lows in my career as well, but whenever I was in a low situation, probably I think I was determined enough to come back.
How your relationship with chess has been changed over the time?
Well, like as a person, I have evolved a lot. Like earlier, I'm more focused towards the sport. Like it used to be 24/7, like no other avocations at all. But later on, like while growing up, like after getting married, having a kid, so I think the priorities have changed. But of course, I do enjoy playing, and I make sure that I spend quality of time in practice as well. But the priorities, like I need to, some days will be very important for me, like that I need to spend with my family and with my daughter. So there will be sometimes weeks or days I don't even see chess at all. It's kind of an addiction also. Though you don't play for a few days, again, like whenever you start, you feel like playing a lot of games, so that you just feel that, good vibe to play again.
What sacrifices chess demanded from you to make to be here where you are?
Of course, a lot of sacrifice. I think not only me, probably every player who stands in the top places, they have to do the sacrifices. It's not possible to have everything in your life. Like I do have to miss my family at certain times. Like there are many moments like that. And also like there are times like when I wanted to be there, but still because of the commitments, I couldn't take part in those events and all. And thankfully, back in India, both my husband and my parents, they support me a lot. I think because of them, I'm able to continue my career.
Do you say that because of this support from your family, you are here at this place?
Yes, definitely. Or else it's very difficult to raise a kid without the support. So when I'm away, they look after her. So that really helps me to play peacefully.
Do you want your child also to play chess professionally?
Not really, because I know it's quite a tough sport. And also, like people always talk about winning or about the joy, but there are a lot of moments in the sport where you'll feel very low, and you also go into depression sometimes when you have a very bad tournaments for a certain period of time. So it's quite a tough and challenging sport, and also it needs a lot of hard work. I don't think as a mother I'll be able to, see my daughter struggling so much. So definitely, but if at all she's interested, I would encourage her. But it depends on what she wants to be.
Yeah, right. What was the thing that surprised you that you played or happened to you at the chess tournament that you can recall?
Not really. Nothing really surprised me. But of course, there are times like when I started a tournament, probably somewhere in the middle of the tournament, or like I'm kind of in a situation that I never thought of winning a event, but later on things turned out and I won some kind of tournaments like that. Like for example, the World Rapid Championship in December.
Yeah.
Like I had my first game loss and I was struggling. So it was nowhere in my mind that I'll win the world title. So yeah, these kind of things happen in many tournaments.
What do you think your presence here at Norway Chess Women tournaments, how it will affect chess for women in general?
I think Norway Chess has the best contenders participating here with just 6 players from all over the world. So we have the strongest ever tournament, even looking at the average rating of the players. So definitely me participating here will motivate more girls in India to look at the sport in a professional way.
Yeah, that's right. How can someone become a chess player starting from zero?
I think they should have a very good guidance, like a good coach who could, teach them every basic, every basics of the game, and also to train them psychologically. Nowadays, kids are getting more attracted to online chess and more influenced with the engines. I think for beginners, it's very important to play over the board and to learn from the books.
And for you, how important it is to be mentally healthy and ready for the long tournaments that you're playing throughout the years?
Yeah, it's very important to also maintain a physical fitness as well, because we have to play quite long games, and you need to have that energy to give your best. So I do maintain my fitness every day, spend around 1 hour on that.
Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. The key matchup of the day is the one between the world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura, and the world number 1, Magnus Carlsen. Magnus is having a comfortable position. He's feeling good about himself, and that goes to show, I think, that he's feeling good about himself, that he has, again, visited the confessional booth. Let's listen to Magnus Carlsen.
So when I was last in the confessional, I hadn't really thought of this possibility of going for c5 and b5 at all. And I think potentially his d4 could be a significant inaccuracy. I think he should probably have gone knight g3 first, and then after c6, which is the most logical move, then you get d4, you get kind of normal positions. So specifically because the pieces were arranged the way they were with the bishop on a4, I get this chance to play c5 and b5. And I mean, I think it just looks promising. I mean, I'm getting moves like queen c7 and rook d8 potentially. Also c4 is an option. And I don't really see what he's doing. So I maybe over-optimistic, but I kind of feel that he has to look very seriously for equality here. But, you know, maybe this is just a case of getting back to play after a while and being too enthusiastic. But I'm quite optimistic.
We like a Magnus Carlsen that is too enthusiastic. He is getting excited about his position against Hikaru Nakamura. Can we show on the board the moves that Magnus pointed out?
Absolutely, and I have to say, you should be afraid. If you're Hikaru right now, you should be afraid, because that was a confident Magnus and an enthusiastic Magnus as well, and this is the most dangerous type of Magnus that you don't want to face. Now, what he was mentioning was that at this point, Hikaru just pulled the trigger a bit too quickly. He played the move d4 and immediately tried to simplify the position in the center. What he should have done was first to go to g3, go to this square and control much more squares, and also get ready for d4 after that. Now, the problem is, after d4, everything comes with tempo. So the speed is on black's side. c5 attacking this knight on d4, forcing it to relocate from this beautiful square in the center. Knight to f3, a bit passive, but you don't have any other options, unfortunately. And immediately b5. This is the sequence that Magnus really enjoyed playing, because right now you're pushing your opponent's pieces backwards. And it's very unpleasant, especially for Hikaru right now. Bishop to c2, bishop to b7. Again, it's all about the quality of the pieces, and the quality of black's pieces, it's much superior to white's pieces. And as Magnus clearly pointed out, Hikaru right now needs to start looking for equality and needs to start looking seriously for equality. And we were looking throughout the break, and a very unnatural move, I would say, is the best move in this position. Knight to e3. Vishy, what's your take on this position and what Magnus was saying and this particular move, knight to e3?
Yes, it is quite remarkable that it appears that knight e3 is the only move where white is not worse.
Right.
And the fact that it's white who needs to be this accurate this early tells you that d4 was simply imprecise.
Inaccuracy.
Correct.
And as Magnus mentioned it, it was a serious inaccuracy.
Yes.
And I think he was very much right. Knight to g3 first seems to have been a much, much better alternative.
So just to
this
think,
one.
the best move here is c6.
In fact, I do want to ask you a simple thing, Vishy. Why can't I take the pawn on e5? Isn't that the pawn?
Oh, there's a nice cheapo here. So I can capture on e5.
Yes.
You capture, and then I can capture the pawn on f2.
You're giving me the bishop. Thank you very much.
And then I give you a check on f6.
Ouch.
Forking. This is a
Ouch.
fork, not a pin, it's a fork.
Ouch.
We're forking e5 and f2.
Yes.
And that doesn't work.
Oyster likes this. He's enjoying the fork. Yes.
Recognize myself as white.
Yes, yes. And if you have to go king h1 at this point, I mean, this is a very sad situation. Probably you're still somewhat fine.
But certainly nothing for white to aim for and black to avoid.
Absolutely.
Let's put it that way.
Absolutely. So that's why you might be wondering, why didn't he capture that free pawn
In
on
fact, the
E5?
tactic works even now. So Magnus said it would have been better to play knight g3 first.
Yes.
Whereupon his move was c6. And knight takes e5 still fails to the same tactic.
Exactly. And in fact, it's much worse right now.
Yes. Well, there's a knight on g3 which is attacked, and this is terrible for white. In fact,
you are forced right now to take on f2. If you go to h2, then I can
take on
take
g3,
on g3.
and queen c7, and it's
Once again, the pin.
It's a pin.
We're talking about these pins.
Again?
Pins and
So
forks and
much
needles
today.
and
That's terrible.
okay. So, but here's the thing: if he doesn't take on e5,
Yes.
after knight g3,
C6.
c6, which Magnus mentioned in the confessional, d4 takes, knight takes, and now c5 doesn't make much sense.
Right. You
Because
lost
white
the
has just
tempo.
got an extra move and his knight is out.
And in fact, the knight can jump to
Into
f5. Yes. Now you have a much nicer
So in
start.
fact, now white has the position which I said black has access to, which is the knight landing on f4. Here, both the knights are jumping in the same squares. Anyway, long story short, this was what he should have done. And we're going to try and see, clearly Hikaru now understands the gravity of the problem.
I think he does. Look at him right
he
now.
is looking very concentrated as to, because he understands that you make a couple of moves, you're not lost immediately, but you're on a slippery path.
Exactly.
And he needs to get this right.
No, and I have to say that the moves that pop up in my mind right now, bishop to g5, that's a tempo against the queen, but you're not really achieving much because this is exactly what black is trying to do. Make the connection between the rooks and then just put those cannons down the central files. Rook jumps to d8, the other one jumps to e8. Once again, the quality of black's pieces is superior. And Hikaru, look at him, he looks concerned. Shifting that pawn, that's something new that I haven't seen from Hikaru in a long time. He always nods his head. You've played Hikaru quite a few times. He's very expressive. He used to have a very, very good poker face, Vichy. Hikaru is your complete opposite in that regard.
His body language is very obvious.
Completely, yes.
Yes,
Like
Hikaru
Magnus
kind
Carlsen.
of gives it away.
Not as much, but Magnus is also has a relatively clear body language.
Yes, a good poker face for sure.
But I think Hikaru has become more like this since he became a streamer. It's like he's performing for the audience all the time. Whereas I think before there was less of it. So maybe the act of communicating chess through his streaming has changed the way even he reacts when he plays. I don't know.
You mentioned this yesterday about Garry Kasparov, pointing at moves and calculating with his finger. Do you think he was doing it for himself or he was doing it as a showman as well?
Mostly, it's not calculated. I think people get nervous, and when they get nervous, their habits from home sort of come to the board, and they're not behaving well, so to speak. They're behaving as they would in a more relaxed setting. But I think initially, yes, Gary did enjoy the fact that the audience might latch onto this and enjoy it. And I think that might have played a small role.
Again, for you, how did you approach body language? It's something that all chess players think about, right? And you sometimes catch yourself being too expressive to your liking. Was that at any point in your career a problem for you, or you always felt you had that stoic face and reaction?
Mine is very much a control thing, where I was simply, my mom, when I went to play chess in my first tournaments and so on, my mother said, don't look happy or sad, right away, because your opponent will be able to understand everything from that. Very simple advice. And so for me, it was always the case that, well, you can't let it all hang out there.
And it stayed with you?
It stayed with me mostly.
Wow.
Yes, and so in general, I have this feeling that, well, you shouldn't do it. But of course, what you don't show in your face, I show somewhere else. I start fidgeting, experienced people can probably read me very quickly anyway. But at least it's not on my face.
I think when it comes to poker face, we also have another matchup where both players, I feel like, are an expert on keeping that face straight. Not Hikaru Nakamura, he is very expressive. Magnus Carlsen, very expressive. But Fabiano, Caruana, and Wei Yi, I feel like in the field, the two of them are probably the ones who give away the least in terms of body language and facial expression. Let's take a look at their game and what's happening here. Christian.
Absolutely, and maybe we should, since we haven't seen this game at all, maybe we should start from the beginning and see how they got to where they are. Wei Yi started off with e4, c5, wow, incredibly sharp already, knight to c6, bishop to b5, okay, the Rossolimo, e6.
So this is another name. We have been talking about opening names today, and
Rossolimo, yes.
This is in the Sicilian defense, so some of the opening names are based on geographical locations. Rossolimo, I'm not sure about the Rossolimo, how that became a thing. Do you know?
He's a person. Nicholas Rossolimo.
So it's either player names or locations, oftentimes, the opening names.
Am I confusing with someone else, or is he the person who became a taxi driver in New York City?
Do not ask me, Vishy, because
I think he became a taxi driver.
You're putting me on the spot.
He has his own opening.
And yes, so it would have been an amazing thing to hail that cab, you have to admit. I hope I'm not confusing. I think it was Rossolimo who became a cab driver.
Maybe our producers can.
Yes, I hope somebody can verify
Google
that
search
before I get out too far out on a limb.
For us, but, yes. Yes.
Quite a story, regardless.
It would have been an amazing experience. Imagine getting into the cab, and maybe you've just lost a game in a tournament in the Rossolimo, and the cab driver says, you played like crap.
I've analyzed this at home many, many times. Of course, once again, it's all about.
It is confirmed.
It is confirmed.
It was him in the yes. So my recollection was correct. Yes.
So it is about once again the battle for the center, and indirectly looking at this knight on c6 with the bishop on b5. This is the trademark of the Rossolimo. Let's say this is where it starts. c3, d5, and now we're going to have some clashes in the center. White can react in a lot of ways. You can take on d5, you can push e5, you can go d3, and try to protect in the center. And he decided to go for d3. Now, a big question arises, and you might be wondering, why isn't black just simply exchanging by force the queens? This seems like I've achieved my goals in the opening. I equalized the position. But it's not that easy, because right now you sort of committed this move c5, which weakened your pawn structure and weakened the queen side, the left side of the board. So I will be able to attack that. I will be able to take advantage of that, maybe put a bishop on e3, maybe even start looking at squares such as d6 all the way deep into your camp. And if I manage to land a knight there, you might be in trouble. So I have more space as white. I have more opportunities. So this is why he's not going for that. Bishop to d7, breaking up the eternal pin. We've seen that quite a lot today. Queen to e2. Knight to e7. Again, there was a big opportunity right now. If you make, let's say, a random move, rook to c8, once again, we're looking at this pin.
Yeah.
That's why.
Again, a pin, a pawn which cannot move because there's a higher value piece behind. In fact, here it's impossible. It's not a bad trade. It's an impossible trade because you can't exchange a king.
Completely illegal. Yes. By the rules of chess, you cannot touch that. So knight to e7, defending this pawn on d5, and okay, now this is interesting. I'm going to get you in on this one, Oystein. What's this move? What's this move? h4. Why?
Has that been popular as a result of AlphaZero?
Very good point.
Right.
Very good point.
Amazing.
Yes.
That's exactly right.
You've done your research.
I was just about to say it's the post-alpha era.
Yeah.
And
but my understanding stops there.
That's much better than 99% of the people, chess enthusiasts in general. Yes, this is the big influence of AlphaZero. It started around 2018 or so when it first came out. And it just shows that, indeed, you can just push your marginal pawn all the way to Vishy. You gave us some masterclass in the reasons for that yesterday. Maybe you can speak about it a little bit today as well.
Sure. If that pawn goes all the way to h6, Black will not capture it typically because that smashes the kingside structure open. Black will move his g-pawn 1 square. And then potentially the queen, but even I've seen fascinating examples of a bishop have access to the g7 square. So if you just click that, because it's now defended. It's much rarer to have a bishop on g7 defended by the pawn on h6, but I have seen some. And also the queen, if it gets there, it's checkmate.
Yes.
If the black king is there.
If the king moves on to castle.
What AlphaZero discovered is that this possibility has huge potential. It may not happen for the next 10 moves, but the very fact that that pawn is there changes all the tactics on the other side of the board. Everything that happens here, or everything is liquidated, if that queen has that possibility, the whole line may not work. So suddenly you have to go backwards and revisit every line in the light of this pawn on h6. I think that's kind of the description I would give.
Yeah, and as you can see, the bar agrees with your description.
Yes.
White has a tremendous advantage, despite the fact that you don't have material advantage right now. You just have a long-term advantage.
Most of White's pieces are at home.
Yes.
Nothing happening, but the advantage is so huge just because of that one
Just
pawn.
because of this pawn. Incredible, incredible. And Fabi knew that. He played h5, trying to stop it in its tracks. But of course, this move h5 comes with its own set of consequences. And one of the big ones is that right now you don't have this potential h6 to protect this very important square g5. Bishop to g5 could potentially land there, knight to g5 as well. So there's a lot of things, moving parts in this position. d4, b4, whoa, I'm seeing
A question mark?
a question mark.
Yeah. So I was thinking what a fascinating position this is. Look, he went b4.
Yes.
Now black played a6. For a minute, what white could have done is just abandon that bishop on b5 and captured with the pawn. B takes c5. And you would say, well, you're losing a lot of material.
Yes.
But then look at my pawn mass.
Yes.
Okay? But this is a bad version because b5 is not the best square to give the bishop. You can see the evaluation confirms that. But now Wei Yi has stepped back and has gone to a4. Okay? But now black has some lovely options here. Black can take on b4.
Yes, take this pawn.
Yeah.
You're really going to allow me to go c takes d4?
Well, hang on. C takes d4, and now there's
I have a
tactic.
beautiful center.
Correct. I will. Knight takes d4 is a lovely tactic.
Beautiful.
And here it's a reverse X-ray. There was an X-ray, if you like, with the bishop. It's a pin with two pieces in the way rather than one.
Yes.
But now the problem is that bishop is undefended, so black in fact wins a piece here. Wins a pawn here.
Yes. And the reason you win a pawn is because if you do try to create this idea of taking on d7 first and then taking the knight in the center, guess what? This queen, through the absence of the bishop on d7, now has access to that beautiful square. So you're just a pawn up as black.
But then there are more and more intermezzos. So if we go back 1 second.
Yes.
You'd play c takes b4. I should first take on a c6.
Right.
And then I get my beautiful super center.
Yes.
So kind of like that. And there are more, but
I like how you call that a super center. Yeah, it does look like a super center.
Yes.
And in fact, maybe just to show you how important this center could become, if you go something like bishop e7, d5, and then you exchange this, guess what? You're in a completely losing position right now.
Yes.
Because in the absence of your king being castled, the king is still in the center. You have huge problems. We're deep into this one. But Wei Yi right now has made his final move, bishop to a4, and a response.
Fabi just went knight g6.
Knight to g6 just came.
I think from a chess perspective, this is probably the most interesting position we have right now. I mean, we do have to take a closer look at many things, but this is amazing stuff.
Yes.
So I'm very excited about this.
It's a very imbalanced one, and it seems like it's going to transform into a big battle between these two players.
Things are definitely heating up here. We will give some time for Fabiano Caruana to make it back to the board. He might have gone to the players' area. There's some snacks and beverages. And we've already have looked at some of Vishy's memories and photographs. Øystein, we have prepared something for you as well, as a surprise. Let's bring up some of the collection that we have about your career. Can you tell us about these photographs and the memories?
Well, up in the middle is my favorite sweater.
Is it?
It's Norway Chess. Then to the right, in the front, that's a group of central bankers. You can recognize Christine Lagarde. You have the Russian central banker, central bank governor, the central bank governor. She's still in office with Putin, Nabulina, and myself. And you have Jacob Frenkel to the left, and this Czech governor up to the left. So that's when we, as central bank governors, we met a number of times every year. So you get to know them quite well. This picture is from Lucerne, I think, in Switzerland. Then, if I go left up in the front still, you see a group of good friends and chess group family here. Kjell does a lot of things. So he also take us on a boat trip. This is a couple of years ago. Then in the lower end, you see Kjell. We simulate at least some kind of chess play in a chess house in the neighborhood, and then I played chess with the Norwegian ambassador to the US for some period, Koneru, below in the middle, and then to the right, I could spend an hour to telling you on how Nicolai Tangen, who is the present CEO of the oil fund, the Norwegian huge oil fund, was employed by the board of Norges Bank, led by myself. It got battle. It got close to a crisis, so that we actually could not complete the employment. But it ended well, and then his last sentence was, when it ended well, he sold down his stocks, and he said, "Then you owe me a beer."
And there's the beer.
I did that, so I completed my promise.
Do you see parallels between chess and the world of finance in terms of long-term thinking, risk management?
Yeah,
what are some of the traits you need to have?
There are a number of similarities, of course, strategies, risks, complexities. I mean, the economy, international economy, financial markets are quite complex. But then there are differences as well. I mean, the competition which we have in chess does not, at least as a starting point, not prevail in economics. Rather, we should, in normal times at least, we should cooperate. These days, perhaps there is element of competition with Trump in the White House and games. But normally there is cooperation and in another word in chess, tactics. It doesn't have a parallel, I think. It does not have a parallel in economics.
How do you feel about when it comes to being prepared in chess as the game goes? And sometimes there are moments when something unexpected happens, a shocking moment, maybe you miss something. And also in the world events, sometimes things happen that are out of our control, such as the pandemic. What happens in those cases, and how can one deal with that in the financial spectrum?
Well, you're right in pointing out that there are surprises also and shocks also hitting the global economy and or a nation, and and in my period you had the financial crisis, the euro crisis in 2011 and 2012. Then Norway was hit by an oil price shock because oil prices died from, say, $110 to below $30 in 2014. So the Norwegian economy, at least the oil sector, had to enter a transition. Then we all know that we had, later on, we had the pandemic, as you mentioned. And just before I left office, we got even war in Europe. So yes, there are events that requires actions, but we use more time than seconds or minutes, as you do in chess. We have to react quite rapidly, especially in the central bank, which has that possibility. But we do spend some hours.
Is there a chess move that you would compare to tariffs?
Tariffs. You know, the essence of the tariff that now is maybe around the corner, and Trump threatens with high tariffs, and you have countermeasures also the other way. Larry Summers, who's the previous Secretary of Treasury, the Finance Minister of the United States, now very prominent economist still, say that economists still often disagree on many things, but here all agree that what happens now has only negative effects. And I don't. Is there a parallel to chess?
That sounds like a blunder, but
yeah, it's a blunder.
But you would
it's
say,
a blunder. Absolutely,
but you would say tariffs are bad for everyone. In chess, you cannot have that. What is bad for you is good for your opponent. So I don't know if we can.
Tariffs do not necessarily be negative for everyone at every point in time.
Okay.
But over time, in the longer run, especially if tariffs from one country, say the US, is met by countermeasures from other countries, and we are entering a war. Yes, you may have positive effects, say, in the US economy in the short run, but in the longer run, we all lose. That's most economists agree on that.
All right, thank you.
Those were some very interesting insights. I would love to continue talking about the world of finance and these parallels, but we also have some new moves and action going on in Norway Chess Women between the leader, Hampi Koneru, and shared second place holder Anna Muzychuk. Can we catch up on the game to see what have we missed recently?
Absolutely, and I think we left it off somewhere after queen to d7. We were looking at this idea of pinning down the knight, and that's exactly what Koneru did with this move, queen to d7. I really like this move, by the way. Rook to e1, setting up once again. We've established the connection between the rooks. Now it's time to put them in the center, and look at the black king, right? It's time to hide, and that's exactly what she did. Short castle, tucking the king on g8 and d5. Now, what she's trying to do with this move is both exchange one of the very good bishops that black has in the position, but also close the other one, the bishop on b7. And that's exactly what she did with the move d5. Now we trade, and this trade, I would say it's on white's terms. Why am I saying that? Because I played the move rook to e3. Now I'm ready to swing the rook to g3, potentially after a move such as knight to d4, get once again in the center. And what I'm trying to do is set up all of my pieces, or at least these two very powerful pieces, for the moment at least, against the black king. This is where I'm trying to get. This is the whole purpose of chess, is for me to get to the opposing king. And that's exactly what she's trying to do right now. Knight to d4, as we prescribed. And what Koneru needs to do, and she understands this very well, is she needs to strike back in the center. And that's exactly what she does with this move, c6. It's all about activating the bishop on b7. Take on c6, you're pretty much forced, because otherwise you would face the consequences on this pawn on d5. Queen to d3, getting out of this discovery attack. Now we're getting something new in the broadcast. For example, if you get going with your ideas of attacking the square g7, now you're in trouble after the move. Actually, are you in trouble?
No, I think you went to the exact one square, but it doesn't work.
Yes,
So
yes.
Let's move it to f3.
Maybe I should start with
You
this
can even
one.
go rook e1 and the thing works.
And perhaps we could, in fact,
then you
show
that
why, because it's so nice.
It's so funny.
It's so nice, right? Now you can, in fact, take on e4 recapture, and you're going to use a pin. You're sacrificing your queen for one move, and due to the rook on g3, pinning the pawn on g7. This knight on f6 is not protected. Not only that, but next move, I'm going to capture your queen back. Now I'm two knights to the good, so obviously this is a winning position. If you do something else, let's say rook f3,
Yes.
now you're going to lose.
Even though
after
the bishop is attacked twice, in the meantime,
your queen is under
correct.
attack. This is the big problem. So you're going to capture my bishop. I'm going to take your queen off the board, and we're going to have a material imbalance which favors black.
Øystein, have you had games where this covered attack came up? I think you're familiar with this pattern. It's quite the tricky one when we had the queen on the same file as the rook, and it's the bishop that moves, but in reality it's the rook that is attacking.
I can't remember that I've been exposed to such an advanced tactics consisting of many moves like this one. But yes, I'm familiar with blunders.
Blunders, I think we are all too familiar with, at least myself. I can speak a lot about my blunders.
I think any chess player is going to be intimately familiar with blunders.
Is Vaishali familiar with blunders? It was going to be my question, but then I remembered yesterday she did blunder against Hampi Koneru. We are hoping that today it goes better for her when it comes to how accurately she plays her game. She's got the white pieces against Lei Tingxie, who is sharing second place together with Anna Muzychuk. What are we thinking of the current situation? Even if we don't go through all the moves, but an assessment, a broader assessment of what's going on in this position. Vishy?
I feel that black has to try and play bishop f5 at some point. So might as well get it over with here.
Why is that move important?
Because I want to trade those bishops. In fact, here we can say that what's more important is what remains on the board, not what leaves the board. And this frees up my thing. My rooks connect, and I have more squares available. Whereas that bishop was kind of, the black pieces are tripping on the bishop. So that would be a nice move for me to make.
And Lei Tingxie is coming off a very crucial victory in the Armageddon against Ju Wenjun. And what a dominating game that was yesterday. She really played a good Armageddon game. So she's been having a good tournament so far. It's early, but you can sense that she's in good shape. Bishop to f5. So we believe that this one, well, seems to be fairly balanced for the moment.
Yes.
Sure, there are some imbalances structurally on the left side of the board, but in general, this position is going to simplify. And it's somewhat similar to what she had in the classical game yesterday against Ju Wenjun, structurally, at least. Yes.
Yes.
So we think that this one is more or less going to peter out, especially after this last move that you prescribed, Vishy, bishop f5. Very good move found by Lei Tingxie.
I think, as Øystein correctly pointed out at the start of the broadcast, we don't mind too much draws here at Norway Chess because that will give us even more chess. In case of a draw, the players will be back and they will need to face each other in Armageddon. So in that sense, we are sometimes even rooting for a draw and get to see a faster-paced, critical, crucial game in Armageddon. The last game we have not checked in on is the one between Sara Kadem and Ju Wenjun. Ju Wenjun is the 5-time women's world champion, but she had a rough start to the event. She lost yesterday her Armageddon game against Lei Tingxie, and Sara also lost her game. So the two of them are trying to get into the tournament. For Sara, this is her very first time at Norway Chess Women, and she doesn't have that much experience with Armageddon, while Ju Wenjun is quite an expert of Armageddon. I feel like Sara would like to have this game decided more so in classical chess in that sense, but what's on the board is what's on the board. Christian, what do we think of this position?
It looks once again very balanced. If I am to make an assessment and give one side or the other as being the favorite, I really like this queen on b2. This queen is hitting both of these very important points, the pawn on e5 and the pawn on a3. So what I'm seeing is that white just simply has more weaknesses in the position. Not only that, but if you make the comparison between the two rooks, the rook on c8 for black and the rook on f1, my rook on c8 is ready to pounce at the opportunity to potentially double up with the queen on the second rank. Of course, I have to be careful not to get checkmated on the back rank. For example, if I do, it is white move right now. If I go rook to c2, that's game over in one move. That's a checkmate on the back rank. This is something that you really don't want to do if you are with the black pieces. So what you do is generally you match the intentions of white with h6. Of course, right now you can just simply pick up the pawn on a3. But looking at the position, to put it in very simple terms, white has more weaknesses than black, and black has more active pieces than white. So I'm going to give a slight advantage to the black side, to Zhu Wenju.
I think that's reasonable. I was wondering how white could kind of minimize the disadvantage. And I hit upon queen d6, just covering a3 for the moment.
Yep.
But also allowing me to play bishop d5 next, which then activates my pieces a bit more. So I thought that was the direction to go.
That seems to be the best move in the position. And if she doesn't find it, look, you make 2 or 3 soft moves in the position, you get in trouble.
Yeah,
right
because
now.
once black's king is no longer checkmated on the 8th rank, rook c5 is a nice square as well.
That's
because I'm attacking e5. A3 will be still under attack and so on. So this is not a place you want to be.
Do not allow me to stabilize the position as black. If I manage to get this move h6, make space for the king, maybe even drop the bishop to e6, then you're going to have huge problems with your pawn structure. So I'm sensing that Sarah is a few good moves away from equalizing the position with the white pieces, but she needs to be very precise. And that is something that she actually showed yesterday in Classical against Anna Muzychuk.
Yeah.
Of course, Armageddon was a different story, but she was quite precise in that one.
We'll definitely come back to this game and the rest of the games of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, but we also want to draw your attention to some of the chess concepts here. We are trying to use our platform to make chess available and accessible to everyone watching. So what you're going to watch right now and learn from is what are the 3 parts, the 3 phases of a chess game.
What if I told you that chess is actually 3 games in one? Every chess game has 3 acts: opening, middle game, and end game. Here is how to tell them apart. The opening is where it all begins. Develop your pieces, control the center, and castle your king. The middle game is where strategy kicks in. Planning attacks, defending, and finding the right plan. The end game, well, it's about precision, king's activity, pawn's push, and every move could decide the result. Each phase has its own secrets. Mastering all of them is the key to success in chess.
Øystein, I am being told that we will need to say goodbye to you because you have an important presentation to give. It has been such an honor to have you in the studio with us and have your insights.
Thank you very much, Anna. I hope to be back. I will be back.
We hope to have you back and talk more about finance and chess.
You with us. Thank you so much.
We will take a short break and then continue with Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women here in Stavanger. This is day 2. Don't go anywhere.
Wei, what enjoys you the most to play chess at the elite level?
I think for me, for example, it's always a great honor to play against the top players in the world, and there are many things the games can be out of my control when I play against the top players. I think I can always learn a lot from the games I played against them.
When the game is not going well, what makes you support your focus on the game?
I think if I have, for example, much better position, maybe sometimes I might relax. But when I have a better position, I think it's easier for me to focus on in the game, I think. Yes.
Not many top-level chess players studied together playing chess professionally, but you did. You studied at the university, and after all this experience, the student life, what changed for you in a chess perspective?
The study from university gave me more perspective, but for me, I think I still believe the chess is the most important thing in my life right now. Yes. So I think didn't change a lot in chess.
And what makes it for a person to be a strong player besides the opening preparation and the general preparation?
I think there are many things that are very important, and some of them I do not have. For example, a good mentality, and also I think if you want to be the top player in the world, you need well-rounded technical skills, I think. But for me, I'm not sure. I think I don't have.
You're very humble. What was your first reaction and the feeling when you got invited at Norway Chess 2025?
Of course, very excited when I got the invitation, because it's of course the great honor to play in Norway, because my opponents will be the top players, and it's also my first time to be here, and so I'm very excited.
And the final question, how someone can become a chess player starting from zero?
I think, for example, if I teach my mother how to play chess,
yes,
maybe after 5 minutes, she will know the rule.
Okay.
Yes, it's not very difficult, I think.
You need a teacher, yeah?
Yes, I think we need a teacher. It's very important.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here for day 2 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women Live from the beautiful city of Stavanger. We've had an amazing guest from the world of finance, and now we are joined by Dr. Mehmet Mars, a game theory expert. Mehmet, we will be talking about probabilities, predictions, how the event is going, and how you calculate those probabilities. But before we dive into game theory, we have a game that all eyes are set on. Christian, take us there and let's break down what happened.
I would say breaking news, to be honest, because Arjun is starting to build up a very nice advantage against the world champion, Gukesh Domaraju. And Gukesh has only 30 minutes on his clock against an hour and 30 minutes for Arjun. So really falling behind on the clock. And I really want to paint a picture of what happened in the last couple of moves, because I think this last move was just an absolutely tremendous, beautiful move. G4. You don't expect this type of moves, but it has a clear idea in mind. And once again, it's all about getting to that king. There's one path that you can get to that king with one of your most important pieces, the knight on e4. It looks like a beautiful knight in the center, but in fact, you want it on the other side of the board to attack the king. So the only way to get there via g3, via this square right here. And that's why he freed up that square with the move g4. That's also going to act as a support for the knight on h5. So a tremendous move. I'm sure a move that more or less shocked Gukesh. He played the move knight to c5. We're expecting an immediate knight to g3, which in fact came on the board very swiftly.
Exclamation mark.
Yes, yes, indeed. And queen to e5. What Gukesh is trying to do is use his queen, which is not necessarily considered a very good defender, especially not from this position right here, to defend the king side. But you're going to have some difficulties because at some point I'm going to start hitting that queen. So definitely a tough position for Gukesh right now.
It is, and before we dive into the analysis, we do have a word from the man himself leading the white pieces, Arjun from the confessional booth.
Okay, so I just pushed g4 with some potential ideas of knight g3, knight h5 and some attack. And yeah, I don't know what the evaluation of this position is, but it is looking quite promising to me, at least practically, especially with him not having that much time. And I was looking at this line with knight c5, knight g3, queen e5. It feels like there should be something for white. King h1 with the idea of f4, and maybe king h8 is prophylaxis. And then f4, queen e3, rook a d1. Now rook f3 is a threat. And yeah, I feel like this line should just not work for black at all. But after bishop b7, funnily I couldn't see a line because bishop b7, if I take bishop b7, rook b7, rook f3, rook d1, queen d1, and he has rook d7 in time, because after queen d7 there's queen c1. And rook d7 I kept going with queen a1. He would go queen 8, queen d2, and if I go queen 8 he has rook d8. And instead of queen 8, if I go rook d3, he can take on d3 with the rook, I can take with the pawn. And here I think he should be able to defend this. So this must not be the line, but yeah, I feel like there should be something. If this happens on the board, I should calculate and try to find something after knight c4, knight g3, queen e5.
Wow, there's so much to break down. Christian, can we show on the board the moves that Arjun was talking about and feeling confident about his position, about the attack, and also the time situation? There's so much to break down here.
What I don't feel confident about is actually being able to follow his analysis. So I'm going to throw it to Vishy because I think he got it.
Yes. He saw that queen e5 is necessary. Then his point was king h1,
king h1
to
first.
avoid the check.
Yes.
Black plays bishop.
I think he said king h8.
King h8 first.
Yes.
f4.
Queen e3. This is where I lost it.
Yeah. And now the thing is, black is threatening rook d2 or queen d2. So he plays rook a d1. Black plays bishop b7. Bishop takes b7. Rook b takes b7. Rook f3. Queen d1 check. Rook takes d1 check, queen d1. And this was what was bothering him, which was rook d7.
Wow. This is
And he
deep
says,
stuff.
oh, that's the move which was bothering me at the end.
Yes.
But for mortals, of course, this is all fun. Queen A1, he went on. Queen D2. Queen A8 check.
Hanging on by a thread.
And
don't touch
if
the
king
king.
G7, knight H5 wins.
Don't touch the king. You get checkmated.
Correct.
Maybe we can show that on the board. The checkmate comes on G7. The king is
Beautiful
absolutely
pattern.
cornered.
The
Yeah.
queen and the knight together working as a team.
But in fact, black plays rook D8, and he says this little move bothered him. So he was going to go back to the board and try to work out another solution.
That's about 20 plies, 10 full moves. So this is absolutely incredible calculation from Arjun. It just goes to show that he's using his opponent's time usage on his behalf, and he's calculating everything that needs to be calculated.
And he also expressed concern for Gukesh's time management. I mean, this is getting ridiculous. Hikaru says, I'm worried for Gukesh because he's running out of time. And then his opponent Arjun also says, I'm feeling good here also. He doesn't have a lot of time.
I think he's quite happy.
But I think it's quite something when everyone starts mentioning you in the confessional, right?
Especially with this unforgiving time situation, right? And
Because
time
of zero
format.
increment, right?
No increment until you reach 40th move, and that is 19 moves from the current position we have on the board with only 28 moves to go. In a difficult position, like we've had yesterday, the game of Wei Yi, simple position. You had 10 minutes for the next 20 moves, simple position, and you're going to make it. But this one is so high consequence. Every single move, if you miss something, you lose on the spot. So it's problematic. It's problematic right now for Gukesh, and that's why you see Gukesh at the board. It's not his move, but he's using all the time that he can get.
He can't afford to get up and...
No.
He needs to take minutes from Arjun, so to speak,
Exactly.
and calculate.
Exactly.
And in fact, he's got a very specific problem, which is the advantage for black in this position. He knows he has to calculate f4, he has to calculate queen c1, he has to calculate. So he knows what he has to do.
Exactly. It's all about
the rough plans, but this is what you have to work out.
You need to worry about this knight h5. You need to worry about f4 and getting that queen away. And it's all about Arjun, whether he will be able to find something in this position. But let's go back to Mehmet, our guest that we have here in the studio with us. Thank you very much for joining us. Tell us a bit about you. You've been having this quite important role with Norway Chess for a long time. Tell us a bit about the statistics that you're doing and using.
Thanks for inviting me. Yeah, it's really exciting times. With Norway Chess, we started this game theory corner 3 years ago, where we try to present, a human aspect of chess as well as, objective engine evaluation. Because as you know, for example, the objective engine evaluation in this position says, well, it's more or less a draw with a slight white advantage. However, from the human perspective, as you've been discussing, as Vishy Anand is explaining, actually white has some sort of an initiative advantage. So we are interested in this type of evaluations. Can we sort of put these into numbers so that can we invent a new type of evaluation bar?
What elements are you using to get this new eval? New bar. You're working on a new bar.
Exactly.
That's nice. That's
exactly.
Nice.
So that's really exciting. For example, the time. Stockfish, for example, does not take the time into account because it's a perfect machine, right?
Yes.
It gives the objective evaluation. And time is so important. For example, in this case, Gukesh has quite little time compared to, as you've been mentioning, compared to Arjun. So that's going to matter a lot, especially given that we are in move
21.
Move 21. So we've got
still very far away from move 40.
Exactly. So the time is very important. The position on the board is very important, and the relative strengths of the players, as well as their endgame skills. Because endgame, as we know, for example, Magnus Carlsen is an endgame, especially an expert in the.
Not only that we know it, we've seen it in practice yesterday. I mean, just an incredible victory for Magnus in the endgame. And he was searching for that endgame as well. At some point, he had the opportunity to keep some more pieces on the board, but he was searching for the queen trade and try to get to that favorable endgame. Just incredible. Now, you're also a chess player yourself as well. What do you think about the position right now?
If I checked this position with the Norway Chess eval bar just before we started here, so it does give quite a lot of practical chances to Arjun, to white here. So it says it's basically two-result game at this point, either a draw, which is more likely, but gives practical chances to Arjun. So I didn't know this, well, I would say it does look like white has an initiative a little bit, but I will not be able to really evaluate this, go that far, 20 moves ahead. So
I hope you're not going to get in trouble for revealing that we have a new element coming shortly. When are we to expect this Norway Chess bar?
So we started testing this in the World Chess Championship, actually, in the Gukesh match. And we've been asking around, and especially in this tournament, it's sort of our final testing ground.
So you think we're going to get it? Or this is the final one, and then maybe the next one?
Exactly. So we are working on it.
Well, thank you very much, Mehmet.
Yes. Mehmet, I'm being told that this bar is so incredible at predicting the outcome that you predicted yesterday that Magnus Carlsen was going to win his game before he himself knew it, 30 minutes before it ended. How did that go?
So that was very interesting, and I could not understand. I thought maybe the bar was wrong, maybe something was wrong, because it was showing like quite significant practical chances. It was saying it was a two-result game, either white wins or a draw, but it was giving a lot of practical chances to Magnus. And even though we know that there was a lot of only moves to find for both sides, for both Magnus and Gukesh, but it was giving much more chances to white in that position. I was surprised. We were surprised. We wanted to double check, with people. What do you think here from the human perspective? And then in the end, when Magnus won, that was like, wow, it really saw before any of us did. Yeah, interesting.
That's so fascinating. And you also have some probabilities and predictions to show to us regarding who will win the tournament. These are prior to round 2, so it takes into account the results from yesterday already. Can you explain how to read the statistics here and what is it based on?
So here, basically, after Carlsen's win, obviously, in the first round, his chances increased. His chances of winning the tournament increased from about 1/3 probability to, about 40%, about 45%. That basically means that, in many simulations, almost about 50% of the time, Carlsen was the winner. And Nakamura is about almost 30%. Obviously, he also won yesterday.
What elements did you use for this one?
So here I used basically the ELO, first of all, starting with the ELO ratings of the players, checking whether they are active, inactive, and also recent results. But also importantly, their Armageddon performances. Because as you mentioned yesterday, Magnus Carlsen won in the last tournament 6 out of 7 Armageddon games. So he's not just a good classical player.
He's a really good Armageddon player as well.
Exactly. So it can make a difference. So these Armageddon performances also come into play here. In case there are not a lot of information about the Armageddon performances, then I take into account the blitz ratings of the players.
Another Armageddon specialist is June, but her game yesterday didn't go in her favor. I'm very curious how the statistics changed, because June was the clear favorite going into the tournament, but she lost her game yesterday. Do you remember what was the percentage for June before round 1? And what we see now is she's on 32%, still leading, but not that big of a margin anymore.
Exactly. So not before the tournament, it was about 38%, because June, again, is a very good Armageddon player. Unfortunately for her, fortunately for Leiting G, she lost the Armageddon. But last year she won 6 out of 7 Armageddon games. Actually, sorry, I was wrong. I mentioned Magnus won 6 out of 7. Magnus won 5 out of 6 Armageddon games. So June performed even better than Magnus, comparatively speaking. So yeah, it can happen. Obviously, in one game, anything can happen, especially in an Armageddon game. It also matters whether you're black or white. And interesting thing here is Koneru caught up, and well, because she won and she obtained very important 3 points. Here in Norway Chess, as you know, a win is 3 points, which gives you a lot of lead ahead, comparatively speaking. So it gives players the incentives to actually win games and take risks and win games. And that's basically Ju and Jun and Koneru at this point have similar chances to win this tournament. Although, you know, both Lei Ting-ji and Anna Muzychuk, they are there.
It's interesting that essentially Ju Wenjun's overall record, I think, counts for more than the 2-point lead that Koneru Hampi has right now. She's 32% to 30%. So these large-scale patterns over many rounds or skills in time controls and so on, that effect is that strong over many rounds, right?
Exactly. It's that, interestingly, because we still have the rest of the. I mean, we still have. We've had only one game, so you know there is still a lot of room to catch up, apparently. And another reason is that Koneru Hampi, I think, started in the predictions as in the 3rd place. Now she jumped ahead in the 2nd place with her win. I think. Because Ju Wenjun's winning chances was so high prior to tournament, it's barely balancing after Hampi's win. So basically, that's the main thing here. Obviously, Ju Wenjun is very much in form, coming up very strongly out of the World Championship match, and but Norway Chess Women's Tournament is obviously the best women's tournament in the calendar, and let's see how things will go.
I'm so curious how the statistics will be after today's games, because we do have this Clash of Titans blockbuster matchup. There's so many names you could give to this showdown. The world number 2 Hikaru Nakamura against the world number 1 Magnus Carlsen. And the classical win is rewarded with 3 points, as we highlighted here. Can we take a look at the current position? Because Magnus started feeling very enthusiastic about his position and about potential chances that this is going to be unpleasant for Hikaru and hard to equalize fully.
And I think for good reason right now. And we left it off, I believe, after bishop to b7 a while back. And we were saying, look, what Hikaru needs to do is get rid of this knight on d5, because this knight on d5 was always jumping towards f4, especially after I managed to set up this rook on the d file. Now, he tried to get rid of this threat of getting the rook on the d file in a different way, but unfortunately, it does seem like it's quite slow. He played the move a4, which, of course, if you go queen to c7, for example, now I can take, you take back, and then rook to d8 is not going to be possible anymore. I can already start setting up attacks against the knight on d5. For example, bishop to e4, no more rook to d8 for you because your bishop on a7 is hanging. It's unpre. So that's how he tried to, let's say, defend this position. But what Magnus did was just played very, very natural chess. Open up the bishop, start looking at the white king, start involving another attacker into this position. I really like this move c4. We've been discussing about this move as well. And imagine a knight landing on d3. You're having so many opportunities. It feels like with each passing move, you get more opportunities to potentially create problems for white. So he played the move bishop to d2. This is the final moment. This is the final move from Hikaru. And in fact, Magnus, I do believe that he's thinking right now. Look at the clock situation. Hikaru, we don't very often see him in this type of situation. He has 34 minutes against an hour and 3 minutes for Magnus.
This is only move 18.
Move 18 with a tough position.
Which would suggest that he has spent something close to 30 minutes to an hour.
Yes.
On a4.
Maybe combined with bishop to d2 as well.
Okay.
So on this 2-move sequence, he's been spending close to an hour, I think.
That's true. He had more time than Magnus before those few moves were played.
I have to say, this looks precisely like a Magnus position. Magnus got the Magnus position yesterday. He made full full control of it with scoring 3 points. And right now he's having another one. This type of minimal advantages that get bigger and bigger with each and every move. And he has the better pieces, he has the better opportunities, and he has more time on the clock. Magnus is looking good.
Could this bring back the hunger of Magnus Carlsen for classical chess? He hasn't played classical tournaments since the Chess Olympiad, and before that only Norway Chess last year. He barely competes anymore at classical chess or traditional chess. But he seems to be cruising in the event here in Stavanger. It could be his 7th title. Is that what motivates him, Vichy? Do you think that this is another record he could set, and also that he hasn't played for a long time? He wants to prove that he is still the best at classical chess too.
I can only speculate. It could also be that he likes playing at home, which is why he makes the exception for Norway Chess every year. And he's feeling good. He's playing his openings, and things work out very well. He got the c5, b5 break, and then, who wouldn't like to be in this situation? But definitely yesterday and today, he gave the impression of a very happy person.
That's a very good way to put it. He's happy.
Yeah.
He plays very natural chess. It doesn't seem like his moves are behaving with any struggle in any sort of way. They're just very natural. They're coming very, very nicely in the position. And right now, after Queen c7, this is the final move. The onus is on Hikaru to find a way out, and I don't see it. Maybe you can help us, Vichy. Do you see any way that White can stop rook to d8, knight to f4, opening up this bishop, opening up the other bishop as well?
Well, one idea which comes to me is bishop e4.
Bishop e4, okay.
Or a takes b5, a takes b5, bishop e4, either one.
Yes.
And then bishop e4. And my
Obviously,
logic is you cannot play rook a d8 right now.
the same problem, yes.
And if you play f5, I just go bishop takes d5, bishop takes d5, bishop e3. I was hoping that this solved my problems.
It does.
It does.
It
right.
does,
Okay.
yes.
So then, in that case, AB and bishop e4 seems like a good place to start.
Yes, yes.
However, if knight f4,
I think
then
this
there's
is
the
why
problem that d3 is still kind of under pressure.
Especially after the exchange of light square
But
bishops.
now my idea was to take on g6.
Okay, okay, I have to take back. Do I have to take back?
Or maybe is there some knight h3, knight g2 stuff? Maybe knight h3 and fg6 or something.
It works, but it's not that strong. We do have a move.
I was going to say
Even
the same
knight d4.
question. The knight
what do we
jumping
have?
to the center. I wanted to ask all of you, what do we have here? Hikaru is copying the same central position of the black knight. Now we also have a white knight in the center. We've been talking today about the importance of the center in chess. So in terms of those concepts and the strategy, this should be a strong move, but is it the most accurate move here? That is a big question. Vichy, what do you think Hikaru's thoughts are here and why he chose knight to d4?
If this move turns out to be bad, it'll be the second time he played knight d4 and worsened his position in this game. I don't think... but you can see what's wrong with it. First of all, what does it accomplish? If bishop takes d4, c takes d4, admittedly you've got a bishop, but now I can play b4 and potentially, if I can play a5 as well, I've got a superstructure over there. So that seems to me something to look forward to.
And you don't even have to hurry with bishop takes d4. B4 first.
Yeah, I could start with b4 as well. So that seems more accurate, right?
Why not? Yeah. You always have bishop to d4, and obviously you cannot touch
knight
this.
d4, I cannot say I really find this very promising.
I'm very curious, Mehmet, from the perspective of this new bar, the Norwegian Norway Chess bar. Have you had a chance to look at this game before joining us, and what does it say?
Yes, very briefly, actually. I was just thinking about it. It was a couple of moves ago, and it did say that it did give Magnus Carlsen quite good practical chances. It was basically saying it's a two-result game, most likely draw, but Magnus Carlsen has good practical chances. So, yeah, it's very interesting. Now, you see the black bar is down there, which means, Stockfish is also giving advantage to Magnus. Yeah, very interesting. I'm also very excited about it. So yeah.
And it does come quite naturally, once again, this move b4, because white does have a threat, and that is to take on b5 and simplify the position as much as possible. And this a takes b5 and the opening of the a file was always a problem whenever I tried to shift my rook towards the center. So this is a simple way to deal with that, just by playing the move b4. And knights in the center, they always need outposts. If you're softening up the support of that outpost by playing the move b4, the pawn on c3 is what I'm talking about, then obviously white is going to be in trouble. Practical trouble, objective trouble, I think. And perhaps if this bar is looking badly, the Norway chess bar is looking even worse for Magnus right now. For Hikaru, excuse me. Magnus is looking good, yes.
Yeah.
I like the fact how you pointed out, Magmed, that the bar was showing quite good practical chances for Magnus, and now Stockfish is catching up because Hikaru did make some inaccurate moves, which proves how the Norway chess bar already predicted that because the position is not that simple to solve from Hikaru's perspective, and the time factor to take into account, it basically is bound to happen that he will make a mistake or an inaccurate move.
Absolutely, especially after taking about, as you said, Christian, about 50 minutes, I think, to think about these two moves. Especially after this, I wonder what it says now after the time difference has really changed.
Well, the problem is that right now he doesn't have time to think about the position. He has to rely on his instincts, which are great instincts, but it's not the type of position where you can do that, especially with no consequences, especially when you're facing Magnus. So it's a problematic situation right now for Hikaru, but if anybody, Hikaru can do it and try to defend. We know how resilient he is as well.
Is Fabiano Caruana just as resilient, I think, is my question now, because we do have some developments in his game as well against Wei Yi, the two players in the field of Norway chess that weren't too happy with their performances yesterday. And Mehmet, I don't know if you had a chance to look at this game as well from the perspective of game theory and the probabilities of the Norway chess bar.
Unfortunately, I did not. I did not have time for this one. That I was just, going to check it, but
we already called you on board. Don't worry, I put you on the spot there.
No.
Now that I know that you didn't have that information, I do want to use your human perspective. How do you feel about this position and the body language of Wei Yi?
So yeah, here it's really very hard to evaluate position. I mean, obviously the first thing as an amateur player, the first thing I would do is to just count the number of pieces.
That's a great start. That's exactly what we should all do. Count the pieces.
Yeah. So in terms of pieces, it seems like a balanced game, right? Both sides have the same number of pawns, one knight and one bishop. The bishops are opposite colored. So here, what I would think, if the knights are exchanged, then the game is more likely to be a draw because of the opposite colors bishops. Obviously, every rule has an exception, especially at this very top level. You should never say that opposite color bishop is a draw. No, I remember, for example, again, I checked this with Norway chess bar. Magnus recently, a couple of months ago, I think, won an opposite color bishop game. It was all balanced pieces, but the bar was saying Caruana had a lot of chances to win, and I was not seeing it, and he did manage to convert the position. So at this very, very top level, you never know. But what I see here, Wei Yi has a pawn, d3. It seems to be a weakness because it's a backward pawn. That seems to be weakness. That's why I don't understand why Stockfish especially likes white's position, because the pawn structure of black seems to be slightly better. Exactly. Thanks, Christian, for showing this. So a pressure on d3 seems to be coming.
I think it's because you have a counter pressure on e5 as well, and you can try to double up on that with ideas of knight to c4, get some pieces focused on e5, and maybe even break the position and the structure with f4 at the right moment. Perhaps these are the type of ideas that Stockfish sees in this one that give white the advantage.
And Stockfish, I would guess, I'm not sure about probabilities or how it counts the statistics, but I would think it values castling, because castling makes your king safer, and black hasn't castled yet. On top of it, black has pushed the pawn on the right side of the board. So if you were to castle, Christian, if we can make a random move and show that if you do want to castle, it's not a good idea because it hangs the pawn on the side of the board. It's very hard for black to safely position that king somewhere out of the center.
Absolutely, and this is the big problem in this position. Sure, you're going, and this is something that I think Fabi will need to do at the right moment. Castle and try to focus on the pawn on d3, on white's weakness on d3. You're giving up a pawn, a marginal pawn on h5, which could be problematic because I'm getting closer to your king as well. In the meantime, I'm going to try to focus on d3, but Visha, give us your expert opinion on this one, please.
I was thinking that the essential problem is black wants to castle, but cannot because h5 is hanging. And the rook is the only piece which can defend that pawn on h5.
Yes.
Because if the queen went to g6 to protect h5, I would lose e5.
Correct.
So it's hard to... I actually wanted to play a4.
a4?
Yeah, because I wanted to stop bishop b5. And also somehow play maybe rook a3 if I could. So if you castled, I would go rook a3 here, and then I thought, how are you going to defend h5? If you play
the thing
g6,
is, I really don't want to play g6, just
yes,
because I see some f4 ideas. I'm starting to be very afraid of this diagonal opening up.
But I was just trying to come up with candidate moves at this stage, and it's not easy for white to liberate. Maybe knight g2 is one way it wants to play, because at the beginning instead of a4. So that it can play f4, but at the same time land a knight on f4 pretty fast afterwards.
Right.
But nope, that isn't what it wants to do either. So what would be a great move? If you went f4, I thought f5 was possible.
f5?
Yeah, and if bishop e5, just castle.
That's a move I did not even consider, and it's a tremendous
I don't know,
move.
queen g6 or castles?
It's a really good move.
Yeah.
Just castle.
Yes, and I thought black had compensation. Okay, the computer even likes it very much.
Yes, yes.
So I was kind of unable to come up with a move for white, which took advantage of the fact that black is kind of stuck right now.
What's the battle right now? What are white trumps and what are black's trumps as well?
Battle for me is e5 and h5 versus d3. By the way, your move rook a d1, I thought one problem could be queen takes a2.
Yes.
But then I do have knight c4.
Yes. And then I probably have to go bishop to b5 immediately, try to target that knight. Yeah.
And instead of justifying it as variations, I will say that's, even if Stockfish disagrees with me, the Norway bar will agree with me. I'm going to leave it there. So,
I like it. I like it.
It's not easy to come up with a great move. Perhaps bishop a3 or something.
Maybe rook f to d1.
Yes.
But now f4 is not supported as well.
Maybe I don't need f4. But if black plays f6...
Now castle is even worse.
Yeah, but I'm actually going to go king f7 and rook d7 or something like that.
That's how grandmasters castle. Sometimes we don't recommend you to do it at home because this is quite risky oftentimes, but the grandmasters know the rules and know when to break the rules. This is such a complex position. Luckily for Fabiano, he's got twice as much time as Wei Yi.
That's a big one.
And they're still on move 19, so time pressure will be a factor in this game. We're going to let Wei Yi figure things out because we also need to look at the game of his compatriot, Ju Wenjun. We've got this lovely, colorful bird's eye view. All games are still underway, both at Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. I'm so curious which game will finish first and which game will go to Armageddon first. But I think we really need to tune in with Sarah Kadam and Ju Wenjun. What are the developments in this game, Christian?
Yes, so I think we left it off somewhere around here. Before the move a4, we were discussing about b6 and how to make it out for white, because white has some difficulties that she needs to deal with, and those are the pawn on a3, which is a big weakness, and the pawn on e5. You have to stay connected to both. One way to do that is with the queen, via queen d6. Follow it up with bishop to d5. Instead, what she did, Sarah Kadam, was a4, h6, perhaps a bit of a soft move. What black could have done was continue attacking this pawn on a4. But that's easier said than done. It's easier said to understand that. Bishop to e4, bishop to e6, you don't want to exchange the bishops because that would make it too easy for white to equalize the position. You want to keep as many pieces on the board so that you create as many chances as possible. Queen to d6, b5. I don't like this move b5 just because you're pretty much allowing me to exchange one of my weaknesses, the pawn on a4. So b5, rook to d1.
In fact, instead of rook d1,
and this is
yeah, I just wonder, could she have considered bishop d5?
Bishop to d5, yes. And if I do take,
I take,
and I do take,
a4,
and now
I go e6,
e6,
and I get rid of that pawn, maybe.
Do not touch this pawn on e6 because now we
yes
we get a nice fork once again, a display of a fork in the position. And you, in fact, lose on the spot. So do not touch that pawn. After e6, you have to go back.
Then I could go e takes f7.
It seems very close to equality,
and
right?
Queen a5, and I thought, hang in there.
I think you're right.
It might be still slightly unclear, but.
I think we're very close to equality. She decided to be a bit cheeky in this one.
Nice mating thread. Yeah, well, we've seen the bar go nuts.
Do not touch that pawn. That is a back rank checkmate. You might easily miss it. Think that you have space for the king to go to h7. Nope, that's an illegal move. That's what the computer is telling me right now, because the bishop on e4 is controlling that square, and that is game over on the spot. So,
what a beautiful checkmate pattern, sacrificing the queen in order to get the rook onto the back rank. This is something that you can use in your games against your friends and colleagues because it's easy to miss it. It's very easy to miss this kind of checkmate. Of course, Sarah and Ju Wenjun will not miss it, but they need to calculate these lines. You need to make sure that these will not happen. What I wonder is how the current position has Ju Wenjun's pawn on g5.
Well, she just played it.
Why did she push the g pawn? We usually tell everyone to keep the pawns close to your king, keep it safe.
But
she wants
she's
to
fighting against queen d8, I think. This is the reason and she cannot go to g6 because I just take it. We can show that.
This was her way of preventing the back rank
if
checkmate.
g6, I could take on g6 maybe.
Yes, it was a move.
Not overwhelmingly so, yeah, but perhaps I
But
take
this
on
is
b5
the idea.
first or something.
This is the idea because the pawn on f7, once again, you cannot touch that bishop. You just simply lose on the spot. So. Very good point. G5, take, H4.
Wow, another H4. How many H4s did we have today?
Quite a few.
The Alpha Zero move, but in this case, it's more than just pushing the pawn on the long term up the board. It's immediately challenging the black G pawn. It's a pawn sacrifice. What happens if this pawn is taken?
I don't know.
That is a very good question, Anna. I don't think we know. I don't think Ju Wenjun knows, and that's why she's calculating right now. How would you go about it, Vishy?
Perhaps bishop d5 again.
Bishop to d5. It's again the problem with taking this pawn, and why we say and why we think it might be a poison pawn. You're opening up the g file, and if I manage to swing a rook on the g file, I'm getting very close to giving you a checkmate. So you do have to be
king is
careful.
definitely vulnerable. It's vulnerable to primarily perpetual checks.
Yes.
But also an attack. I don't see the attack right now, but it could easily develop, or it could develop in response to black moving pieces this way and that way. So black does have to be very alert at this point.
Completely. So I don't think she will take it. That's my
G4
that's
is
my
a
guess.
decent alternative as well, I guess. But G4 I don't have queen D2.
Mehmet, I have a question about this situation,
let's
because
take
looking
it
at all these
Bishop D5,
variations
yes.
and options, king safety is so crucial in chess because the objective of the game is to checkmate the opponent's king. When it comes to the bar that you're developing, how does it assess situations where even though Stockfish is saying it's around equal, but there's a king that's being attacked? Do you take more into account how, on a human perspective, from a human perspective, that is a very risky and dangerous situation to be in?
Absolutely, it does. It does take them into account. For example, last year I was checking these king safety situations, especially endgame situations with the Norway Chess bar. And for example, there was one endgame where the objectively Stockfish says it's a draw, and Norway Chess bar says it's a draw, and it's a dead draw. More or less, even though one side has more pawn than the other one, it's a dead draw. But there are similar situations, slightly different variation, where one king is unsafe, and then still Stockfish says objectively it's draw. So if both parties play perfectly, it's going to end up in a draw. However, this time Norway Chess bar says that one player has more practical chances. And so, yes, it does depend on the king safety, the times that players have. So basically, the situation on the board, how easy is to play one player as white? Is it easier to play as white? Is it easier to play as black? So is the situation, for example, very sharp that any player can win? Sometimes in king safety situations, any player can win in some positions, although objectively it still says a draw. So all of these are considerations, yes.
That makes so much sense, and we could continue analyzing this game, but there's just so much going on, and we do have a special video prepared for you about the behind the scenes here at Norway Chess before we continue with more analysis.
48 hours before the start of Norway Chess 2025. And in this video, I'll take you to the behind the scenes to see how we're preparing for the tournament. It is 9 a.m. in the morning and the doors are open especially for us. This is the main hall where we're gonna have hundreds of chess fans waiting for their favorite chess player to walk through the red carpet to go to the playing venue. The lights are on, the cameras are testing, and here we have the commentary, where we're gonna have a special treat for the chess fans. This year, Norway Chess invites legendary chess player Vishwanathan Anand to do his expert commentaries. This is the refreshment area. Right now, it is dark here. We don't have anything prepared for our guests because obviously it's too early. But over here, we have some snacks and fruit for the people who are working right now. We got the permission to enter in the confidential area where all the magic is happening. This is broadcast pass. We have playing venue ready, perfect light, boards are set, and clocks are ready to start.
That was our production bus. We have a bus to make sure that this show is running. It's fascinating what it takes, the amount of equipment and the team behind Norway Chess. Huge shout out to everyone working behind the scenes so hard, working on the production, on the broadcast, and also making sure that this event is organized. This is the 13th edition of Norway Chess and the 2nd edition for Norway Chess Women. We have a blockbuster matchup that is between the world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura, and the world number 1, Magnus Carlsen. Do we have any developments in the game, Christian?
Yeah, we do. And I have to say, I'm just impressed by the way Magnus is approaching this position and the precision that Magnus is displaying right now. Queen to c7. We left it off after knight to d4, and we were praising the idea of destabilizing the knight with the move b4 and getting rid of all these ideas of trading the pawns on the left side. And he did so. He played the move b4, queen to g4, queen goes on the right side. You have to find the square for that queen. You cannot leave it on d1 for the rest of the game. You have to make the connection between the rooks as well and get ready with this rook to go and match black's intensity on the central files. And at this point, Magnus played the best move, rook a to e8. Looking at this tension between the rooks, what do you see, Vishy?
And we're going to leave that with a cliffhanger just for a second, because we do have the first result of the day, which means that we will have an Armageddon starting shortly. We do have a draw in Norway Chess Women. The game of Wei Yi against Lei Tingjie ended in a draw. That means that they will be back in about 15 minutes' time for an Armageddon showdown. We will continue with our analysis, and once the Armageddon begins, all eyes are on the ladies section and the first Armageddon of the day.
But right now is Hikaru, who is playing quick moves, good moves from a practical perspective, but Magnus is not losing any steam either with his precision. Vishy, what do you see after this last move, rook a to d1?
I must admit I haven't fully figured out why it's... I mean, I see that the rook has to move somewhere, but I cannot see yet why rook a e8 is good. In fact, I might have even considered knight f6 first instead of rook a e8 in order to take on d4 and play e5 like I wanted to earlier. I think maybe queen g3 is the problem.
This might be some funny maneuver, but what I'm seeing recommended by the engine...
No, not here, but 2 moves ago. Instead of rook a e8,
yes,
I wanted to go knight f6.
I think this is what he wants to do, but with the rook on e8, so that he can tuck the queen on a8. Queen to g3 now, so in the game position, the idea being that knight to f6, let's say queen to g3. I don't want to trade the queens. I'm going to go here, and now I have...
the rook is not stuck on a8. Oh, that's brilliant.
Yes.
Can you show Christian and explain why black wants to keep the queens on the board?
That is a very good question, Anna, is because once you exchange the queens, I'm not going to take with the pawn, I'm going to take with the knight. Now it's going to be much easier for me to keep the position stable. Black still has plenty of activity, still has the better pieces, but right now you're not going to be able to use your pieces to create a checkmating attack because you don't have the queens to deliver that those final blows during the attack. So it's a much easier position to handle, to defend for white, for Hikaru, and definitely this is not something that Magnus is looking for as the clock is ticking down. So he wants to keep the queens on the board, he wants to preserve his potential for an attack, and that's exactly why after rook a to e8, it looks funny, but you want to tuck the queen in that corner and create this beautiful battery on the a8, h1 diagonal.
Vishy, how would you describe a battery in chess? We are learning so much today and teaching our audience. What is a battery? It's a funny word.
Yes, so you should not be thinking of storage of energy. You should be thinking of a Roman battering ram. So a bunch of Romans, if you've read your Asterix and Obelix, you know how this works. The Romans take their battering ram, they break in, and then next thing Obelix is chasing them out. You should be thinking of the battering ram.
By the way,
so
I'm
the
not
queen
sure.
and bishop together are hammering away at g2.
I'm not sure the battery that we're being shown on display right now is correct. I think that's a discovery check.
But we do have the vocabulary here. We have a dictionary to translate chess terms to align same color pieces. Increasing pressure along file, rank, or diagonal, as Vishy explained, it is not the power bank or the battery you need for your phone, but more of the military term of a battery.
Absolutely, and look at this beautiful pressure on that square g2. In fact, you're in big trouble right now. And I'm thinking maybe even some tactics are starting to appear on the board. Perhaps bishop takes g2. Could this be an option? Let's say I take, you take back.
Probably not
Probably
in this
not.
order, but if you start with bishop d4 and then you do it might work.
That is a very good point. That is a very good point. So let's say a5, you take on d4, you eliminate the defender of the bishop on f5, and now you take on g2. We're just trying to show some nice...
Yeah, we're just trying to show the idea.
Nice variations.
The execution,
yes,
but yeah,
yes.
and then you take on F5 and so on.
It doesn't work in this instance, but it could work. It's something that could be on display later on in the game. Rook AD1, and the pressure is mounting on Hikaru right now.
And I'm happy to say, in the example they've put over there, we have both a battery and a fork.
Wow.
Because that queen is forking the knight on F4 and the pawn on B2.
Very true.
So it's a battery on B2 and a fork, and it's going to win a piece when white stops that.
Our production team made a small mistake. Now they're trying to overcompensate by giving us two ideas at the same time.
Yes,
okay, which one will we choose, the battery or the double attack? That's a beautiful position right there.
And that's how you win at chess. There's so many tactical patterns that can win on the spot. We are trying to help our audience learn these patterns, because then you will win game after watching the Norway Chess broadcast. Magnus Carlsen does know how to win a game or two, and he's hungry for this win. He's got the black pieces, but he's feeling good about his game. He's enthusiastic. He also has more time, and he has had more confessional visits. Vichy, you were saying at the start of the broadcast that this is a battle between two of the players that will visit the confessional booth the most.
Yes, and I think it seems to be that the person who's better in the game is also going to win the confessional battle. Because the other person has to get back and solve problems. So I think this is very much Hikaru's frame of mind. What is the current score in confessionals? Is it 3-2?
I think it's about 3-2, if not.
But then Arjun is also in like 2 or 3 himself.
Arjun has
so
gone
it's kind
many
of
times,
tricky.
and good that you mentioned him, because we do have developments on his board as well. Arjun Erigaisi facing the reigning world chess champion, 18-year-old Gukesh Domaraju. Gukesh is down to his last 14 minutes, and there is no increment until move 40. So this is going to be huge time trouble for the world champion playing with the black pieces. What are we thinking of these last couple of moves that happened since we analyzed the game?
Yeah, so we were discussing the idea of making f4 possible in this position, trying to kick the queen away, trying to kick one of the most potent defenders that black has in the position, so that they can jump with this knight next to the king, give this very critical check, take on f6 once you move with the king, and then that's going to deliver the checkmate for white in the position. You don't want to allow that. Rook a to d1 is a very important move because it controls in a lot of squares this d2 square, which black uses to defend his position. b5, f4, queen to e3. We've been discussing about this sequence for a very long time. King to h1, and now rook a to d1 is what we have on the board. It does seem like white has a couple of options. Both rook takes d1 and queen takes d1 work. You might be thinking, hey, rook takes d1 doesn't work because I take your pawn on f4. But once again, we have a fork. After knight to h5, you lose the queen on f4. So you cannot touch that pawn on f4. This is what Arjun is thinking about. Which capture should he utilize? With the queen or with the rook? What would you do in this case?
Queen
Vichy?
d1 is tempting.
Yes.
Because if you go, for instance, bishop b7, I capture.
I see the bar moving.
Yeah. And then if you capture with the rook, so bishop takes b7, rook takes b7, queen d8 is winning, because the next move will be knight h5, and the mate we saw.
The mate from behind. And in fact, you can try to defend, but it's not going to work very well for you. You're still, and maybe not with this one.
Well, this one because of queen e4 g6, but we'll find something else. Hang
Queen
on.
h8.
Queen h8, is that
yes.
right? Okay.
Yes. So it's a very dire situation, Anna, for Arjun, for Gukesh, excuse me.
It is, and I'm being told that Mehmet is very popular, and we are going to need to say goodbye to you, which I don't want to let you go, though, before you tell us what does the Norway Chess Bar say about Arjun's chances in this game against Gukesh? Do we have any updates, any secret behind-the-scenes information?
I did not check this one. Now,
Tell us about the game you checked, because I know you've been looking at a game here while we are analyzing.
yes, so I checked for the Wei Caruana game.
Yes.
And in this game, it did say that Caruana has practical chances. draw, but also Wei Yi has chances. So Caruana has more chances than Wei Yi because of the time situation, but it's more like 3-result game at this point in favor of Caruana.
Interesting, interesting. We will definitely analyze the game that you were talking about again, but we have a quick briefer for our viewers about the goal that all of these players are playing for: checkmate. Of course, the most important thing in chess.
Check and panic. But it's a checkmate you should fear. What's the difference? Let's break it down. Check means the king is attacked. You must respond by blocking, running, or capturing. Checkmate ends the game. The king is trapped and there is no escape. Check is a warning. Checkmate is the end. Spot it or fall to it.
Welcome back, everybody. And we do have an Armageddon just about to begin. And let's take a look at the Armageddon regulations. In Armageddon, white has 10 minutes. Black has 7 minutes more time for the white pieces, but there is 1 second increment starting from move 41. White must win. White is in a must-win situation. A draw or a victory for black means that black gets that extra half a point. So definitely a very intriguing format in this one. And this is what we're going to see in the game between Vaishali and Lei Tingzhe in just a couple of minutes. So we have a lot of action coming up shortly.
We also have action here in our studio. We managed to sit down. I was a bit late, and we do have Øystein back. Thank you so much for joining us again. How did the presentation go?
Okay, I think, but I'm very happy to be back and experience the end of the game here.
You were rooting for an Armageddon in the game of Magnus in a way, but we do have now an Armageddon in Norway Chess Women. Are you excited about this faster-paced control?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Vishy, what are your predictions when it comes to this Armageddon game? Vaishali with the white pieces, so she needs to win. She's in a must-win situation, but she has more time.
Yes, I don't think Vaishali got a huge advantage in the opening, so it will be interesting to see what unexpected idea she has. Often, the advantage of playing an unexpected opening with white is that with less time, black has to cope with unusual problems. It doesn't matter if it's good. It simply has to be unusual, have some venom in it. The solution shouldn't be obvious. And that's your gold-plated solution. I don't know if that'll be the case, but let's see. Let's see what she comes up with.
And Lei Tingzhe has already some experience in Armageddon. She defeated the world champion Zhu Wenjun yesterday to get that extra half a point. That was with the white pieces, and she conducted an absolutely brilliant attack against the world champion. So maybe her experience will play an important role in this one. Vaishali, what do you expect? Vishy, you know her so well. Do you expect her to go for e4, striking the center like that, or d4? What is her style?
My hunches will be that she will stick to e4, but she's been probably spending the last few minutes furiously thinking of some unexpected sideline here or there that she could use to get the game off the thing. She could play something else. She could play knight f3 or d4, but I expect e4 more.
Let's see, and so I do E4. Think that's e4 right there. We have a Petrov. Lei Tingzhe already played the Petrov with the white pieces yesterday against Zhu Wenjun, and right now we have a completely different approach than what she did yesterday. Knight c3. This used to be considered as one of the more practical and more dangerous approaches that white has in her arsenal. What can you tell us about this idea?
Yes, there's a double pawn structure on the queen side, gives extra ballast. The white king is slightly safer as a result, but of course the theory has advanced a lot from those kinds of general principles. Knight c6, I've seen knight d7 a bit more, but
knight d7 with the idea to bring another knight next to the king, next to the defense. This idea with knight to c6 signals the fact that maybe you want to go queen to d7 and just hide the king on the other side of the board. And I think that's exactly what she's doing.
And now either put the bishop on c4 or put it on b5, one of those moves, I guess.
Øystein, what can you tell us about this position?
Are you asking me?
Yes. From your perspective, I want to hear your thoughts.
I'm generally very conservative on castling on the wrong side, but
the wrong side.
On the queen side.
Yes.
But that's just because I'm an amateur, so I don't have much experience with that. But sometimes you gain tempo. Isn't that correct? By doing that.
Not really. You just get the rook in the center.
The rook, yes, in a sense. The rook lands on a central square, whereas the other place it lands on f1.
Yes.
And you could say that. And even more so when the pawn is already on c3. So then you have an open file as well.
You made a great point there, Øystein, that castling on the short side is a lot more common in the game of hobby players, beginners, and even, I would say, even among competitive chess players. It's just, in most openings, it's the more natural side. Yeah. It's the faster one because you only need to take two pieces out of the way to castle on the short side. But what we see here is castling on the long side, castling on the left side of the board by Vaishali, and the rook was immediately active because of what you pointed out, and Vishy highlighted how this rook is already active on the d5, which is a semi-open file for White's queen and rook. It would be open if there are no pawns on it. It's semi-open if there is a pawn of the opponent on that file.
She went knight d4. I'm curious why she didn't go knight e5.
Ooh, that's a nice one.
Yeah, it seems like a reasonable trick. Perhaps queen e8 is fine. Okay, we can show that, right?
Yes.
If you take, I just take on d7, and I take on d7 again.
And the question is,
better.
how is this position at the end? And the answer is quite simple.
Yeah.
Look at these beautiful rooks. Look at the expression that they have on the 7th rank. And I mean, this is the worst pawn structure that Black could have.
Yes.
So she missed that opportunity.
Well,
somewhat.
If Black had gone queen e8, in effect, she has the opportunity to get the exact same thing again. She could take on c6 anyway. But yeah, now I capture on c6. You capture, rook takes e7, and I'm going to say that we're going to get opposite color bishops, so it might not be as big of a victory as it looked.
We have that on the board, in fact.
I'm going to steal the word for a second because there is another game that ended. Sarah Khadem and Ju Wenjun also drew their game in classical chess. So there will be another Armageddon after this Armageddon. We're going to focus on this game, and later we'll have the other two ladies competing against each other in Armageddon while all the games of Norway Chess are still underway.
This must be just a blunder, at least the way she perceives it, the way Lei Tingzhe, because I'm looking at her, she's not happy. I think she missed this move, knight takes c6. That's a pawn to the good.
But she actually...
But good news for her. Yes. Good news for her is that it's not that bad, actually. You did get the pawn, but I can keep my bishop there. And I have quite some compensation right now.
Yes, because that bishop on g6 has no rival. But I would play knight b4 here.
Yes.
And try to rotate it to d5.
Yes.
Should be better for White.
Right, and the question is whether you get there in time or not, because right now I have to go king to b1.
I could have started with b3 as well.
Yes, but it seems like it doesn't work.
Wow, it's that bad.
It's bad. You're starting
because
to...
now if knight d5, there's rook takes b2 check, b3 check.
Yes.
Ah, right, okay, wow.
Lots of beautiful ideas in this one, of course. She's still thinking, but she doesn't have a lot of time. How much time does she have?
Only 4 minutes and 40 seconds left, and there is no increment until they reach move 40. So Lei Tingzhe really seems to be shaken by this move. She must have missed it, and psychologically, that's a very difficult situation to deal with. She ends up taking the knight.
But without the two bishops, you don't have the same impact when it comes to your attack on the queen side, on the left side of the board. So I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing the compensation. I understand there's still some compensation, but if I was to pick and choose who has the better chances, I would pick White to win this one.
She's offering a trade of rooks. The more pieces that she can trade, the better in terms of the opposite colored bishops. We say this is opposite colored bishops because White has a bishop on a dark square and Black has a bishop on a light square. So these two bishops can never see each other. They can never trade or they can never attack each other.
Yes, but I have to say, even if White is left with one major piece, the drawing tendency is not that high. So yeah, as long as White remains with a queen or a rook accompanying the bishop, it's completely open.
That is a great point, because if you do end up attacking from White's perspective on the dark squares, the Black bishop on the light squares cannot do anything. She is...
So what does she want? Oh, she's just on b3.
She wants to put this king on b2, defend everything, and then focus on the fact that you have the more active pieces. Focus on what it is quite an unpleasant weakness to defend, and that is the pawn on c7.
Yes, and she's got the unbalanced mixed pawn structure thing that she would have wanted to get.
Yes.
So that's a success for her.
Yes, precisely so. At the same time, now she's not a pawn up, so the tendencies of equality are much higher, especially if we start exchanging major pieces in the position.
Maybe rook e8 now.
Should be played, yes.
Oh, is queen d5 winning? Yeah.
That is such a nice one.
Oh my God, we need to point out why this is a winning move, Vishy.
Anna, what's happening here?
Well, I didn't want to steal Vishy's thunder. He
Vishy.
said the move, I think he should break it down. Vishy, this queen sacrifice, what's the point of it for our viewers to learn?
So this is again, it's a duel. That queen is distracted. It's defending e8 and virtually controlling some other squares. So I go on a square like this. The queen is not defended. I cannot capture d5 because there's a back and right mate happening. So I lose the queen, in fact.
Yeah, and she saw it. She spotted it
and
very nicely.
Gone
so
h6.
She played h6.
H6 is the kind of move you should make even when you don't see that it's necessary. It shows a healthy sense of danger. That you play h6 before, and then after that you don't have to think about the back rank and so on.
That is a great point. Back rank mate is one of the most frequently missed checkmates. And if you do end up pushing the pawn, it gives a bit of a room to the king, a bit of an escape square.
This is a more strategical opportunity to explain why this move a5, despite the fact that you're not losing anything immediately, is a bad move. And that is because I have the opportunity to block that pawn on a square that you don't want that pawn to be blocked in any sort of endgame, because it's on a dark square. That means my bishop is going to be able to attack it. So the best move right now would be to play a4. Just simply block that weakness on a5.
Actually, I was wondering what's the solution for rook b8?
Rook b8 right now?
Yes, because I'm attacking a4 and c3. I mean, you cannot move the king.
So I will go c4, it seems like.
Queen
you can take my pawn on a4, but then I take
you
on
take on
c7.
c7 and it evaluates this favorably.
Yeah,
okay. That makes sense,
yeah. And c4 is a very important move because right now the bishop on f4 is not under attack. It's quite of a funny situation, and perhaps that's what she's thinking about, a4 rook to b8.
The time situation is getting closer and closer to each other. White starts with an extra 3 minutes in Armageddon, and now she still has more time, but it's down to a 1 minute difference.
I am seeing some immense swings on the bar. Wei Yi right now seems to have made a huge blunder because I see Fabiano being in an almost winning position.
And Gukesh is in trouble as well.
Gukesh in huge trouble as well. Arjun seems to be having a winning position by the bar.
And Hikaru is significantly worse, yes.
Kind of in the same situation that he has been for a long time.
Wow, it's great that we got the bird's eye view back and we can take a quick look at all the other boards. There's so much going on. The action is heating up on every board today. We already have seen the draw between Sarah Kadam and we haven't seen, but we already have announced the draw between Sarah Kadam and Jun. They will be playing an Armageddon game shortly. But what's going on in Norway Chess when it comes to Gukesh's game? Fabiano, Vishy, please give us a breakdown of the other boards.
Well, so Arjun, if he captures on d7, I guess bishop b7 is the point. But there are so many intermezzos. I can play rook f3 first. I can throw in knight h5 check somewhere first. And already it's quite confusing.
We will try to show the board in a moment. In the meantime, though, as a quick assessment, in terms of the time situation and how dangerous the position is, what would you say the practical chances are here? As we learned from Mehmet, from the human's perspective, how would you evaluate this for Arjun?
Having seen the computer evaluation, I won't evaluate it anymore. It's like answering an exam paper after you happen to see the solution. But it felt wrong. Something felt wrong, but I don't know specifically what.
Look at Lei Tingzhe's advantage starting to creep in the Armageddon that we have right now.
Of course, because bishop c4 is terrible, allowing a4. The whole point was to lock it in there. Correct?
Of course, yes. Just to recap, c4, missed opportunity, allowing a4. Now it's black who's attacking. It was white the whole game, now it's black who's attacking.
Yeah, but now Lei has gone for the alpha 0 pawn. It's just instead of h6, it's now on a3.
Yes, I love it.
Yes, and now she can take the pawn on
Get
H2.
me a queen
She can
there.
take the pawn on H2. Because the more imbalance is better for black.
Check right there. If you go bishop to c1, I will pick up the pawn on
Oh,
h2.
no, in fact, she went d5. She didn't go queen h1 check. So let's see what's happening here.
Still, from a practical perspective, with such a weak king, it feels like the king on b1 is so weakened.
Oh,
Huge
d5 is very
problems.
efficient as well, isn't it?
I love it.
I take on c4 and everything
I
is
love
falling
it.
apart. Yeah.
Yeah, I like d5. I think queen f6 is a big threat as well in certain lines.
And the fact that black has draw odds, she's the one with the better position, and she has draw odds late Tingjie in the Armageddon game. That is huge.
Yes, absolutely an important part of this whole thing. Not only that, but right now, she started with 3 extra minutes, Vaishali that is. Now the time is equal. Rook to d8, very practical move, defending
That's the
the pawn on d5.
exclamation mark. Very tough situation for Vaishali to have the same amount of time in the worst position when you are in a must-win situation.
I don't see it, guys. I think Lei Tingjie might be going through on this one. Yeah, she might be winning another Armageddon.
She won her Armageddon game yesterday against the Women's World Champion Ju Wenjun, and it's looking very good today
Bishop
for her.
c1.
Again, the bar just keeps increasing. It's showing more and more advantage for black.
Get out of the pin with this move, queen to d6. At the same time, attack the rook on e7. And guess what? Next move, no matter what you do, I will take on c4.
It's over, yeah.
She did it. She did it. She's good in Armageddon. She's really good in Armageddon. Not only that you're attacking this rook, but you're also defending this important pawn on a3.
I think by now it doesn't even matter because c2 is the real weakness. a3 is just a great bonus.
Exactly. Yes.
So
yes. A bonus it is, and a bonus that comes with a winning
position. For instance, imagine that you
position.
played rook e2 here.
Yes.
And I take on c4, and you think maybe rook d2 salvages something. Well, it doesn't. Queen
might
takes
just
d2
take,
wins.
right?
Yes,
Yeah.
queen takes d2 wins. So
There's no way to defend.
no.
You have huge problems on the back rank.
And here, I apologize. a3 is very handy.
Tell us, Vishy, why is it handy to have that pawn there?
Well, for a start, white can't run to b2.
And all the
And it's
back
gonna
rank
get mated on the
checkmates
back
that
rank.
we have talked about are again
Yeah, in fact,
possible.
we're going to see it.
They're
Rook
actually
d2 and queen
in
takes
that
d2.
position.
Yeah.
No, queen e7. No.
But it's still slightly better for black, which means
She goes through.
which is all she needs, so she doesn't matter.
Queen e3, okay, some small tactics. Of course, you cannot take on e3 because that would allow the intermezzo with rook takes d8. That's a check. I pick up the queen next, and I'm a rook up. Do not do that.
You know, I could consider rook takes d2 here.
Should we put it on the board? Let's see.
Queen takes e7, rook takes c2. I mean, the
You know
discovered
she's
thing is
thinking
so
about
strong.
it. You know she's thinking about it. She played something else.
But I think after rook takes c2, I will have queen takes a3. Anyway, let's not go there.
Yes.
It was funny, though.
She moved the queen out of the capture square, and now they are trading rooks.
Destroying the pawn structure as well.
Queen
The
to
white
d1.
king is
H4,
getting
queen
more
H4. Oh, queen d1.
and more exposed and vulnerable.
Right now
it's
you're
black
in
is,
Suswang.
yeah, white is frozen. White
Do we
cannot
have
improve
a
there.
Suswang explanation, perhaps?
Tuk Tuang.
Suswang. Vishy, can you tell us what Suswang is?
Zugzwang comes from literally forced move. Zug is move and Zwang is obliged to, forced to. And so it's a fancy German word to say that you have only, you don't have a move. In fact, it's got a special meaning. It is that any move you make worsens your position, but quite often, well, in fact, all the time, not making a move actually is fine for you. It's the act of being forced to make a move which destroys your position.
And we have
And
a
this is gone.
handshake because they ended up repeating the moves even though Lei Tingjie had the better position. She didn't have to continue playing. The draw odds in Armageddon meant that she didn't want to play on. It's the same result in Armageddon if you make a draw with the black pieces or win the game. So she ends up getting the point
I
in
think Lei
Armageddon.
Tingjie didn't understand that it's very important to win the Armageddon game so that you improve in Mehmet's forecasts for the next year.
Of course, she didn't think
That's
about game
a bit
theory.
of information she hasn't quite fully absorbed.
It's 2-2
But I
right
think,
now. White versus black. I think it's 2-2
Oh,
in
right, okay,
Armageddon.
good.
Guys, but we do have that big moment in Fabiano's game. Fabiano has a winning position right now, out of nowhere. I just want to show you this, how they ended up, and what I think was the miss by Wei Yi. Rook takes h5. He took that pawn. I think he forgot about
Castle, exclamation mark.
Ah, okay.
What a
because
move.
now you just simply cannot defend against bishop takes d3 next move. You're on this pin, a very unpleasant pin, and your rook is completely out of play on h5. You don't have a way to connect the action of the queen with a rook to try to deliver the checkmate. That's not possible. My king is perfectly safe on g8. So rook to a1. What do we think of this position? 5 minutes, by the way, for Wei Yi. 5 minutes and 51 seconds against 31 minutes.
There is no increment, and this is move 26. This is a huge time pressure for the #1 Chinese player. Wei Yi is in trouble on the board and also on the clock.
Yes, yes, indeed. Bishop takes d3 would...
Oh, rook h8 check. Oh, that is beautiful. Okay, that is beautiful.
This is nice. This would be a cold shower. I actually don't think our team has that term, cold shower, but it is a chess term, meaning that you expect to be in a winning position, you expect that everything is okay, and then suddenly something, a thunder, comes out of nowhere, which forces you to lose the position and be in a losing position.
Can you show why this is winning,
because there are some situations where a cold shower is very welcome.
I know. I enjoy a cold shower from time to
But
time.
apparently in chess, it has negative connotations.
Christian, I was wondering if you could play out the moves to show to our viewers why this is a winning move.
Absolutely. So I'm sacrificing my rook to force you to get your king on this square where I can attack it with tempo, with a check, with my queen, at the same time getting out of the action of your bishop on d3. You move the king, I just simply take your queen. So winning position for white if he plays that very bad move, bishop takes d3, but if he goes back to...
Queen e7, queen f7, queen e6,
yep.
Almost anything.
It's
queen
looking
b3,
great.
Maybe not queen b3. But.
Fabiano in a winning position. Let's check out the other game, shall we? The Arjun versus Gukesh.
Landing now.
We will soon have another Armageddon game starting, but before that, I think we definitely should check in on the derby between the two Indian youngsters, Arjun Erigaisi against the reigning world chess champion, Gukesh Damaraju. Gukesh is the world champion, but Arjun has a really good head-to-head score against Gukesh, and it seems to be that today, too, he's the one who's got the upper hand. Vishy, what do we have here on the board? E4 is the last move, and an exclamation mark is given to it by the computer.
Yes, so black will capture on d7. And then I would say knight takes f6. Yeah.
It's all about getting to that king.
Yes.
Give me a couple of more moves, I will deliver the checkmate. So it's going to be a battle.
Rook d3, let's say
rook to
then
d3.
I go queen h4. I don't know if you want to do that. Yeah, queen h4.
Queen h4 first.
And then if I go rook d1 check.
Do you have time to take my rook on f3? Probably not.
Yeah.
That's a nice checkmate right there. So let's start giving checks, shall we?
Yeah. And the problem is you run out of checks. Queen g1 check, king h3, and there are no more checks available, and it resigns.
Perfectly safe, the king there. If you try to run, what's happening if you try to run?
Queen g5 looks like a decent start.
Putting on my running shoes. If I go back in the corner, then that's an easy checkmate right there.
Queen and a knight is deadly, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
You are so right about that, Øystein. The combination between, when they are a team, the queen and the knight, it's deadly.
Good combination indeed. And if you go here, maybe I can even...
No, I think queen c5 check. Oh, sorry, there's a queen on g1, excuse me.
Hanging the queen, that's a pattern we should show as well.
Yeah.
That is a way you can blunder your queen.
We often forget about backwards moves, right? And this is what's happening right
Øystein,
here.
any personal experience?
I nod my head.
Yes, yes. Backward
moves. That has been an experience.
But queen b5 just wins on the spot. We're very late, we're very deep into this one.
There's a lot of action on every board, it seems.
Yes, yes.
So Wei Yi is losing and Gukesh is losing. How's Hikaru versus
But right now, Gukesh is getting down to his last 5 minutes. I just want to point that out. He just spent 4 minutes on his last move. It seems like I'm not going to say that he's giving up hope, but he understands he's in a very, very bad situation.
Of course.
And this is the classical game. He lost yesterday against Magnus Carlsen, and he now has a losing position against Arjun. And you guys see, this is a very tough start for the World Chess Champion.
Speaking of World Chess Champions, the former. Yes, yes.
The worst is over for Hikaru, so he's escaped this one.
Magnus, obviously the crowd's favorite, and the favorite here in Norway after winning a tremendous game yesterday against Gukesh. He's facing Hikaru, who is doing amazing in this one. Got a victory yesterday against Fabiano with the black pieces. The worst is over for Hikaru. He had a much tougher position just a few moves ago. And look at the clock. At some point, Magnus had an hour, Hikaru had 30 minutes. Hikaru has 19 minutes. Magnus has 13 minutes right now, 12 minutes and counting. Huge swing, both in position assessment and the clock in this one. Vishy, what do you see?
I think essentially the problem has solved itself. The queens are off, so there's the worst outcomes, which is mate with these two bishops. And in pure endgame terms, if white plays bishop e3 or knight b4, black's got too many pawns to defend. So it seems that this should be safe. And the eval bar is absolutely at equality. So, which I think reflects the fact that these pawns aren't really worth winning.
Yes.
There's not much of an advantage in winning any of these pawns. So.
You'll win them, but you're probably going to lose some as well.
Exactly.
Once you take on c4, most likely you'll have some difficulties via the c file. Yeah, this one, rook takes c1. Are the players speeding towards a draw is a question. Or do you think Magnus still harbors some hopes
If anything,
of winning?
Magnus is more likely to be a pawn down, but then get some compensation. So perhaps not. I mean, rook e1, what are you going to play? Bishop c6 or something, attacking that pawn maybe?
Yes.
I go a5. Now I'm attacking c4 again.
Yes. The worst is over for Hikaru. Definitely this one seems to be slowing down a little bit. I think we should move back to Wei Yi because I'm hearing he's in huge time trouble and we see a very confident Fabiano walking around the playing hall right now. The pressure is on and Wei Yi needs to speed up. There's no increment.
3.5 minutes left only with no increment. That is huge time pressure, and his position is also a difficult one to play. Wei Yi, the #1 player of China, is having a very tough situation here to deal with.
I think he's just completely lost right now. It seems like everything is happening in Fabiano's favor. I'm invading via the d file. I'm ready to swing the... Oh, yeah. Whoa.
But now queen c4, and that's the problem, I think.
Wow.
Queen to c4. That's a sharp spot right there.
He has taken the bishop because that black bishop is the one that's guarding the black rook.
But perhaps Wei Yi is simply waiting to resign after queen c4 and
I believe
decided to, one last...
Let's show why this is such a powerful move. Rook takes g3. Now we see the discovery attack that Fabi is getting ready to initiate. King to f1. It seems like you've defended everything. But guess what? After rook to g1, I'm going to force you.
What a move.
Once again, the king is overloaded. It helps covering too many.
You can go to f2. You can continue, but I will continue doing the same thing. Rook to g2, and then I take on e2. This one is over. If Fabiano finds it, he has all the time in the world, 25 minutes on his clock.
He definitely sees it. He's probably just double, triple checking everything. After a tough day yesterday, your confidence sometimes is a little bit shaken, but he certainly will play queen to c4, and we are expecting a resignation of Wei Yi if that move is played.
Also, it would be strange if Fabiano played rook b5 without having seen queen c4.
Yes,
I mean, rook d3 without
if
having
he
queen
doesn't
c4,
play queen c4, can we show without that queen move, if you are simply capturing the white rook,
on the board,
the black rook is hanging, so you're losing a bishop. But
and
queen c4 is on the board.
Resign and that's it.
This is the winning move by Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, and what a comeback from getting defeated with the white pieces against one of his arch nemesis, Hikaru, to winning with the black pieces against one of the toughest opponents.
And Wei Yi
in his field.
resigns indeed. What a game. This was fireworks on the board. With the king that we thought was not the safest, Fabiano's, it was not easy for him to castle, but he found the right way to get out of that situation. You see the players analyzing, exchanging some words of earlier critical positions in the game.
Fabiano is back in the tournament.
He is, because this is 3 points. If you win in classical chess, here at Norway Chess, you get 3 points for the win.
Was this a strong game all the way?
Very strong.
On behalf of Caruana?
I would say it was more a tense game, which could have went either way. It stayed balanced for a very long time. But in the end, there was a big mistake by Wei Yi because of time trouble.
Another huge time trouble is coming here, or actually coming here. It's already here for the world chess champion
so it's
Gukesh.
fascinating. If white plays g5, what is... Wow.
Bishop takes
e4. Yes, I was just going to
and
mention that.
simply...
No, I did think the problem was knight takes e4 actually attacks the queen. So let's just see what's the logic there.
Rook
You
to
go
d1.
d1 check, king g2, queen g1 check.
Rook to g1.
Rook to g1.
And now you have the
queen
extra
f5.
square,
Okay, that's the square.
f5. That is brilliant.
Yeah.
That is brilliant.
Can we
right
show
there.
until checkmate? I love to see the checkmate patterns. I cannot help myself. This is beautiful.
Absolutely, everything is working in unison. Yeah, but I'm sure g5 would be a huge blunder in this position. In fact, after g5, you lose. So be careful. If you are a Gukesh, right? If you are Arjun right now, be careful. f5, on the other hand, seems to be winning.
And the reason is if rook takes f3, then I have the d7 square is free. So I go queen g5 check.
Even easier might be this one.
Yeah.
That's a checkmate in 3 moves.
Sure.
If you go to g8, then I go here, and then cooperation between the queen and knight. Such a powerful cooperation.
Can we show the other attempt? Because this check, you can also give a move earlier, but it's very important to see with the knight check. I meant after the king goes to the back rank on g8.
Oh, on g8.
I just thought it's an important pattern that you also need to think what your opponent will do. And if after the rook was captured, sorry, I was thinking about the position once you had the pawn on f5 and the rook was captured on f3.
Oh,
maybe
I see.
I brought you back to the wrong one.
No,
sorry,
no,
I just
no.
wanted to add my little thought
please,
here.
please, yes.
I love this position because after the king goes to the back rank, it feels like you already are ready to give a back rank checkmate in case of king g8. It feels like the queen will go to the back rank and that's it. But you always need to think about what can your opponent do. And always think of the opponent's defensive resources. These kind of moves where the pieces go backwards are very hard to catch.
Absolutely.
So you need to train your eyes to spot these and not get too overconfident in positions like this. You need to always double check that you have made sure that you foresee what your opponent will do or can they defend. So what Christian did was actually the only way to get this checkmate. With the queen check on the g file, you force the king to step out of this position and then the queen can go to the back rank.
No more queen to f8 backwards to defend the king, and this finishes the game. Very nicely put. Very nicely put. And right now, rook takes d3.
Wow.
Whoa. Oh.
It's not like Arjun to miss something.
I think what he's going for is exactly what Anna was talking about, knight to h5. He's going to give it a check on d8, and he's going to pick the pawn.
Anyway, right.
So no checkmate
It
here,
is, but
he
it's
will
not.
capture
Maybe it's
the
not that
pawn.
easy. Maybe it's not that easy, because I do have f5. You take on d3. Now I have a very strong bishop on b7 controlling this diagonal, and maybe f5 could allow me not to get in the
knight
game.
f6 check.
Okay, I will go king to g7.
And queen d4 maybe?
That's a slick way of trying to deliver the goods.
And here
The
I could even play
discovered
g5
check,
if
if
I
the
want,
knight jumps away, it's a
because you have
discovered
no way
check.
of doing anything.
Yes. Yes. And it's sort of a nice situation because it looks like, hey, I'm winning the queen, right? But now maybe I can go e5.
I was
What
thinking
a
in the
defensive
previous move, instead of
resource.
d2 to play throw in e5, but yeah, now it works better.
Here, e5. Yes, yes. The same idea, right? The same idea of using this pawn to drag the queen off the d file so that I can start pushing my d pawn and
So
try
why
to
is
get
the
that
board
promotion.
still so happy about White's position? Are we missing something?
I think what he wants, what the engine wants, is to perhaps just take on d3. Or queen to d4.
d2 and
d2, and now just king g2, which is somewhat of a silly move.
Can you break this move down, Christian?
I will try to, yes. So the idea being that my king was very vulnerable on h1 to any sort of checks. What I want is bring my king upwards. It's a bit counterintuitive, but there's not enough pieces on the board for me to worry about pushing my king upwards the board. And after king to g2, for example, if you go d1, you get the queen. I'm not going to recapture queen takes d1 because that would mean I'm losing a piece after king takes f6. What I will do is I will give you a double check.
Double and discover check at the same time.
Yeah.
Double check, discover check, everything.
Double check forces the king to move. That's it. You cannot touch any other piece.
So it has
but-
to go to g8.
And now I just simply take back. You take on e4, but after king to g3, this knight is just so powerful.
It's a monster.
So powerful.
Threatening a fork with that knight jump.
The material is equal, by the way. Material is equal, but you're completely lost right now.
Yeah.
Just knight f6 coupled with the action of the queen on this diagonal, you can pretty much resign at this point. So it's time to move on to another Armageddon. I think we are seeing the end of the game between Sarakadem and Ju Wenjun. What's happening in this one, Anna?
If we can bring up the board, because I need to catch up on the action. There's so much going on. It tends to be the case that once an Armageddon starts, there's more action and more Armageddon and more time troubles. Everything is happening. At the same time, queen to b1 is given a question mark. And Christian, you're showing a beautiful knight maneuver potentially for black to get a knight fork.
First of all, black only needs to make a draw.
True.
She's a pawn up. She has activity on the second rank. She has the safer king as long as she doesn't get checkmated on the 8th. This one looks like it's over. She has so many opportunities right now. And that's exactly what she's trying to do. She's trying to make a draw. Or at least not have to worry about blundering something. Exchange the queens. Be sure that you're getting at least the draw in this one.
So this move is given a question
Once
mark,
again,
but in practicality,
Not understanding the value of improving your rankings
the Armageddon
in the
game theory
Armageddon,
statistics.
in the new bar.
Yes, in the new bar.
New bar.
Okay, okay. Yes. Mehmet is not going to be happy with this one. That's for sure. King to h7.
The only thing that can go wrong for Ju Wenjun here is the time situation. She has only 2.5 minutes left, but the position is getting simplified. So it should not be that big of a factor if she can manage to play quick and exchange the queen as she has offered.
But somehow I think the Norway chess bar, new bar, maybe even when you're making a draw instead of winning, but you've won the match, I think it still counts as a win.
We need to ask Mehmet about this.
I think it still
if
counts
it's the
as a
same,
win.
it might be the same. That's a double question mark that Sarah got for keeping the queen on the board, but she has to. In Armageddon, with the white pieces, you are in a must-win situation. So she's trying to keep as many pieces on the board as possible to keep some chances, even if it will need to be a blunder. She at this point would need a big mistake by Ju Wenjun to have winning chances, but she is trying to keep the pieces on the board.
Why was that such a big blunder? Just to, oh, this is a beautiful tactic. Knight to e4
Wow.
would have won. It seems like queen to e4, and now if you go on the first rank, you get checkmated on the spot. And if you go up the board, then I just simply go back to c2 or to f3, force the knight to move. Otherwise, you just simply lose that knight and you get checkmated. For example, if
I think the queen f3 is maybe not easy to spot.
not easy, not easy at all, not easy at all. And this is a beautiful checkmate. I'm hunting the king down the board, up the board, in fact, and queen to h3 finishes the game.
This was missed by the players. I think both of them missed that opportunity, but it was really difficult to see the full variation there. The computer is brutal in situations like that, calculates it in a split second of time.
Also, is Anna Muzychuk much better against Humpy? Or are we going to wait for the Armageddon to finish?
I think we're going to wait for this one, and then we're going to go to the other ones as well. Queen to c4, again, it's all about this attempt to exchange the queens to make it simple. Ju and June, all she needs to do is to make a draw to clinch the Armageddon. Queen to c4. We don't see much chances for Sarah Kadem right now, do we?
She'll definitely try to keep the queen on the board, but it's getting harder and harder even to just dodge the queen trades. And the passed pawn of black can keep marching up the board.
Was that a blunder?
It seems like perhaps the same ideas of sacrificing maybe the knight, or maybe just start looking at ideas to checkmate the king.
Maybe knight d5 is a decent...
Knight d5 is a nice one as well, yeah.
But if white goes queen a8...
And we have queen to f4 on the board. The queen is getting closer to the white king. It might not have been the most accurate move, but black is still in control.
And what she does not want... Oh, whoa. Knight takes g4. Is that the move I'm seeing? Is that an opportunity?
Now that is a crushing move. If the 5-time Women's World Champion finds that knight sacrifice, it could be game over on the spot, and she's playing it.
Nice find. Excellent find. The idea being that you remove the queen from the defense of the knight on f2, and right now you just simply don't have a way to defend this. It's over. It's over right now unless we're going to see a miracle.
White only has one more check to give with the queen, but the black king will be safeguarded. It can hide. You can block from that check.
She could move
I'm seeing a potential miracle. I'm seeing a potential miracle.
That one.
Oh.
It's still completely
miracle?
winning. It's still
not.
completely winning.
But Sarah is trying. She's pushing the pawn.
There's no
check.
miracle.
The king is going up one square.
In fact, I'm going to go to h4.
One more
f6.
check by the white queen.
Create a cocoon around the king. Knight to f6. Okay.
And that also covers the central square where the white queen could have gone to.
Right.
Knight takes h5, for example. If you go queen to f8, try to attack this pawn on g7 and try to get to my king. I'm just simply going to defend by capturing.
She's attacking the pawn with the rook. King captures the pawn. Now the rook can capture the black pawn.
She's going to take on g7, but then how do you defend after queen to h4, for example?
Well, you have to go queen b6, right?
Queen to b6, queen.
Oh, but then knight d5.
Oh.
And rook takes knight.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
What a move.
Beautiful spot.
Sarah resigns. I think we need to show why. Once we have our board back. First of course, this is a huge win for Ju Wenjun.
I don't think we have time to show it right now just because all the other games are happening.
Of course, let's go back to Gukesh Arjun.
Yes.
16 seconds left for the World Chess Champion. 16 seconds.
One more move before he starts getting those extra 10 seconds. But still, this is a very dangerous situation for Gukesh right now. 16 seconds. Bishop to d5. Do we just take that pawn? Do we just take the pawn on b5?
But then I take on g4.
You do take on g4, but maybe I have c4 and queen g5?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, I can play bishop e4 and bishop g6, maybe.
And this is probably what Arjun is thinking about right now, because if he plays the move fast, this is not that easy to assess, right? You might be thinking, if you take on b5, you have 16 seconds to make a decision.
Hang on, if you go queen takes b5, I can go queen a8 maybe with some counterplay.
Counterplay against the king, creating this battery, looking at that white king as well. But then I can just simply go knight f6, I think.
And go for the queen ending, yes. Perhaps.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. It might be enough. It just simply might be enough.
It's then 16 seconds left for the reigning world champion. How do you feel when you have 16 seconds left in your games?
And I'm close to losing the game. I know that.
And no increment, the same time format that you play. Basically, he's on move 39, so in case he makes one more move, he will start getting an extra 10 seconds every time he completes his move. But even a 10-second increment is not much in classical chess. Better than 0, though.
Big moment right now. In fact, queen to b5 seems to be by far the best move in the position. If you don't do that, it does seem like black is starting to get some counterplay. So it's a big moment. Arjun is making sure that he's calculating very precisely everything.
And that moment, Christian, I just wanted to call the attention to what Gukesh has done. He looked up because up there they see their boards and they see the move number next to the board. He was double checking that he's on move 39. He needs one more move to complete the 40th move, which will start giving him the extra time.
But not after he completes the next one. He still has to make the next after the next one, which he has 2 more moves to make in 16 seconds. The next 2 moves.
In a crucial, sharp position. Not many pieces left on the board, but the king's safety and the queen-knight combination we've been talking about today, how strong they can be together, the queen and the knight.
I'm looking at ideas of connecting them together.
But is there a possibility for Gukesh to...
He took on f5.
That check one. That was my...
Yes, Arjun has captured the pawn and Gukesh gives the check immediately. Yeah. This is move 41.
But if I go bishop c4 check and go back to d5 check, are you going to crawl to h3 and play knight g3 maybe? No,
yes.
So maybe it's...
you have to go for the queen trade.
Yeah, queen d5 check and capture, and then you create a pass pawn somewhere far away. E takes, no, E takes.
Oh, E takes.
E takes, and you sack on d4 and you push that pawn to b3, and then
this is not easy.
White pawn structure is so diseased.
It's happening. Let's catch up with the game because it is happening. The queen check.
And E takes d5. I mean, that is obvious.
It's the only way.
Yeah.
You saved it?
This is indeed the game. The live position is on the board, the same that we were analyzing.
E takes d5 was played.
Oh my God. That's...
He might survive this right now. It seems... Objectively, right now, he survives this position.
This looks like hand of God to me.
It does indeed. It does indeed. G takes f5 on the last move before Gukesh was getting extra time.
And I do see another result on the right side. Hikaru Nakamura against Magnus Carlsen 1-1, meaning that game ended in a draw in classical chess. And we will see an Armageddon between the world number 2 and the world number 1. That's what you wanted, Oystein. Thank you for rooting for it.
That's excellent.
Excellent. More chess.
And something that Magnus's dad also pointed to the fact that these 2 players are probably some of the best rapid players in the world, and we're going to see a clash between them right now in about 15 minutes from now. But what a game this is. If Gukesh manages to survive this position, he's been lost for a long time right now, and he might be surviving this one. If he finds d4, he needs to play d4 right now, create that pass pawn, otherwise he finds it.
Yeah, but it's the bishop, the pawns are so useless when they're in the wrong, with the wrong bishop, that you understand that this is your last hope to throw it in.
And I think it's worth explaining. After king f7, king e3, now you're in a hopeless position.
Because the white king gets to d4 and e5, and it can just control everything from that.
Then I will reroute my knight somewhere. f6, knight f5, knight d4, completely winning strategically. But d4, king to e3, still some chances. Not completely over by any means, but it's looking likely like he'll survive.
In terms of material, white is up 2 pawns, but it's not a winning position because those 2 pawns are doubled pawns, and the activity of the black pieces are compensating, including this passed pawn. It's a crucial passed pawn. It's so far from the rest of the pieces, and white needs to make sure that they reach in time this pawn before it promotes.
Okay, let me point out one fact. If white plays knight g3 here, you can throw in b3 if you want. King d2.
Only move.
Oh, apparently b3 was a mistake, so I'll tell you why. I go king f6, And then you're winning with knight e4 check, because if you capture, there's a fork.
Always
Attacking
this
two pieces at the same time. So
sneaky forks.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful
now
find.
let's go back and play bishop d5.
Let's say I go bishop d5.
Yeah. Then the problem will be knight f1 to e3.
I think so. Knight f1 seems to be winning right now.
Yeah.
Knight f1, knight e3, and then I will be able to push my pawn on d5.
So now let's go back a bit. Let's back up. And it's crucial that black not touch that b pawn. So put the pawn back on b4. And
Yes.
it must be some move, perhaps bishop d5 or something like that here.
In fact, it seems like this is so counterintuitive. You have to get the bishop on b3 or a2.
A2, okay, okay.
Why? I guess b3 is a big threat right now.
Let's try bishop d5. What's wrong with that exactly?
King to d3 seems to be winning right now.
Oh, and king f6, I have knight f1. That's the point.
This is...
Yeah.
He's still not out of the
He'll
woods.
have to stop playing blitzing now and work out that you need the pawn on the dark square so that white lacks c3, and you need the bishop to land on.
We're seeing some moves. Knight g3, king to e7. Quickly played by Gukesh, excuse me.
But this apparently was not a good move. Why is he playing fast? Oh, is he still? Yeah, he doesn't have minutes. He has seconds.
He only
Gukesh
gets
has
10
14
seconds
seconds.
every time he makes a move. That's what Gukesh has for the rest of the game. There is no
So
more
now
bonus
king
time.
d2 might be very strong.
It is.
Because
it's a very strong move.
Black has to stay on c4.
Oh,
Because
king
if he
d2
moves
might
back, the
actually be
knight
winning.
rotates to e3. So
It might be winning.
Yeah.
Apparently, the best move is king f6, which he will never play.
Yes, and
To
knight
give up.
e6 takes.
To step into
Knight
a
takes
fork
c4 and king e4.
on purpose.
I don't think he's going to do this.
Well, not with 14 seconds back. Actually, of all the times, this would be a great time for Arjun to actually make a move fast.
Play king d2 fast. Play king d2 fast. Ask him the question: Are you ready to sacrifice your bishop? I think the answer would be no. I think the answer would be no, and if it is no, then you're losing. Everything else losing.
This is still such a tricky endgame. Very few pieces left on the board.
King
but
f6, the only move, right?
Yes.
He has to find king to f6. The king has to approach the white pawns. It's a very accurate move in this endgame. And he has to step
F6.
into that fork and hang his own bishop.
He makes it.
Yes. He has to play this. He has to sacrifice his bishop for this last important pawn, and it does seem like you're going to be able to use this pawn as a decoy. While you capture it with the white king, I'm going to be able to come back and capture the final pawn on h2. And that will mean the game will end in a draw. Very tough, very, very tough, and it's such a difficult decision if Arjun plays king d2. I don't see any other move, though. Like, what else are you going to do?
Yeah.
Knight
Find
e4,
this
maybe?
with
No,
14
knight e4 is
seconds
beautiful.
on
I play
the
b3.
clock is
Let's
not
show
an
this.
easy feat.
I play b3.
Yes.
And if you go knight d2 or knight c3, I play b2.
For me, knight e4 is by far the most intuitive move.
Yeah. And b2. So here I'm running through. So you play king d2 instead. And now I play b2.
Yes.
And if you go king c2, I have bishop d3.
Bishop d3 check. And in fact,
So
you're
this-
winning.
In fact,
Black
this flips
is
all
winning.
the way around. Yeah.
Yes.
So I would have to play knight c3 instead and take the draw. But
Knight to c3 and take
king
the
f6,
draw.
king
but
f6, and take f5 and f4, and should be a draw.
probably from the worse side. You will be slightly worse.
Black is still worse.
Arjun
there's
is
no question.
about to make a move. Is it going to be
King d2 is
d2?
key. That's the key move right here. If he finds it, I'm going to give him tremendous chances to take the victory.
Game theory, probability, in terms of practical chances, from the human perspective, the world champion down to his final 14 seconds in a critical moment.
Let's see if he plays it. This is the big test right now. King to d2 is asking one of the most difficult questions in this game for Gukesh. Will you be ready to sacrifice that bishop for the draw? And you have 14 seconds to make that decision.
He's reconsidering. He was about to touch a piece, but now he's reconsidering, checking his calculation. This is a crucial moment in the game between the world number 4 and world number 3.
I find all phases of chess difficult, and I weaknesses in all phases. But endgames, when I listen to experts and look at machines,
you need so much precision, so much accuracy in endgames.
We are unable to turn away from this drama, but I see in the meantime, Muzychuk has almost won against Koneru Hampi. Because
that bar is definitely telling us that she's winning.
Incidentally, two guys are going to play an Armageddon sometime soon.
There will be so much action.
There's a lot going on, isn't there?
I think we'll wait for Arjun to make his move because he was about to touch a piece and it's a crucial moment. I think if we go back just for that moment, because it could change the fate of this game. This is the moment that could change everything. If Arjun plays king to d2, Gukesh has to find that one single move that will hold equality and sacrifice his bishop.
Okay.
He's about to make it.
Yes, it's happening.
King d6. He played
Gukesh
king d6.
immediately plays king to f6. He has calculated it.
No, he played king d6.
d6. Oh!
He's lost.
He didn't play it. He didn't find
That
it.
makes sense because he went the other way in the previous move.
Yes.
You are right. You are right.
He's lost right now. Knight to e4 is a winning opportunity. The idea being that you go king to d5, I go king to e3, I go back defending. And if you start pushing the pawn, then I push the other one with f6. Or in fact, I go knight to c3. I push the king back.
And then you go king
now
d2.
I just simply go king d2, king c1, king b2, and you're in a losing position.
Oh,
what a turn of
goodness.
events.
This was it. Gukesh had to find an only move in chess when you have only one way to keep the same evaluation, to keep equality in this case. He would have had a draw if he found that king move to the right side. Instead, he went to the left side, and now the knight check is an exclamation mark. It's a great move. I think Arjun knows that this is now going his way.
I'm not going to say it's impossible to play king f6, but with 14 seconds on the clock, you don't play it 9 out of 10 times.
Yes.
Like if you're lucky, if something happens and some outside authority takes your hand and plays the king on f6, then you have a chance. Outside of that, not really.
And he has been under time pressure for so long. It also stacks up. It also has been so long for which he has been on the defensive with no time on the clock. It's bound to happen that you don't find the right way, the most accurate way to continue. Arjun Erigaisi with a great chance to win against the world chess champion.
Take a look at the bar in Muzychuk versus Hampi.
Oh,
back to even.
Wow.
It's
back
now
to
less
even.
of an advantage. Still better for Muzychuk, but not as big of an advantage.
We're not going to go there just because this one.
Whoa! While the bar is also dancing here.
Whoa. King to e6 seems to be back to even or somewhere along those lines, perhaps.
But wait,
even.
what is the move? King to e6, let me play f5.
F5, yes. King
and then
d7.
king d7, wow, yeah.
I would be looking at this position. I would not be thinking that I'm surviving. I would think I'm completely losing
Gukesh
right now.
long ago gave up on thinking.
Correct.
He's trying to keep that. Though it's interesting, you could theoretically say that 16 seconds is a resource. You could run it down a bit lower. I mean, at this moment, if you don't think, then you're never going to think later.
Yes.
So there's a lot of.
Oystein, you're having a great fun around here. Yes.
Yeah, it's a comfort for me and other amateurs that even these guys don't complete the victories.
There's mistakes at every level. At every level, especially with low time.
I think whether you should use all your time here would be something for Freakonomics. So. He did go king e6, right? Well, it's
yes, let's catch up with the live position. Gukesh has played the king move that is crucial, of course. He needs to stop that passed pawn from getting to the promotion square.
f5 check and then king d7.
So Arjun must have thought that he has the pawn check here because in case of the capture of that pawn by the king, we have a fork picking up the bishop.
Yes,
he's giving the
gone
check,
to d7. Okay,
but
all
you
that
don't
perfect.
have to take the pawn. The king slides back to the left side.
We're back to even territory. The question is it easy?
King b2. But now if I go b2, what are you going? He's going to play knight c5 check.
b2 is the only move, and he plays it.
Yeah, knight c5 check, king f7.
King e8.
King e8, sorry. King c2, king f7, king takes, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, but then I still have knight e4 check.
That's still
You
not
don't
good.
take. You go bishop d5.
Wow, that is insane. Yeah.
Can we catch up with the live position? Are they
And then bishop
are they in
e4.
this variation? Are they playing these moves?
Wow, wow, wow. Knight to c5 is on the board right now, big moment. Do you go to c6, try to stay active, or do you go to e8? Everything outside of e8 loses. King e8 is the only move, and he
King
finds
E8,
it.
fine. King
He
c2.
plays it,
and
king
now
to
king
c2.
f7.
Why
No,
is-
yes. Yeah, is it king f7?
King f7 is the best move, yes.
And after knight d7, you play. No, knight. That's not knight d7. After knight.
Knight d7, you have bishop b5, I think.
Oh, after king takes b2, you have to play bishop d5 because of the old fork.
Correct.
Is he going to play it? The pawn has been captured by Arjun. Is Gukesh going to find that bishop move that is crucial?
No.
He goes to elsewhere. He goes to f1.
And now he's lost. Now, once again, he's lost because he can just simply go
d5,
knight.
d6 or what?
d5, d6 is one of them, yes. Because
You
you
had to
cannot,
block that pawn. The bishop had to go to that square, but now
you cannot take the next pawn on f5 because of knight to g3, another fork.
so many patterns with his knight
Yeah,
jumps,
yeah,
picking
yeah.
up the bishop.
Wow. Wow.
What a crazy endgame this has been in the board, dancing up and down. Gukesh is
d5
losing.
looks like a fairly.
Not the only
straightforward
move.
win. Oh, but d5, maybe I take on f. Oh, then you go knight e4.
And it's not the only move.
Mm-hmm.
Knight e4 wins as well. King c3 wins as well. It seems
Oh,
like.
because I have knight e4 check anyway.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
No, but then I go bishop g2.
And then I go knight d7. No knight c6 anymore.
Ah, okay. Because
No bishop
okay,
c6.
That's nice.
Actually, not. That's not true.
No, then I go bishop e4. So what's the move? Hang on, give us a second.
Try to find it.
Yeah.
Only one move, and it's a beautiful one.
And
It's
Arjun
truly
has
a beautiful
only a
one.
minute and 40 seconds to find it. So there's still that factor that the time pressure.
Oh, d5 and king e4,
It's
e5.
huge for
Oh,
both.
lovely. You actually chuck that pawn now and run up the board.
d5 is the move if he goes for
okay.
king c3, but it's not the only way. Right now, Arjun has a lot of ways to win this position, one of them being d5, the other one being knight to e4, the other one being king to c3.
3 good moves for white. Is he going to play one of the 3 moves? A minute and 14 seconds left for Arjun Erigaisi in this crucial moment. Again, there have been so many twists and turns in this endgame.
He senses it. He senses it. Look at him right now. He's ready to pounce on the opportunity. It feels like Gukesh knows he messed up with his
You
move,
can
bishop
see it
to
on
f1.
his body language. You can see that he knows that after the bishop move, you could see it on his face and the reaction. He knows that he made a mistake. The bishop went to the wrong square.
Could he have gone to b5, by the way?
No, 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 no. Bishop to b5 would not have been enough. Because of, again, knight to e4.
Wow, and if bishop c6?
Only 30 seconds left for Arjun,
Knight to
and he
G3.
still hasn't made his move.
Oh,
He's about
okay,
to
this
reach
is
for
more
a piece.
prosaic.
Can we catch up with the live board?
Knight to e4.
He did it.
He
That's
played it.
one of the winning moves.
One of the winning moves.
One of the winning moves.
Oh, and is bishop g2, knight g3 the point?
Yes. The idea being that you're going to create this cocoon that's going to stop the king from going anywhere close to those pawns with a pawn on h4. And then I'm just bringing my king.
Oh, he's just played h4 and he's nailed that square. So now
Yeah.
there is no more hope.
That's it. That's it.
The pawn push stops the black king from any moves
It would have
getting
been a lot
close
to
to the
ask
white
that you play bishop
pieces.
h3 before taking on f6, but that's getting too rich, by the way.
Too rich, yes.
Gukesh with the bishop retreat, but black cannot do anything, cannot get close to white's pieces,
Yeah.
and the white king has all the time in the world to get to the right side of the board and help this pawn with the promotion or capture the black pawn.
It's over. This one is too simple right now. There is
Yes.
no more complications in the position. You just march the king up the board, and Muzychuk is winning again.
We'll definitely check out that game, but Arjun is about to win
I think he's
against the
gonna
world
resign now
champion.
because
Knight
the king
check.
is simply coming up to e5.
There's no way to keep control of the e5 square.
5 seconds left for Gukesh, and he
Resignation.
resigns.
Nice call, Vichy. Nice call.
Wow, the world chess champion goes down again. This is the second time he loses in classical chess here in Stavanger. A very tough start for Gukesh and great win by Arjun Erigaisi. What we see here between Anna Muzychuk and Ju Wenjun is another endgame. A king and pawn endgame requires a lot of precision.
Koneru Humpy.
Oh, sorry, I'm already confusing who is
Anna
who.
Muzychuk.
I don't know where I am.
Humpy, yeah.
I don't know where I am. Ju Wenjun finished her game. I apologize. Humpy Koneru is the leader of the tournament, but she is about to lose this game. The board is saying white is winning completely.
She's going down. That's it. King to c4, just pick up. This is actually enough because
only because that b8 queen is a check.
Yes.
So I take on b4.
Yes.
I take on e4. I move the king. You go to f3.
Yes.
We race up the board. Both the pawns go. But
and unfortunately for you,
my pawn queens with check, and it's only for that reason that white's winning this.
Let's see. Let's see if she.
It's happening.
It.
It's indeed what's happening.
Yeah. King c5. Okay, so king f3, b4, b5. Yeah, wow.
Nicely calculated. Nicely calculated. She had to do this with 15 seconds.
Very
confidently,
very
confidently played it. It's winning. That's it.
Anna Muzychuk about to take down the leader of Norway Chess Women, and she will leapfrog Humpy Koneru for that first place. This is huge. If she wins, this is 3 points in classical chess.
Absolutely. Absolutely, she leapfrogs Koneru.
She gives a queen check.
And in fact, the simple way is to just go on the first rank.
Humpy Koneru resigns. Christian, do you want to show what you were explaining, how to stop that pawn?
Yes. So after queen to b2, in fact, I'm not even sure you need to stop that pawn.
She could have gone king d6, and after h1,
yeah,
checked on the diagonal, anything wins, I think.
You do get a queen, but you're just simply not in time. I'm picking up the pawn on f7, and I will get another queen in the position. This is the simple way of finishing the game. What a victory for Anna Muzychuk. What a victory.
Huge win. Huge win. She was in shared second place going into this round, but now with this win over Humpy Koneru, she will be the sole leader of Norway Chess Women.
Vishy, were you going to point something out?
Yeah, I was just going to say that with that win, Arjun Erigaisi actually will be joint leader with whichever one of those two wins.
Yes,
of the
and in fact,
scoring,
whoever wins now, and we do have that Armageddon coming up right now. Let's take a look and see the first few moves between Hikaru and Magnus. They're just about to start their game.
This is the final game of the day. What a day this has been, day 2 of Norway Chess. We are about to witness the Armageddon between...
But we do have an interview with Hikaru. Yes.
Let's go to Hikaru first.
Hikaru, that was quite a fighting game of chess eventually.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that I was fine, as I said in the confessional, and then it was a situation where the middle game is very tricky for a few moves. But I was actually very proud of the way that I started using my time, just playing quick moves, because otherwise I would have just lost on the clock. So I don't know if I had chances later, but it was a good game, so I'm pretty happy with it.
Congratulations on a great rescue today.
Oh, thank you. So I was losing. Okay. Okay.
They're betting for black pieces, or
they're ready for the Armageddon.
They are ready for the Armageddon with the same color that they had in the classical game.
So that's the rule.
They are repeating. Yes, it used to be the case that you could choose, and it was also interesting to see which player would choose which color. But now the regulation is that they will play the Armageddon with the same color as in classical chess. Hikaru Nakamura, the world number 2 with the white pieces against the world number 1 Magnus Carlsen. Black has draw odds in Armageddon, but starts with 3 minutes less. So more time for white, but white is in a must-win situation.
Last game of the day, right here, right now, the big showdown between Hikaru and Magnus. Predictions, Vishy, what do you think is going to happen in this one?
Magnus is a big expert on this line. I'll still take Magnus.
Magnus.
Oystein, prediction.
Well, here I have to return to, I guess. I mean, he's my favorite at the end of the day. When we got Armageddon.
Rooting for Magnus Carlsen and predicting his win. He will win the Armageddon also in case of a draw. So that is the good thing about Armageddon. There will be a winner no matter what. In terms of the opening, Vishy, comparing to the classical game, how do you see this opening?
It's quite a well-known opening. I think Magnus plays it a hell of a lot, so nothing he's not familiar with.
I'm not going to break any ties. I think Magnus is taking this one as well. That's my prediction. Anna, you're the last one. What's your prediction?
You're putting me on the spot. I enjoy being a host, so I don't need to answer any of the questions. I can just ask you the questions. Hikaru, I'm going to say Hikaru. Someone has to also say that Hikaru is a beast at fast time control, and he's going to try to keep his time advantage. I think he wants to have that time pressure on Magnus for the rest of the game.
Fair enough. But the position certainly doesn't demand too much calculation right now, and this is definitely playing in Magnus's favor. It is going to be a long game, that is true. Nevertheless, it's going to be very difficult for Hikaru to create any separation in this position. Bishop to f4, and in fact, you can see the bar already drop below the midpoint, meaning that Magnus has a slight advantage. Of course, it's nothing. It's still completely equal. Knight to b6, get the other knight to d5. It seems too easy for Magnus.
Yes,
whenever I see this type of positions, you're thinking, when is the last time Magnus lost this type of position? And I cannot remember. I don't have an answer. He
So when
doesn't
is the
lose this
last time
type
he
of
lost in
symmetric.
Armageddon? We know he's an Armageddon expert. He won 5 times out of 6 games last year here
Whenever
in
he
Norway
lost
Chess
that
in
one,
Armageddon.
that 6th one, yes, that was the last time. And I don't know which one that is. I think it was against Abdusatorov. I want to say it was against Abdusatorov, but I'm not 100% sure.
I remember the last game of 2019, Magnus lost the Armageddon to Fabi.
Yes. No, it was one in 2023.
Yeah, but I was wondering what's the more recent one. I don't know.
Bishop to e5, and again, Hikaru, as you predicted, Anna, is maintaining his lead on the clock. This is hugely critical to this game, to this situation, if he wants to maintain any sort of chances to get the victory.
He's keeping his time advantage, which is crucial in Armageddon. You start with an extra 3 minutes, and so far he has been doing very well keeping that time advantage on the clock. Bishop goes to the center. There's a potential trade between the dark squared bishops, and this light squared bishop of black is also maneuvering toward the central squares and the long diagonal.
Bishop to e4. Magnus takes a sip of the water, showing some confidence, showing some relaxation right now. And the onus is on Hikaru to find the advantage, which, by the way, for the first time in this game, seems to be on his side. Seems to be
on Hikaru's
that Hikaru has.
maybe rook c1.
Yeah, that's exactly the move.
Yeah.
That's exactly
because
the move.
c4 is coming, right?
Bishop d5, you cannot create this.
Yeah, because knight takes c4.
Knight takes c4.
Unless there's some e4.
No, you're
it's
right.
b5,
You're right. So what is it?
And there's a pin. Our other
Another
favorite
pin.
word.
So many pins today.
So many. But what's the point? So what if
Maybe some queen b1.
just queen to b1? Okay. Oh, so what Magnus was trying to do is get the queen on d5 and create this.
Did he play rook
setup.
c1? Yeah, he did.
He did. Rook ac1 is on the board.
Some pressure on the world number 1, time pressure as it is from Armageddon, but also now pressure in terms of the position. It's not as simple as it seems.
Absolutely not. Because if you have to go bishop b5 and allow queen b1, then you have to start thinking about ways to stop e4. And if you have to go f5, that's not something that you want. Allowing my knight to find a nice outpost in the center, no. That's not a good idea. That's not a good recipe. He plays c5.
He pushes his pawn. He wants to trade in the center. He's offering this pawn for free. That pawn can be captured by the white pawn.
If you take it, what he wants to do is reroute the knight towards that c5 square. Vishy, what to do right now? How do we get the advantage?
Okay, let's try. D takes c5, knight d7.
He took. Knight d7 is on the
Queen
board.
b4, is it?
On the board.
Yeah. And if bishop c6, oh, he's going knight f6, but then it's a fairly decent pawn. This is not the ugliest pawn I've seen.
Yes.
Ugliest extra pawn I've seen. So I can rotate the knight to db3 or something and protect it forever.
Keep it for a long time. Indeed. Bishop h3, that's a cagey move right there. Vishy, can you explain this move to us?
He doesn't want to allow the exchange of bishops, but on the other hand, black could have taken on f3 and done that and played b6 somewhere, and he's a pawn down, but perhaps it's not hopeless.
He
But anyway,
decides.
he went queen c7. So now white can play knight d2. Oh, he's got knight d4.
Knight d4.
And also, by the way, notice that c8 is not happening, and e6 is not happening because the bishop takes e6.
That's a good spot.
Yeah,
right there.
so that's also...
That's a family fork, and I'm not going to take your rook. I'm going to take your queen.
Yes.
You like that one, the family fork. Oystein, yes. b6. All right, what do we have here? I don't think we want to take on b6.
Magnus sacrificed the pawn, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah.
He's a pawn down right now.
Yeah.
That's
something I see good players do, and which I never do.
Yes. He's trying to stay close. He's saying that even with the pawn down, he has enough activity and enough compensation for it. And he might be right. I think he's right.
According to machine,
it seems very even right now. Let's see how he's going to try to win this one. Let's not forget, Magnus only needs a draw. Hikaru needs to find the path to victory right now.
He has the extra pawn, but as Christian pointed out, the activity of the black pieces compensates here. He still has more time, which is a key factor, especially since there is no increment until they reach move 40. So Magnus has 4 minutes versus Hikaru's 5 minutes, 20 seconds. But he is now thinking for a longer time. He has spent a minute already on this decision. And in fast chess, spending a minute is a long to think. It's a lot of time.
Maybe some queen b2 or something, is that possible?
Queen to b2, queen to c4 perhaps.
Yeah. But then I at least
take on b6.
But maybe even e5 works, yeah.
e5 displays this knight from d4 from the center.
Alternately, I could play a4. But it feels like queen c5 or something. Or maybe, no, not knight d5, queen c5 maybe.
Queen to c5.
Then rook a1.
Rook to a1, maybe just a simple knight. Now knight d5.
But again, knight e6 check.
Oh, that's a nice one. That's a nice one. We should definitely show this.
It's not that much.
Black is fine, but
black is fine. I mean, I thought
at least you're getting something.
Pawn, yeah.
At least you're getting something right now.
Hikaru with the big time investment here. It's already been 2 minutes since
Maybe
he hasn't
a3.
made a decision.
Maybe a3, so that you hold on to that pawn. And...
a3 seems to be the best move if he finds it, if he plays it. Big moment right now if he wants to maintain any sort of an edge at this point.
He already lost his time advantage after having thought for 2.5 minutes. He still hasn't made a move, and he now has less time than Magnus. He started with 3 more minutes than Magnus.
The problem with a3 is that queen to c5 is going to come in the position.
Yes, and then I thought knight b3, you go queen h5, yeah.
Queen to h5, yes.
That's a problem. Okay, so then I would have to play rook a1. Yes, it's not brilliant.
Hikaru has spent 2 minutes 43 seconds on this one. He played queen to b2.
Allowing queen c4 finally.
Allowing queen to c4 if you want to go for queen to c4. Rook to a4 is Magnus's choice.
Here I thought I could play bishop e6 and transfer to b3.
Trying to double up on the a file.
If I go bishop e6, b3...
That's a nice move. He played it.
Wow.
He played bishop
He's
e6.
trying to get that family fork that you were showing, Christian.
Oh, he would love to get that.
Everything is hanging, the entire royal family, therefore the family fork name.
But guess what? I'm starting to look at your king as well. With
Yes,
this rook.
but I'm quite happy to play f3 and rook f2. I think that'll keep me in...
f3, rook to f2, too.
Knight is coming to c2. Oh. And now, so he'll play knight e3, c4, try to land something on d5.
Magnus has pushed his flank pawn, this h-pawn, alpha zero style.
Yep, that's exactly what he's going for. Knight to e3. I like this move that you prescribed,
And if
Vichy.
h4, is that even g4?
Why not? Yes, why not?
Hikaru says, I don't want you to push your h-pawn, so he's blocking it with his own flank pawn.
And
The computer criticizes
No, but
this
yes,
move.
because if I play queen c8, how are you going to stop queen h3?
The checkmate pattern on the light squares. Has Hikaru missed this?
How did he?
Magnus also doesn't play it.
Was Queen C8 good?
Yes. Best
Queen
move
C8
in the
was good.
position.
Okay.
Best move in the position, Queen to C8. Or Queen D7.
Black is much better.
Yes.
Wow, okay.
Yes.
Magnus Carlsen with a missed chance there to exploit the weakness on the light squares. He instead jumps to the light square with the knight, which is not a bad idea on overall, but it blocks the queen's way. It can no longer get there.
Wait a minute. Knight to A3. What is this? Where is Hikaru going? He's going to C4, but this doesn't seem to be the right approach. In fact, what Magnus can do is go F5, F4, open up the position, get to the white king. He has decisive advantage if he finds that not an easy one. G5 with the same idea, try to open up the king. Good move, not decisive.
What a move. It seems like Hikaru Nakamura has lost the thread of the game. He had the advantage earlier.
G5 probably, right?
Yes. Yes,
Because now
G5.
GH4 might be just good.
GH4 is a great move if he plays it. Yes. GH4 give the exchange. But if you do that, this is just hopeless right now. Everything opens up. You take, in fact, you get checkmated.
Yeah.
This is a wild game, guys.
Extremely wild game, and it is Magnus who has more time now.
Shabby either, but no, maybe it's the worst of the three. I can just take on H4.
Rook C5 is certainly a move. He took on H4.
The fork with the pawn to the F3, I guess that was a losing move from the start because that has been available for some time.
It was always, unfortunately, not working. Yes.
Can we point out the current move, the double exclamation mark by Magnus Carlsen? He keeps his rook hanging. You can capture that rook for free, but the attack against the white king is so strong, it doesn't matter that you're losing your rook.
Oystein, your move, F3. He played
the fork, indeed. Hikaru has played it, but he's still in trouble. What a game.
After Queen C5, this seems to be bad news indeed for Hikaru. The reason for it, though, is not obvious. After you go king to G2, for example, now I just simply move my rook away. And then you take the bishop on E4, I go B5. And you don't have a way to stop me from going knight E3. Not easy. Still not over, still complicated enough that anybody can make a crucial mistake, a decisive mistake. At this point, Queen C5.
King G2. Okay, now let's see if he finds Rook A6.
King H1.
The king went to the corner, not going up to G2, but into the corner. How does this change the evaluation and the variation?
Idea. The same idea.
Exact same idea?
Rook A6 followed by B5. It seems like this knight just simply doesn't have any good squares. But this is not easy.
Rook A6 is such a difficult move to find. You kind of hide your rook for a moment.
This is truly not easy. This one can go either way, guys. A minute and 9 seconds for
a draw
Magnus.
or a black win? Or?
Yes. He has a draw or the victory, but I see it as a victory for Hikaru.
I don't see White winning this position yet.
Yes. He has 50 seconds on the clock, though.
There is no increment. This is still move 29. He has to speed up. The time pressure is hitting Magnus Carlsen down to his last 40 seconds, and he's still
the time
thinking.
pressure is building up a lot, yeah.
He's been spending a minute here. He's thinking too long. He doesn't have time to think here.
30 seconds for Magnus.
He's undecided.
There's no way he plays Rook A6. Bishop A8.
Ooh. He doesn't move the rook away. It can be captured now.
Absolutely. You can take that rook.
And Hikaru will. He will calculate it, and he will, because it's no longer a checkmate pattern.
Queen D2 is a very tempting move as well to start looking at that G5 square.
Hikaru takes the rook. Magnus captures back, so Hikaru is up on material.
Queen D2 right now is better for white. Queen D2 right now is better for Hikaru. Hikaru has a great opportunity.
Pushes his central pawn instead. What a chaotic and wild game. Double exclamation mark for Magnus. He's back in the game, but he's only down to 21 seconds with no increment.
He's coming to check that king. He's coming towards that king right now. Queen to E7, queen to H4.
He's looking up the screen to see the move number, but he still has to play 9 moves.
Can that be stopped? That
Magnus right now is looking secured.
the position is, but the time situation, he still only has 13 seconds
So
left.
d4, e4, d6, d3, c5, d2. Oh, he's going for this one instead. Okay. But wait, rook b1?
Rook b1, rook c8 was the only move. c5, Hikaru is
Made a
winning.
mistake.
Hikaru is winning.
Now the
c6
position
is winning.
is winning in
c6
this
and c7.
endgame.
c6 is winning. He found it.
He did it. He's pushing the passed pawn. He's going to promote that
Rook b6,
passed
rook
pawn.
b6.
Wins, yeah.
Oh,
Or rook f1 first if you want.
Hikaru is winning, guys. Oh no, rook gc1 is the only move right now.
Oh, because rook b6 and c8, you go rook b2.
He finds it. He
And
finds
now
it.
rook b6.
Rook b6
Oh my God,
delivers
what
the
a
goods.
tactical pattern. What a way. What a way to win the game against the broad number one.
Look at Hikaru. Wow. Wow, what a victory.
Congratulate Hikaru.
What a game. It had its ups and downs. Magnus Carlsen with the better position and winning chances. Then Hikaru Nakamura survives and takes the advantage. Inaccuracies by both players. The bar was dancing. No time for either of the players. And in the end, Hikaru manages to find this beautiful tactical pattern. I think we need to rewind that moment,
The dramatic
Christian.
moments right now. Magnus takes his time to arrange the pieces. What a moment right now. He realizes he let go of an incredible opportunity, but still, he's keeping his calm right now. And Hikaru is out. Hikaru stormed out. He's happy. He got the victory against Magnus in Armageddon, perhaps for the first time in his career. I don't remember the last time Hikaru won an Armageddon match against Magnus. Just incredible how this one finished. And take a look at this. It was in Magnus's hands all the way towards the end, all the way until this moment, after rook to b1. At this point, it's already quite chaotic. You have only one move, and that one move to maintain the balance in the position is to go rook to c8, not rook to d8 to allow me to connect my pawns. What you need to do is to go rook to c8, not easy at all. d7, and now I go rook to d8. And once you defend that pawn, you simply don't have enough time to connect the pawns together, because now I'm just simply going to take on c4, reroute my knight to e5, and capture the pawn on d7. This is not easy stuff at all. And he plays the move rook to d8, which allows the pawns to connect, king to f6, and now c6 the only move. The idea being that once you take on d6, I go c7, you have to stop me from promoting with a rook behind the pawn. You could see rook to b6 and be very tempted to play it.
But it's after rook b2, it's probably a draw, right?
Rook takes b6, I get the queen, it does not matter. Rook to b2, and this is a draw. You can
But
go...
wait, yeah, well, queen d8 check, I would have tried, but this, just king e6 and you can't make progress. And you take this and now rook h2 and it's
Yes, yes, rook to h2, and this seems to be a draw. For the simple fact that I go d3.
No, you wouldn't.
Even this is a draw.
Even this is a draw. Okay.
Yes. Even this seems to be a draw. Absolutely wild stuff to calculate with a few seconds on your clock. I would say impossible. You just have to trust your instinct. And the instinct just simply failed Magnus in this one and gave the victory to Hikaru, because you still have to find this move, gc1. Force the knight backwards, and now you can go rook to b6.
Rook b6 and it's game over.
Yes. Without the knight on e3, you don't have those checkmating patterns. Rook to b2 is futile at this point.
C4.
I just simply take your knight.
What a beautiful
What a
way
game,
to
guys.
finish this game of Armageddon. Magnus Carlsen is an expert of Armageddon. We have been highlighting how amazing his performance has been. Last year in Norway Chess, out of 6 games, he won 5 times in the Armageddon. But Hikaru Nakamura today with the better nerves, this game has had everything. Magnus with the better position, good time management. He had it all. He had a winning position earlier. I think if we have the time, we can also go back to that crucial moment where the rook was hanging. Magnus Carlsen's rook was up there for grab, which was a sacrifice that was leading to a winning attack. But then at some point, he eventually had to move the rook away, and he didn't. He kept sacrificing the rook and eventually losing the thread of the game.
I can show that, in fact, and I think you were making a great point in that one. It was so difficult, though. And
Very
he
difficult.
spent a minute out of his
Even
last
2 minutes, I think. He
minute and
spent
a half.
a lot of time there.
He left himself 30 seconds at this point. What he had to find was rook a6. Very difficult move to make. Very difficult
Rook
move to make.
A6 is... it might occur to you simply that Rook A6 is better than A7 or A8 and played.
Yeah.
And then after that, B5 is obvious, but you would have to stumble into the whole thing because the idea that this is sufficient for a piece doesn't leap out at you at all.
At all.
Yeah.
You stumble.
Yes, you
in-
stumble.
on
You
it.
can stumble
You
on
stumble
it,
on
but I
it.
think that's maximum.
If you're lucky, you stumble on it and you find it. So obviously, there's nothing to blame. It's just a wild game. It's just a wild position. Hikaru did everything he could to get this type of position, to give himself some chances. He found them, and we do have an interview with Hikaru after this tremendous victory. Let's take a look.
Hikaru have just won a Armageddon game against Magnus. Now you're leading the tournament together with Arjun. Your emotions?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Armageddon game was just a big mess. I think at some point both of us were fine. I mean, Magnus missed this moment after h4 to go queen d7 or queen c8, and then he doesn't lose the game, but it just turned into a big scramble at the end like it was bullet chess, and my moves, I think, were a little bit easier, so it's a good win.
And short sum up of your classical match, because there you had a save.
Yeah, I mean, it was a topsy-turvy game, but I defended well, so yeah, good things happened.
Thank you so much. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Sure, thank you.
What a day for Hikaru Nakamura. He did have a difficult position in classical chess. Earlier in the day, he managed to save the game. And with the win in Armageddon against Magnus Carlsen, he is in the lead for the first place together with Arjun Erigaisi. Erigaisi won his game in classical chess against the reigning world chess champion Gukesh and Fabiano Caruana also with the win with the black pieces in classical against Wei Yi. So many decisive results in classical chess today. We
And
also
it
have
does
an
seem like we
interview.
will have
Yeah, we
Hikaru.
do.
Yes, in just a few moments here.
We
in
do
the
have Hikaru joining us
studio.
soon, but we do have an interview with Arjun Erigaisi after his game against Gukesh.
Arjun, it is your second win in classical. Thanks.
I'm just relieved that I won. I thought I was winning like long ago, but I messed up. Then he found good resources and it reached here. So I'm just happy I won this.
It's your debut at Norway Chess, and you won yesterday in the Armageddon. Today you won in classical. Now you have 4.5 points. Your emotions?
Yeah, it's obviously a good start, and I'm happy with it.
And tomorrow you have another tough match. How do you feel about that?
Looking forward to it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
On a win. It was a beautiful game. Can you please take us through the game?
Yeah, it was a very interesting opening, which we were both kind of provoking in some way. I was by playing a rather sharp line of the Rosalimo, and he was by playing, I think, in a very sort of interesting and new way with C3, D3. I think it's either very rare or completely new. I didn't know the D3 move at all, and then it became very original from the early stages. I mean, also he was playing H4. It was quite aggressive. I thought that my position is strategically dangerous, but didn't feel ever too bad. And then when he played B4, I wasn't sure what was going on anymore. I thought it was a very chaotic position. We kind of steered towards a strategically straightforward position where he was slightly better, I thought, but maybe not too much better. And then he went with the wrong plan. I thought 93 F4 is not the right plan. And then he blundered when he played knight to F5 in what I think was an equal position, like Rook D2. It feels about equal. Knight F5 was a really big blunder. I just grabbed the A2 pawn, and I also have the bishop takes D3 threat. This is really important that he has a hard time dealing with this threat. And then when he played Rook A1 at the end, I saw this kind of nice sequence of Queen F7 and Queen C4, which is a very clean way to finish the game.
That was a beautiful one. Fabi, you seemed very confident today. I want to ask about the time control, because this is so different from the other classical chess tournament. And how do you feel about not having increment until several moves?
Yeah, even when we get increment, it almost feels like nothing, because 10 seconds you don't gain any time on the clock, which I started to feel yesterday. I realized that although the position is a draw, I mean, just the time situation makes it dangerous, because you never get more time pretty much. And then at some point, what kind of also doomed me yesterday was at some point I made this mental decision to try to gain time. So I was playing each move with 1 second, and then I also stopped thinking about the position, which is why I blundered with knight A4, and I played it just too quickly. And then there's no way back. I mean, of course, I should have never gotten in that situation. I realized that where I'm, first of all, where I'm slightly worse from that position, I should never get, and also where I'm unincremented for the rest of the game, I should. So I was trying to play relatively fast today.
Congratulations once again.
Thanks.
What a day this has been
Since-
at Norway Chess. We have two leaders after round two, Hikaru Nakamura and Arjun Erigaisi with 4.5 points each. Arjun with a classical win today, and Hikaru beating Magnus Carlsen in the Armageddon. We do have the pleasure to welcome in the studio the world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura. Congratulations, Hikaru.
Thank you.
We already have heard your interview and your brief basically review of the classical game and the Armageddon. So in terms of the summary of how your day has been today, how would you describe it?
Yeah, I mean, I think for both Magnus and I, we were very focused on the classical game because the Armageddon game, I mean, there was no pace to it. And what I mean by that is we were both extremely slow. Like, I think before we knew it, Magnus had like a minute, and I've got 1 minute 50 or something. And then suddenly we both realized, like, there's no increment, you have to go. So I think it was all about the classical game, and it was very tense, of course, but I defended well. I mean, the main thing was at some point I realized that due to the time control with no increment, you just have to move. And so I played this bishop d2 and all these queen g4 moves because I knew that if I got low on time, I would just lose without a doubt. And I was able to sort of confuse Magnus a little bit, and then he let the advantage slip. So it was a very, very important escape in that game. And Armageddon game, I got the win, but doesn't really matter that much to me.
Does it matter? Why do you say that?
Well, I mean, I think, you know, if you were asking me this tournament, if I score, let's just say I go +1, I win my first game, draw every other classical game, and lose every Armageddon, I would be happy. I mean, if I do well in the classical games, that's good enough for me. The Armageddon is just like gravy on top.
The classical is also important for the qualification for the candidates tournament. How are you feeling about your chances on getting your spot?
Yeah, I mean, that's not on my mind yet. I mean, of course, Arjun won today, so he closed a little bit of the gap. I think if we get towards the end of the tournament, maybe it'll be on my mind. But at this stage, it's kind of silly to sort of, I guess, play safe. I mean, play as though it's the last round of the tournament in round 2 or round 3. I mean, that's kind of illogical, I would say. So maybe I'll think about it towards the end. But right now, I just want to play good moves, good classical chess. And I've sort of done that in 1 game, 1.5 games, you could say. And it's been good enough.
Hikaru, you came for the king and you did not miss this time. How are you feeling right now?
Well, I mean, I don't understand. I don't understand. I mean, to be honest, I don't think I've heard a peep from Gukesh about you know, if he's going to beat Magnus or anything like that. I thought, I mean, I don't know. Some people like my hot take, some don't. But I mean, to me, it was just completely manufactured drama by Take when they did that interview, saying that everyone out there is saying Gukesh is like going to beat Magnus and this, that, or the other thing. I mean, I didn't hear a word from Gukesh. So to me, I thought like the whole thing was just insane and manufactured. Maybe that's how modern day chess is. But I thought it was weird, and I didn't have any such thoughts today either. I just tried to play good moves, and I was able to survive. So yeah, it's all very weird to me.
Thank you for joining us, Hikaru, and congratulations again on the win in Armageddon, the crucial escape in classical, and good luck for tomorrow as the leader of Norway Chess together with Arjun Erigaisi.
Thank you.
And we have the standings and the results first, of course, for Norway Chess women. The only player to win her classical game was Anna Muzychuk. She beat the leader of Norway Chess women, Koneru, is no longer in first place. Anna Muzychuk, with her win, leapfrogs Humpy. The other 2 games went into Armageddon, where Ju Wenjun won in Armageddon against Sarah Kadem, and Lei Tingjie also won her Armageddon battle. That was Armageddon going right for the black pieces in both of those games, leading to the standings being Anna Muzychuk in the lead with 4.5 points. Lei Tingjie and Humpy Koneru on 3 points. This would normally be a huge gap in classical tournaments, but here the scoring system is that you get 3 points for a win in classical chess. So this is still anyone's tournament. We do have an interview with the leader of Norway Chess women, Anna Muzychuk.
Anna, congratulations. Nice victory against Humpy. Can you please take us through the game?
Yes, thanks. It was quite a difficult game. Humpy surprised me with the opening line. She played quite quickly, but I think I got a comfortable position, and it was like slightly better for me. But then in the middle game, I wasn't sure like what to do, and we were just shuffling the pieces here and there. But then when it came closer to the time travel, it was just a scramble.
Right, you mentioned time trouble, and can you please tell us your opinion about this time control? Because we have here way different than any other classical chess tournaments.
Yeah, it's very unusual, and yeah, it's like classical, but we have it's allowed to have so many time controls, and it's not so easy to get used to them. So it's yeah. You spend time, you think you have time because you have 2 hours, but then you realize that you don't have a second time control and you start to really worry about what's going on.
And Anna, the final question. When you're preparing for your match day before, are you also preparing for your Armageddon game or just still mainly focus on the classical one?
Okay, first of all, you of course focus on the classical, but you think about a little bit about the Armageddon. Well, it's difficult like to prepare specifically for Armageddon because you don't know which opening will be played, but you keep it in mind.
Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
What a day this has been, and this is only the beginning of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. Final thoughts from our panel. Øystein, starting with you, what would you highlight from today?
Well, first I'd like to, we have to congratulate Nakamura with a great win. And then I think it has been many very exciting games, close games. I always learn when I listen to experts like these two guys and you. So I'm very happy to be here. I'm grateful to be here.
Thank you so much for joining us. It has been such an honor, Øystein.
Thank you very much.
Vishy, your final thoughts and what would you highlight as the most exciting moment of today?
I think the Nakamura-Carlsen Armageddon game was just back and forth and back and forth. And you expect 2 or 3, but this was like 7 or 8. I couldn't keep up. And Arjun and Gukesh played an absolute classic as well. Again, with this back and forth and back and forth. Gukesh missed maybe 4 or 5 draws, and then Arjun nailed it finally at the end. And the same thing with Koneru Hampi and Anna Muzychuk, again, back and forth. So very, very dramatic, hard struggles, and a fantastic day. Again, so many decisive results, so much excitement. Fantastic.
That's a great summary of the day. Christian, your thoughts?
What more to say? My heart is still racing right now. Fabiano, just an incredible victory with the black pieces to bounce back from such a disappointing result yesterday against Hikaru Nakamura and win against a very tough opponent. Wei Yi is no pushover, and to win with the black pieces like that, it just seems like this time format incentivizes the fight, and this is exactly what we're seeing right now. Fight in every single game in the first 2 days. Just a tremendous tournament so far.
It is a tremendous tournament, and the pairings for tomorrow are also extremely promising. We are going to see a battle between Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi, the 2 players that won today convincingly. Magnus Carlsen will have the white pieces against Wei Yi. And the world champion Gukesh, who has been struggling in this tournament. He lost 2 games in classical chess here. He will be facing the tournament leader, Hikaru Nakamura, one of the leaders of the tournament. This is going to be, I think, very tough for Gukesh. He does have the white pieces, but he has a target on his back at this point in the event. Christian, talk us through the pairings for Norway Chess Women.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at that one. Koneru Humpi against Sarah Kadem, 2-0, as you can see, with 2 draws for Koneru. So Sarah, definitely a difficult road ahead for her tomorrow. Leiting Jet against Anna Muzychuk, 1-0 with 7 draws. That one is very, very competitive and it's going to be a big fight. And Ju Wenjun against Vaishali Ramesh Babu, 1-0 as well for the world champion with 1 draw. Definitely very competitive, very tense matches coming in tomorrow's games.
There's so much action, the format, the confessionals, the excitement in the air. You can feel that Norway Chess is Norway Chess for a reason. One of the most prestigious events. Everyone is watching Norway Chess. And we will be back tomorrow with more of the action. Øystein, thank you so much for joining us today as a special guest. It has been an honor. And we will see you all tomorrow, same time, same place. Thank you for joining us.